Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
As soon as these words came out, everyone woke up instantly. Seeing Chen Luo walking down from the ring, Nisha suppressed the shock in her heart, turned her head to look at the others and said, "Clean up the stage first, then put on your equipment and be ready to gather at any time." After saying this, Nisha then came to Chen Luo's side, and then the two walked towards the other side. Seeing the backs of the two people disappearing, everyone present subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. After the battle just now, at this moment, the original contempt for Chen Luo in everyone's hearts has all dissipated, and instead, there is an invisible fear that surrounds them all the time. And this also caused everyone to feel extremely depressed as soon as Chen Luo approached, as if the air had frozen. Don't even dare to breathe. Now that after Chen Luo left, the few of them actually felt lucky to survive the catastrophe. They looked at each other and were silent for a moment. Chupa, who had some doubts about Chen Luo, said with emotion, "Is this the strength of the legendary butcher? I really saw it today." Hearing this, Guang Fu and Lois Hart, who were originally disdainful, didn't even have the thought of refuting this time. Seeing the miserable condition of the priest on the stage, the two couldn't help feeling chills in their hearts, and then secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, they weren't the first to start provoking, otherwise they would be the ones lying on the ring now. Although they are very confident in their own strength, as long as they think back to Chen Luo's performance just now, in their hearts at this moment, they are filled with awe of Chen Luo. On the other side, the snowman kept silent, staring straight at Chen Luo's leaving back, not knowing what he thought of, and a fiery color gradually rose in his eyes. After Chen Luo and Nisha came to a corner, Chen Luo turned his head, looked at the expression on Nisha's face and suddenly understood, smiled and said, "Nisha, you don't have to be so nervous. Generally speaking, I wouldn't attack like I did just now, but that priest seems to want to use a gun to deal with me, so I can only strike hard." With a gun? Nisha was taken aback. Chen Luo nodded. He did not lie on this point. When he came behind the other party, the pistol on the other party's waist also came into view. Obviously, the other party was not as good as him in terms of strength. "I plan to start using technology." Although the pistol is not a threat to him, it is better to keep a whole card for himself when he is out of the house. So Chen Luo has no idea of exposing his steel body and decisively sends the opponent on the road. And after hearing Chen Luo's explanation, Nisha's complexion looked much better. A stern light flashed in her eyes and she said coldly, "This B*** D priest actually wants to use this method. Even if you didn't do it this time, I will take care of this scum myself. If he doesn't die, it would be an insult to our Maskino's family." Seeing the killing intent on her face, Chen Luo shook his head, stopped talking about it and started to change the subject. "By the way, you haven't told me about the mutant yet. You should tell me about it first." Hearing this, Nisha nodded and then began to tell Chen Luo about the mutants. Just about 2 weeks ago, in the city where the headquarters of the Nisha family was located, in order to better hide in human society, and at the same time to obtain blood as a source of food, the Maskino's family created a rescue station, gathering a large number of homeless people in the name of distributing food, and using the excuse of physical examination draw blood so that the vampires can survive. However, during an inspection 2 weeks ago, there was a sudden accident. In just one night, all the vampires stationed in a certain rescue station were completely wiped out and slaughtered. After hearing the news, as the ruler of the family, Eli immediately sent people to investigate, and it was during this investigation that they made an astonishing discovery. Near the rescue station, they found a strange creature that, like other vampires, feeds on blood. But different from other vampires, this creature is pale all over, with dark blue pupils, and the most eye-catching thing is the other's jaw like a calyx. After discovering the searchers, the other party attacked them without any hesitation. Some of them were bitten on the neck and collapsed to the ground without noticing for a while. Seeing this, the rest of the people fired at each other without even thinking about it. But what shocked them was that no matter how many times they hit each other, the other party seemed to be fine and showed no sign of death. Perhaps because the firepower was too fierce, the other party finally chose to retreat. But before the others could relax, the next moment a horrifying scene happened. I saw the body of the investigator who had collapsed on the ground began to tremble violently and then slowly got up under the shocked eyes of everyone. Generate. When the transformation was completed, before everyone could react, the other party seemed to lose their minds and rushed towards the others crazily. His jaw opened like a calyx, revealing the ferocious mouthparts, and bit the others fiercely. Because they were unprepared, the crowd was in chaos for a while, and they only fired a few shots sporadically, then fled quickly and reported the incident after returning to the base camp. As a result, the news of the mutant spread, causing an uproar in an instant. For a long time, it has been the patent of vampires to infect others and transform them into their own kind. They never thought that one day there would be creatures that could infect and transform vampires, and it was such a short time. After hearing the news, everyone was terrified. Therefore, for the brand new species of mutants, they always want to find them and then get rid of them quickly. But what disappointed them was that they didn't know where this creature usually hides. Even if everyone searched for a long time, it was difficult to find them. In addition, they didn't know what the weakness of this creature was. This added to their fear, and they did not dare to act rashly for a while. After listening to the other party's introduction, Chen Luo nodded clearly. This information is not much different from the plot he knows. It seems that the mutant this time is indeed that person. It seems that we need to talk to him as soon as possible. After confirming the other party's identity, Chen Luo immediately stopped hesitation and said immediately, "Nisha, since the other party has many of the same characteristics as vampires, maybe we can consider using the weaknesses of vampires to deal with them." Reminded by Chen Luo, a flash of understanding flashed in Nisha's eyes, and she said with some understanding, "You mean, we can try to see if sunlight or silver products can kill them?" Chen Luo nodded and said, "You can try to install some ultraviolet lamps on the firearms and then bring some silver bullets. When these are ready, we can set off to find a mutant and try it first. After confirming the opponent's weakness, it's time to move forward." "I understand," Nisha nodded, her face excited. "Then I'll arrange it right away at the most tomorrow and the corresponding equipment will be assembled." "Okay, then we'll set off tomorrow night." Soon it was time for the second night. After these 2 weeks of investigation, although the location of the other party's lair has not been determined yet, Nisha and the others have a certain understanding of their usual haunts. The other party seemed to be eyeing the vampire. In the past 2 weeks, whenever a vampire's rescue station began to gather homeless people, this creature always appeared at the first time and then attacked everyone. For this reason, in order to be able to see this creature as soon as possible, Nisha specially made only one rescue station open tonight, hoping to attract the other party. On both sides of several dark alleys next to the rescue station, Chen Luo and his party were lurking in a corner, waiting quietly for the other party's arrival. "Everyone, don't worry, quietly wait in line outside, sooner or later it will be your turn." Outside the rescue station, a turbulent crowd surrounded the gate. Hearing the shout of the young man standing in front of the gate, they asked loudly with excitement, "Hey, I heard that today's physical examination is different from before. After the examination, everyone can receive a $100 nutrition fee. Is this true?" "Yeah, I've heard about it too, otherwise I wouldn't have come all the way here." $100. With this money, how many bottles of good wine can I buy? Haha, it seems that I will drink some in the next few days. It's so generous. I've never seen someone who gave us money for our physical examination. I think the person who opened this aid station must be a very good person. As soon as the news of the nutrition fee came out, it quickly spread around. After hearing the news, the homeless people in the surrounding area rushed towards this place one after another, and the blocked gate became more and more impenetrable. Perhaps attracted by the large crowd, finally, after several hours of waiting, Chen Luo finally found out. There is a situation. Looking at the staggering figure walking towards this side not far away, dressed in a hooded costume, even in the dark, the pair of faint blue pupils of the other party are clearly visible. Seeing the person coming, Chen Luo immediately lifted his spirits, and after simply telling the other people through the ears, his figure flashed and he appeared in front of the other person in an instant. Is this a mutant? Looking at the other's pale face and the gap in the center of the other's jaw, Chen Luo touched his chin and said curiously. He was taken aback by Chen Luo's sudden appearance, but the other party quickly reacted. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and then he roared, his jaw opened like a calyx, and he rushed towards Chen Luo. Boom. Watching the opponent's movements the next moment, Chen Luo stretched out his right hand, grasped the opponent's throat tightly, and lifted it in the air. Chen Luo frowned, looking at the opponent's chin waving around like an octopus tentacles, feeling a little uncomfortable in his heart. It really looks disgusting. Under Chen Luo's huge amounts of strength, no matter how the opponent struggles, it will be completely useless. I saw Chen Luo holding the other party in one hand and took out the ultraviolet lamp from his pocket with the other hand, then turned it on and irradiated it on the other party. Psst. As if being corroded by sulfuric acid, his irradiated right hand began to melt rapidly as the mutant screamed in pain, and then turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. Just as I thought, it seems that sunshine is their weakness. Nodding in satisfaction after confirming the thoughts in his mind, Chen Luo looked at the mutant in his hand, his heart skipped a beat, and then he flicked his wrist slightly, sending it flying. The body flew upside down for a few meters and then fell heavily to the ground. The mutant struggled to get up. As if he knew how powerful it was, he didn't dare to attack Chen Luo again and quickly turned and left. Watching the opponent's movements, Chen Luo smiled slightly and then quickly followed. At Chen Luo's terrifying speed, the other party did not find him at all. After running for several minutes, finally, under Chen Luo's gaze, he opened the manhole cover under his feet and then jumped down. Seeing this, Chen Luo stepped forward and came to the entrance of the sewer with some thoughts in his eyes. It looks like this is here. It just so happened that other people also encountered mutants, and after telling them their weaknesses before they had time to come, Chen Luo immediately jumped into the sewer by himself and started searching. After walking for a few minutes, suddenly dense roars came from above Chen Luo's head. Subconsciously looking up, he saw dozens of mutants lying on top of his head, looking at him greedily with faint blue light shining in their pupils. Seeing this scene, Chen Luo was not surprised but delighted. Since there are so many mutants gathered here, it is not far from the opponent's base camp. Aware of this, Chen Luo has no plans to communicate with the mutants above his head. After all, except for the original infected person who has consciousness, the other mutants are beasts who only know how to hunt, no self-awareness at all. Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately had a plan in mind. His eyes were fixed, he took a deep breath, and then a dull, thunderous voice sounded, quickly spreading around. Jerry Normek, I heard that you want to avenge your father. Let's have a chat. Maybe I can help you achieve your wish. After saying this, Chen Luo immediately stood there quietly, waiting for the other party's reply. At the same time, the mutants above his head remained motionless as if they had received some orders. After a while, when Chen Luo was waiting a little impatiently, finally, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and said in a faint voice, "What can you do for me? It's very simple." With a smile on Chen Luo's face, he spoke slowly and made his proposal. After a while, Chen Luo returned to the ground again and walked in the direction he came from. Back in the aisle when he came back, Chen Luo happened to meet Nisha and a group of people walking towards him. After seeing him, Nisha showed a gleam of joy on her face and hurried to his side, asking with some expectation, "Chen Luo, what's the matter? Have you found their lair?" Chen Luo shook his head slowly and said with some regret, "The other party is running too fast, and he seems to be very familiar with the terrain here. I just chased him for a while and the other party took a chance to escape." After saying this, Chen Luo glanced at everyone and asked, "What about you? Just now I heard from you that there are also mutants passing by on your side. How is it? Did you find anything?" Hearing this, Nisha couldn't help showing a hint of annoyance on her face and said, "I have already found a mutant here and I have already injured the opponent with ultraviolet light, but shortly after the opponent escaped suddenly two more a mutant came. And they ran away after killing the injured mutant. I can't catch up with them. Not only Nisha but also everyone else's experience is the same. After the mutant was injured, suddenly other mutants rushed over, killed the injured one and then fled. Seeing their backs leaving, everyone could only helplessly give up." Hearing the stories of several people, Chen Luo was not surprised at all. After all, he had already told the other party about this matter just now. As long as he is not a fool, he will definitely find a way to prevent them from finding his lair and guarantee the mutant army will not suffer too much loss. After all, in his plan in the future, the army of mutants will still play a big role, and if it is wasted now, the loss outweighs the gain. It seems that we can only take it slowly. Looking at the crowd, Chen Luo comforted softly. However, there are still some gains today. At least we have mastered the opponent's weaknesses. As long as we have enough weapons, the mutants should not be able to another threat. Hearing this, Nisha nodded, her face looked better and then said, "Then we can only find it slowly. We will act after we find the opponent's lair." In this regard, other people have no opinion. After discussing briefly for a while, several people turned and left one after another. When the others left, only Chen and Lunisa were left here. Looking up at Chen Luo's face, Nisha's eyes flickered slightly. She thought about it and then said with a smile, "Chen Luo, do you remember when we first met?" "Definitely." Chen Luo nodded. I remember I treated you to a Bloody Mary, but after a few days I regretted it. Huh, why is that? Nisha was taken aback. Oh, don't mention it. Chen Luo sighed softly and said, I thought I would meet again later and then asked you to buy me a drink back. I didn't expect that I would never see you again in that bar since then. You. I should have asked you for your contact information if I knew earlier. So you regret it because of this. Hearing this, Nisha showed a bright smile on her face, then lightly touched Chen Luo's shoulder, blinked her eyes, and said softly, Then. It just so happens that we are free now, how about going for a drink together? Chen Luo was stunned for a moment with a smile on his face, nodded and said, Then I will not be polite. Next morning. The sun rose slowly, and the warm sunlight fell on the earth, bringing a little warmth to the city. However, under the sunlight in a huge, luxuriously decorated apartment, under the cover of a dark curtain, there is not a single ray of light that can penetrate into the apartment. In the bedroom of the apartment, Chen Luo slowly opened his eyes. Just as he was about to get up, he felt as if something was pressing on him. When he looked down, he saw an arm as clean as white jade. Turning his head to look beside him, Nissa's charming face suddenly appeared in front of him, with a blush on her face even though she was still sleeping. The corners of her mouth still had a slight curvature, as if she had done something good like a dream. In addition, on the floor beside the two of them, pieces of clothing were randomly scattered everywhere. Recalling the battle last night, Chen Luo also secretly had some aftertaste. Gently raising her arms, Chen Luo put on her pajamas, came to the large balcony, looked at the tightly covered and wide curtain in front of her with a smile on her face, and then gently pulled it away a gap. The sunlight just fell on Chen Luo's feet. Under Chen Luo's deliberate control, it did not extend to the bedroom again. Therefore, Nisha, who is also a vampire, was not affected. Closing his eyes, feeling the unstoppable weakness in his body when the sun was shining on his body, Chen Luo sighed softly. After gaining the power of Blood God, sunlight, silver products, or garlic can no longer harm him, and he can walk freely in the sunlight like Blade. In a way, he's a Daywalker now too. But maybe because of integrating the body of the Ghost King, although he no longer has to worry about turning into a humanoid torch in the sun, his strength has been greatly affected. Compared with night, his strength in the daytime state, it can be said that there is no 1 in 10. Not only the various attributes of the body have been reduced to single digits, but even the power of those abilities has been greatly reduced. The speed of self-healing has been greatly degraded, and the body of steel has been sealed. It can be said that except for the ability of the source of blood, which is the same as before, the effects of other abilities have been pitifully weak. As for how to solve his own problems, although Chen Luo knew the answer, he was still helpless. If he wants to solve the hidden danger of the Ghost King's body, he must find the blue Bianhua in the world of Ghost Slayer. But he has also tried to find this kind of thing in this world. But it is a pity that after he searched one after another a month later, there was still no trace of it. So in desperation, Chen Luo had no choice but to pin his hopes on the system. As long as there was an option to get the Bianhua, he would definitely have no hesitation. While Chen Luo was thinking quietly, at this moment, Nisha, who had been sleeping soundly, finally woke up and slowly opened her eyes. However, when she woke up and saw the figure bathed in the sun on the balcony, her expression froze for a moment, and then she quickly realized that her face was full of shock. Chen Luo, aren't you a vampire? How could? Subconsciously straightened up, looked in Chen Luo's direction and said with a stammering tone, Huh, you're awake. Hearing this, Chen Luo turned around and the sun shone on his face, shining brightly. The corners of his mouth raised slightly and an inexplicable smile appeared. Are you talking about this? Thanks to Blade's help. Hearing this, Nissa immediately reacted, a light flashed in her eyes and said, Could it be because of Blade's blood that you can overcome the weakness of sunlight? Chen Luo nodded and said with some emotion, I didn't expect that his blood could produce such a change in me. Now that I think about it, I'm really lucky. Daywalker, I also want to know what the sun looks like. Nisha's eyes are full of longing. For her who has been a vampire since she was born, facing the sun is simply an unattainable dream. Can never be touched. After all, the sun is the absolute nemesis of the vampires, so if she wants to face the sun, the moment she sees the sun is probably when her life will disappear. Pulling the curtain, Chen Luo slowly came to the other side, gently stroked her head and comforted her. Don't worry, you can afford to wait. I promise you, sooner or later, you will be able to stand under the sun like me. Regarding the point of overcoming the sun, Chen Luo can actually do it now, as long as he sends his own blood to the other party and turns it into the source blood clan. But there are other reasons why he hasn't started to do it until now. He wants to wait for himself to get the blue Bana flower, and eliminate his own weaknesses before starting to do it. Otherwise, if he transforms now, if it is really like what he thought, the strength of the transformed kind under the sun will be reduced by 10 times, then by then I'm afraid it's even worse than ordinary people. What's the use of him coming with such combat power? Hearing Chen Luo's words, Nisha showed a bright smile on her face, leaned sideways into Chen Luo's arms and nodded gently. I trust you. Looking at the other party's eyes full of attachment and thinking of his next plan, Chen Luo couldn't help but feel a little bit of unbearable, but he quickly swept it away. Sorry, Nissa, but I think for you this may be the best choice. Soon it was located somewhere in this city, underground in a building, in an underground base with huge amounts of. What did you say? Chen Luo, he turned out to be Daywalker. In front of a blood pool full of blood, a vampire with pale skin, bulging veins, and a bald head who looked a little old suddenly cheered up with a flash of excitement in his eyes and asked quickly. Yes, Lord Eli. Phrase lowered his head and said respectfully. And in front of him is the king who controls the huge vampire empire of the Northern Bear Kingdom, Eli Maskinos. Over the years, he has been pursuing the secret of the legendary Daywalker in order to overcome the vampire's fear of the sun. Weakness. After the news of Blade reached here, he even sent several elite teams to arrest him, but because he was in another country, his forces could not penetrate on a large scale, so he was successfully countered by the other party several times. They all fled in embarrassment. Although he failed many times, he never gave up his plan to capture Blade. Originally, this time he wanted to send someone to ask for help from Blade to see if he could attract him, but he didn't want Chen Luo to be bumped into by Nisha. And he also asked him for help. When he knew that it was Chen Luo who came, Eli was disappointed for a long time, but he never expected that Chen Luo would also be unafraid of the sun and had the same Daywalker traits as Blade. After hearing the news, Eli was pleasantly surprised. Can't hide the excitement in his eyes, he quickly looked at Phrase and said, Freeze, I order you to bring Chen Luo here to me no matter what. As long as he can be caught by studying his blood, we will definitely find out the Daywalker's secret. By that time, the sun will no longer be our hindrance. Yes. Hearing this, Frazier felt a little excitement in his heart, but then he seemed to have thought of something, calmed down instantly and hurriedly said, But, Master Eli, regarding those mutants, it has not been completely cleared. If the other party is captured now, how should we deal with those mutants? A mutant. Eli's face froze slightly, and the cold light in his eyes flickered, and then he calmed down quickly and said lightly, Haven't you guys already found the weakness of those mutants? Since in this way, the mutant is nothing to worry about, I believe you can handle it too. However, to be able to find the weakness of the mutant, we still have to thank Chen Luo for his dedication. He has helped us a lot. Then as a thank you, after arresting the other party, give him a less painful death law. Eli looked ahead with a smile on his face, his eyes full of anticipation, as if he was already thinking about the scene where he successfully stood in the sun after studying Chen Luo's blood. When he was imagining a bright future, he never imagined what the future would be waiting for them. Oh, is Nisha's father going to invite me to be a guest? Looking at the respectful Phrase in front of him, Chen Luo raised an unknown smile. Yes. Lord Eli wants to see who is able to capture his daughter's heart. Mr. Chen Luo, Lord Eli has been looking forward to you for a long time. Really? Father, does he really think so? Hearing this, Nisha's eyes lit up, and she turned to look at Chen Luo expectantly. Seeing this, what else could Chen Luo say? He nodded with a smile and agreed. Okay then, I just want to meet. What does the king of this country look like? Seeing Chen Luo's actions, the light in Frazier's eyes flickered, and then he quickly whispered, Mr. Chen Luo, please follow me. Then he immediately turned around and began to lead the way. The three of them got into the car and drove all the way. After a while, as the door opened, the three of them finally arrived at their destination. Chen Luo got out of the car slowly, looked at the incomparably huge amounts of steel gate in front of him, and said with some emotion, So this is your base camp. It's really hidden. After all, we also have ghost hunters here. In order to guard against them, the base needs to be built more concealed. Phrase stepped forward, came to the password next to him, and replied while entering the password. Hearing this explanation, Chen Luo nodded and said no more. Soon, after entering the password, the door in front of the three of them opened slowly. After the three of them entered the door, they looked at another door in front of them. Chen Luo was silent for a moment and then said, It seems that Mr. Eli is really cautious. The protection is so thoughtful. Although he knew the plot a long time ago, when he actually saw the appearance of the base, he still couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional in his heart. The other party's character of fear of death really opened his eyes. Nisha and the two on the side were a little embarrassed, but they couldn't say much. they just quickened their pace again and hurried forward. After a while, when the three of them passed through 5 gates, they finally formally stepped into the base. Led by Frazier, Chen Luo and Chenluo came to a metal-colored gate as if they had sensed something. Suddenly, the gate slowly opened. "Mr. Chen Luo, please follow me." After all, Fraze took the lid and stepped into the gate. Chen Luo didn't do much hesitation either and followed closely behind. When he came to the room, what caught his eyes was an extremely wide metal secret room, which was divided into upper and lower floors. Huge amounts of the blood pool stood tall, and in the blood pool there was a very old-looking figure with its back facing them. "Master Eli, Mr. Chen Luo is here." Hearing this, the figure paused and a hoarse voice sounded. "Understood, you go out first." "Yes." After finishing speaking, Fraze slowly retreated towards the gate. Then the old figure turned around slowly and walked towards Chen Luo step by step. "Father." Nisha came to the other side and greeted him respectfully. "Nisha." Eli patted his daughter's head. His old face was full of gratified smiles. "You really have a good eye. I'm very satisfied." Nisha naturally understood what the other party said and looked at Chen Luo next to her with a rosy face, then lowered her head slightly and said nothing. Seeing this, Eli smiled, then slowly came to Chen Luo's side and said, "Mr. Chen Luo, I have really troubled you these days. If it weren't for you, we don't know how to deal with those mutants now." After saying this, Eli looked at Chen Luo with a smile on his face. "Since there is no need to worry about the mutant problem, it's time for us to talk about the next thing. After all, I'm very interested in Daywalker's secret." As soon as these words came out, Chen Luo sneered in his heart. This old guy can't bear it so soon. Although he already had guesses in his mind, Chen Luo still pretended to look at the other party with a puzzled look on his face and asked, "Mr. Eli, what do you mean?" While the two were talking, Eli returned to Nisha's side and then lightly clapped his hands. "Come out." The next moment, the door on the second floor opened instantly, and then hundreds of heavily armed figures rushed out from the door, stood around the corridor on the second floor, raised their guns, and aimed them in Chen Luo's direction. And among the hundreds of figures, the members of the Blood Alliance team headed by Frazier stood out. Seeing this scene, Nisha's face changed drastically. She looked at her father beside her in disbelief and said in panic, "Father, what are you going to do?" "Chen Luo, isn't he our distinguished guest? Could it be that the reason why you invited him here is to arrest him?" "That's right." Eli turned to look at his daughter. His face instantly turned indifferent. "Nisha, you should understand how important the ability to be immune to the sun's influence on us vampires is to us. I have sent people to capture Blades several times before, but unfortunately the other party is too far away from us and they failed every time. But this time is different." Eli looked at Chen Luo greedily and said in a low voice, "Now that there is a ready-made Daywalker delivered to me, how can I have any reason to give up? As long as I can capture him and study every organ in his body, even every bone, I will learn the secrets of Daywalker sooner or later. At that time, I will be able to create an army of vampires who are not afraid of the sun. With such an army, whether it is a mutant or something else, it will no longer be my opponent, and I will build an unprecedented vampire empire in this world. The whole world will surrender at our feet." After all, Eli could no longer restrain the excitement in his heart and let out a piercing laugh like a night owl. "Nisha, my good daughter, I still want to thank you this time. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have agreed to come here so easily. I've raised you for so many years, and now I've finally seen the rewards." Hearing this, Nisha's heart was ashamed immediately. Her face was terribly pale. As if she had been hit by some serious blow, she stood aside in a daze, motionless. However, at this moment, Chen Luo, who had been silent before, finally took action. Looking at Eli, who was laughing endlessly in front of him, he sneered and said, "You can even use your own children like this. It seems that you are really a good father, Eli." Afterwards, Chen Luo took out a ring with a special imprint on the ring's surface from his pocket, threw it at the opponent's feet, and said slowly, "I think you don't know this ring, do you? Jerry Normark, the original mutant that you transformed into what it is now, even your own son can do such a thing. I really have to say admiration." Seeing the familiar ring under his feet, Eli stopped laughing, and his face instantly became extremely gloomy. He raised his head, looked at Chen Luo and asked, "Where did you get this ring from?" Seeing Chen Luo smile in front of him, for some reason he suddenly felt uneasy. Sure enough, the next moment, when he heard what Chen Luo said, a trace of panic finally flashed uncontrollably in his eyes. "I think you already have the answer in your heart." Looking at the other party, Chen Luo said with a half-smile on his face, "This ring was definitely handed over to me by him, and after handing it over to me, he specifically told me to send it to his dear father." Now it seems that I should have fulfilled his entrustment, right? Hearing this, there was an uncontrollable panic on Eli's face, but then he seemed to have thought of something, calmed down quickly and said with a sneer, "So what? As my son, being able to contribute a little to my experiment is the only role he can play in his pathetic life. For the glory of the future of the entire vampire, his sacrifice is worth it." Of. Seeing this scene, Nisha at the side suddenly woke up from her bewilderment and looked at the other party in disbelief. What could it be that? Those mutants outside are also your masterpiece, he but your son, how can you bear to do this? For my great cause there is nothing that cannot be sacrificed, even you my daughter. Facing Nisha's questioning, Eli looked at him indifferently, his eyes were cold and cruel. Staring blankly at her father whom she had known from before, Nisha felt ashamed, with a sad smile on her face. She slowly came to Chen Luo's side and said softly, "Father, I know I can't change your decision. Since you want to kill Chen Luo, then take my life too." After all, Nisha turned her head to look at Chen Luo, her eyes full of apology, and said, "I'm really sorry, Chen Luo, for letting you participate in such a thing. If I had known earlier, maybe I was in Las Vegas. I will not invite you to help." Seeing Nisha's choice, Chen Luo's eyes softened slightly. He sighed softly and then comforted him softly. "Don't say sorry to me, you don't owe me anything. I chose to come here because of it is my own will." After a pause, Chen Luo turned to look at Eli with a smile on his face and said, "Besides, if I hadn't come here, how would I know the location of this base?" Hearing this, Eli's pupils shrank instantly and he subconsciously asked, "What do you mean?" Chen Luo smiled, pointed to the ring at the other party's feet and said, "Thanks to it, Norma must have received the location of this base now." "What did you say?" Hearing this, Eli's expression changed dramatically. Just as Chen Luo and his group were speaking, on the outskirts of this base, unconsciously in the dark night, a large group of humanoid creatures had already surrounded the place. Their pale skin, blue pupils, and the jawline extending to their throats all showed their identities. At this moment, there are thousands of mutants gathered here, and at the front of these mutants is a tall and slender young man wearing a hooded costume with a face full of hatred. And this man was transformed by his biological father and finally became the original mutant Norma. Looking at the base in front of her, Norma's eyes were full of excitement that couldn't be concealed. Her eyes were flickering with blue flames, and her voice was like nine hells which made people shudder. "Father, here I come." At this moment, the huge iron gate in front of everyone was closed tightly together. Norma knew that it would be a waste of effort to break in from here. Therefore, after some thought, he slowly turned his gaze to the building above the base. Building. Knowing the habits of vampires, he knows that this building is also the lair of vampires. Although Eli usually does not come here, there must be a secret passage between here and the underground base, so as to ensure that both parties can enter and exit. Thinking of this, Norma immediately made a decision and roared behind her, pointing at the building behind her and shouted, "Go, destroy everything here, don't let anyone go." Roar. All the mutants behind them raised their heads to the sky and screamed loudly, then ran towards the building in front without looking back. Under the all-out running of thousands of mutants, even though the guards in the building in front of them quickly found them, they were rushed by these mutants before they could stop them, and they were torn into countless pieces in an instant. Because it has not been 2 days since they knew the weaknesses of these mutants, except for some of Eli's elite troops equipped with ultraviolet guns, others have no time to assemble them. Without the weapons to restrain the mutants in their hands, everyone has nothing to do with these mutants. They can only watch the other party open that terrifying mouth and rush towards them. "Ah, don't come here, help, someone help me. Damn mutants, go to hell with me. Hurry up and inform Master Eli, mutants are coming." Wails, roars, and roars are intertwined to form a cruel and gorgeous symphony. Countless mutants are like ferocious and brutal beasts, madly rushing towards every life they see. Remnants of limbs and broken arms were flying in front of her eyes, blood splattered everywhere, rendering the surrounding buildings bright red. Looking at the scene in front of her, the corners of Norma's mouth raised slightly, and the blue flames in her eyes instantly became more vigorous. Ignoring the bloody massacre of all the mutants in the building, Norma focused on looking for the entrance to the base. Soon, in an inconspicuous corner, he finally found something. "Please, I'll tell you everything you want to know, don't kill me." In Norma's hands, he was holding a tall and strong vampire in the air. At this moment, his eyes were full of fear, and he kept begging for mercy, hoping that the other party would spare his life. Click. After asking the answer she wanted, Norma broke the opponent's neck instantly without any hesitation, threw the opponent on the ground casually, and then rushed at full speed in the direction the opponent pointed. Running wildly all the way, at this moment on his way forward, All life has been slaughtered by mutants, and no one can stop his progress, so it didn't take long for him to reach his destination successfully. Standing firm, he opened the door in front of him, and behind this door an elevator suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at the elevator in front of her, Norma's face instantly became extremely excited. She licked her lips subconsciously, and Senhin's voice slowly echoed around. "Wait for me, father, we shall meet again soon. Take the elevator all the way down," and soon the elevator came to the bottom floor smoothly. At the same time, the periphery of the elevator was already surrounded by dozens of elite vampire teams armed with the latest ultraviolet guns in their hands. As early as the first time the building was besieged by a group of mutants, someone on the upper floor passed on the news here. Therefore, after getting the news early, the base on the lower floor immediately began to prepare. But because Norma's attack was too sudden, they didn't have enough time to prepare, so it was their best effort to mobilize this team in such a short time. But even so, they are very confident. Although compared to the thousands of mutants, the number of dozens of people in this area seems so insignificant, but they also have their own advantages. That is, the only passage they are responsible for guarding is the elevator in front of them. Because the number that the elevator can hold is also limited, they don't have to worry about all the mutants above them swarming down. At most, they only need to face dozens of mutants at one time. Such a quantity with the weapons in their hands is completely enough to deal with it. However, when everyone was confidently waiting for the mutant to arrive, the moment the elevator door opened, the situation suddenly exceeded everyone's expectations. Roar. There was a beast-like roar, and immediately afterward, a steady stream of constantly mutants poured out from the elevator entrance, madly rushing towards the surrounding people. Even if this team reacted quickly and immediately turned on the ultraviolet light to meet the enemy, but after eliminating dozens of mutants, they were approached by the mutants that continued to pour out, opened their ferocious mouths like calyx and turned towards the enemy. Everyone bit down. No. Go away, damn mutant, get the hell out of here. Damn it, how come there are so many of them? We guessed wrong. I saw it, those mutants climbed out of the elevator, they came down the cable connecting the elevator. What? It turned out to be like this. We are doomed, no one can save us. Soon, the desperate cries of the crowd gradually began to weaken and then became silent. But not long after, the body trembled, and then, the team that had already lost their lives opened their eyes again, but their appearance at the moment was no different from those mutants. They had completely lost their sanity, and their blue pupils were constantly patrolling around. Soon, as if they had found some prey, they roared and ran towards the distance. Driven by bloodthirsty instincts, countless mutants violently broke through the blockade in front of them and then scattered towards the base in all directions, wantonly slaughtering everything in front of them. Although this base is the base camp of Eli's vampire empire, there are thousands of vampires stationed in this base. With the hard resistance of these people, they were able to stalemate with a group of mutants for a while. But because they don't have weapons like ultraviolet guns that can cause damage to mutants, even if they have an advantage in numbers, they will gradually lose to the attacks of these mutants and faintly retreat the trend of, damn it. Attack the heads of these mutants for me, as long as their heads are chopped off, they still won't survive. Someone yelled in the crowd. But even if there are other methods that can kill mutants, how many people can do it with this strength? After all, doing so meant fighting the opponent hand-to-hand, but those mutants were not afraid of death and launched attacks frantically. Some people were bitten right away without noticing it. Under the terrifying, infectious power of mutants, a vampire version of Resident Evil is being staged. In just a few minutes, the bitten vampire quickly transformed into a mutant. His skin gradually turned pale. His pupils glowed with a faint blue light. His sanity had completely disappeared. He roared and turned his head towards his comrades behind him, launched an attack. No, get out of here. I was bitten, it's over, I'm dead, let me go, don't kill me. The same scene reappeared, under the mutants' risk-taking style of play, coupled with their terrifying contagious power. In less than 20 minutes, the people who were still resisting began to collapse in an instant, with faces full of blood. Scattered and fled in fear. Countless people screamed and wanted to escape from the base, but the gates in front of them that were originally used to resist a mutant blocked their only way of life. Facing the pursuit of the mutants behind them, they didn't even have time to open the gate. No, he was immediately surrounded by countless mutants, and then he was bitten into pieces. Not paying much attention to the hell-like scene around her, Norma kept searching for something. Her face was full of unconcealable ferocity, and she shouted loudly, "Father, where are you? I'm here to find you." At the same time, Looking at Chen Luo in front of him, Eli was in shock when suddenly the door in the middle of the second floor opened, and then someone ran in anxiously shouting, "Master Eli, it's too bad those mutants have already arrived at the base. Our people are almost unstoppable and this place is about to fall." Hearing this, Eli's pupils constricted instantly and he looked at Chen Luo firmly. "So this is your plan. Use yourself as a bait and then expose the location of the base to Norma to attract him over. Why the hell are you doing this? What good does it do you? Do you think Norma will let you go because of this? Stop dreaming. He hates all vampires now and he is just using you. Even if you helped him before, he would still kill you." Chen Luo looked at the other party with extremely indifferent eyes and said calmly, "Are you done? Then wait for him to come over. Even if he wants to attack me, you must be the one who dies first." "Damn it, you lunatic." Eli stepped back quickly and said with an extremely gloomy face, "But do you think I can do nothing? To tell you the truth, there is a secret exit in this base. Norma, he will definitely not be able to find it there. As long as I can catch you and study your secrets, then I have nothing to be afraid of." After saying this, Eli immediately ordered, "Phrase, bring someone to catch me alive. As long as you don't kill him, the rest is up to you." "Yes, Master Eli." Phrase nodded, then looked to the side and said in a deep voice, "Blood Alliance team, get out." Hearing this, several people lifted their spirits and took a step subconsciously. "Lois Hart, Chuppa, Light Axe, Villain, Snowman, you all come with me and everyone else stay put." "Yes." Afterwards, apart from Phrase and his group who were walking downward, nearly 100 other elite vampires held submachine guns in their hands and aimed at Chen Luo's direction. Coming in front of Chen Luo, Frazier's face was full of solemnity. After all, he had seen with his own eyes before how the other party killed a priest who was not weak in the Blood Alliance team, and tore off the other party's head. Even if it was the strongest of Eli's subordinates, he did not have the confidence to be able to do so. Do it. If he consciously fights alone, he is definitely not the opponent's opponent. So after receiving Eli's order to capture him alive, he immediately prepared to take the other members of the Blood Alliance team together to start action. In his mind, no matter how strong Chen Luo is, he will definitely not be an opponent in the face of the siege of the 6 of them. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Chen Luo. Since it's Lord Eli's order, we have no reason to refuse. Just come with us. At least you can still guarantee your safety." Before Chen Luo could speak beside him, Nisha asked angrily, "Phrase, did you know about your father's plan a long time ago? By bringing Chen Luo to the base, have you already prepared to attack Chen Luo?" In this regard, Fratz was silent. "Sorry, Miss Nissa." Although she didn't answer directly, Nissa had already understood what the other party meant. Her heart was filled with anger and her eyes were flickering with fire. "Since you are going to do something to Chen Luo, then start with me." Before he finished speaking, suddenly, Chen Luo shot out instantly, his palm turned into a knife and gently slashed towards the opponent's neck. For a split second, Nisha rolled her eyes and passed out immediately. "Pick it up gently, then come to a corner beside it and then put it on the ground. Don't worry, it will be over when you wake up." After finishing speaking, Chen Luo got up and returned to his original position, looked at the group of people in front of him, waved his hand and said indifferently, "Then come on. Since you are so fearless of death, I will give you a ride." Hearing this, Guangfu, who had the hottest personality, turned red in an instant. His eyes widened and he said angrily, "B*******, D, what are you talking about? Do you really think you are a god? Can you beat us all?" At this moment, Lois Hart on the side suddenly sneered and slowly pulled out a sharp military stab about 1 foot long from behind. 2 blood grooves were engraved on both sides of the blade, and the cold light shone, making people shudder. "Chen Luo, you should have heard it just now, right? As long as we don't kill you, we can do anything. It seems that we can finally have a good time." Although Chen Luo has been unhappy for a long time, he understands that if he fights alone, he will definitely not be the opponent of the opponent. Even if Lois Hart thinks he is better than the pastor, in Chen Luo's hands, I'm afraid it's just a few extra tricks. But now it's different. There are a total of 6 people on their side, and when it comes to skills, they are also some of the best among all the vampires under Eli. But when it comes to single-handedly fighting ability, each of them has the ability to fight against 10 or even more. With a lot of strength, coupled with the tacit cooperation honed for many years between them, if they act together, it is not a problem to be 1 against 100. With such strength, he doesn't believe that the opponent can resist it. Thinking of this, the smile on his face became more ferocious. So at the next moment, a few people stepped forward in an instant and surrounded Chen Luo. Then Guangxu took the light and roared, "Go to hell." Then he quickly pulled out the double-sided axe behind his back, raised it high, and then slashed down in the direction of Chen Luo. He had no intention of probing. Knowing that Chen Luo's strength was terrifying, he had already used all his strength as soon as he made a move. The blade of the axe broke through the air in front of him in an instant and faintly let out low noises. Under the full force of the light axe, the force attached to the blade of the axe was already as heavy as 1,000 caddies. This kind of force was enough to split a person in half instantly. But it was a pity that Chen Luo was not within the range of these people. Although the opponent's attack was good, it was only good, and it was far from enough to cause damage to him. Stretching out his right hand just when the blade of the axe was about to approach, he gently squeezed it calmly and firmly held it in his hand. The axe is good. After I kill you, it can be used to peel apples for me. Chen Luo smiled and said with great interest, "How can this be?" Looking at the scene in front of him, Guang Fu's eyes widened instantly with an expression of disbelief. The veins in his arms were bulging, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remove the axe from Chen Luo's palm. Seeing Guangxu's sweaty face, Phrase shouted solemnly, "His strength is not something we can handle alone, let's go together." As he spoke, he raised the long knife in his hand, which was similar in height to the blade weapon, and slashed at Chen Luo diagonally. His actions were like a fuse, and the next moment the other people also reacted immediately, and they all made a move. Long whips, knuckles, daggers, and even Snowman's eye-catching nunchucks all greeted him at the same time. Facing the siege of several people, Chen Luo didn't intend to resist forcefully. When he moved his feet, his body instantly turned into an afterimage and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Before a few people could react the next moment, a shrill scream came and they subconsciously turned their heads to look, and the eyes of several people instantly widened. Plop. The tall body collapsed to the ground, and Chen Luo stood beside him with a smile on his face. He did not know when he was holding the dead head of the light axe on his gloved right hand. The long spine was connected to the ground, and the blood instantly dyed the ground under Chen Luo's feet bright red. Throwing his head aside casually, Chen Luo turned around, a smile slowly appeared on his blood-stained face and said softly, "The first one has been solved. So who will be next?" A demon-like whisper sounded, and seeing the corpse at Chen Luo's feet, several people shuddered in unison, their hearts full of fear. Deathly silence. In just an instant, the light axe died tragically in front of everyone. Even if several people launched a siege at the same time, they couldn't stop the opponent's footsteps at all. Looking at the head in Chen Luo's hand, for a moment, everyone's eyes were filled with fear. Fill up. Even Wei Lion, who is the partner of Light Axe, has no intention of avenging her at this moment. She looks at Chen Luo with fear in her eyes, her body trembles slightly, and she wants to escape uncontrollably. "I was so scared that I couldn't move at all. Damn, his speed is too fast. We can't be opponents, run away." At this time, what everyone didn't expect was that Lois Hart, who had the most aggressive personality, was the first to retreat, turned around and ran towards the second floor behind. The others woke up like a dream. Frazier and Villian started to run away without looking back, while the remaining Snowman and Chupa reacted a bit slower, just about to turn around, but the next moment. Chen Luo, it seemed to appear in front of the two of them in a teleportation. Seeing this, a sharp light flashed in Snowman's eyes, and he swung his nunchucks at Chen Luo while shouting loudly, "Quapa, you go first, I'll stop him." Hearing this, Chupa's eyes instantly became extremely struggling, but it only lasted for a moment and then was replaced by a trace of ruthlessness. Waving his fists and joining the battle group, his face was full of ferocious roar. "B**********D, do you want me to leave you and run away? Die together." He moved his body calmly, dodging the attack of the two people. Hearing this, Chen Luo's eyes flashed with admiration, and he said slowly, "You have the courage, congratulations, you have obtained the qualification to live." A trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of the two of them, but before they could speak, Chen Luo moved his feet and his speed skyrocketed again. The next moment, he appeared behind the two of them. The knife went down with two hands, the two of them rolled their eyes and fell unconscious on the ground instantly. After dealing with these two people, Chen Luo slowly turned around and looked forward. After being blocked by the two, the three of Frazzy had fled to the second floor at this moment, tightly surrounding Eli to protect his safety. "Master Eli, Chen Luo's strength is completely beyond our imagination. We can't see his speed clearly, and it is too difficult to capture him alive. What should we do now?" Facing Phrase's question, Eli just thought for a while and immediately had an answer. "Since there is no way to capture him alive, let's kill him. Although the value is not as high as that of a living body, even a corpse should be able to research something." After saying this, he seemed to think of something again. A trace of uneasiness flashed in his eyes, and he said hastily, "Hurry up. We are running out of time, we must leave with the corpse as soon as possible." "Yes," Phrase replied in a deep voice. Then he turned around, holding the gun in his hand, and pointed it directly at Chen Luo. Beside him, Lois, Hart, and Villian, who had just escaped successfully, were also on the list. B asterisk 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 D. So what about the speed? I don't believe that you can still dodge bullets. There was a sneer on his face. Lois Hart looked down with complacency in his eyes, as if he had seen Chen Luo's next tragedy. I will avenge light axe, you demon. Finally regaining consciousness, Wei Lion gritted her teeth tightly. Her lips were bitten and she didn't feel it. Her hands tightly gripped the gun in her hand. Her knuckles were faintly whitish due to too much force. Looking around, looking at the guns in the hands of hundreds of people above, no matter how confident he is in his own speed, Chen Luo doesn't think he can dodge all the bullets. Unless his speed can reach the level of Quicksilver, maybe it is possible. It seems that I can't keep this dress. Looking down at the clothes on his body, this is what Nisha just bought for him today, thinking that it will be damaged soon. Chen Luo shook his head, his face full of pity. Prepare, start shooting. Following Phrase's order, the next moment, everyone subconsciously pulled the trigger. Duh. Numerous bright yellow flames emerged from the muzzle of the gun, and immediately afterward, a constant stream of bullets poured out, hitting Chen Luo in the direction below. Among the crowd, Lois Hart pulled the trigger and shouted with a ferocious expression on his face. Die, Chen Luo, die for me. What kind of butcher shit? Go to hell for me. Chen Luo, you devil, I want you to be buried with light axe. Countless bullets hit Chen Luo's body, just when everyone thought that Chen Luo would be killed instantly by countless bullets. But the next moment, when everyone saw the changes in Chen Luo's body below, they were all in unison. His countenance changed. Countless bullets poured down, trapping Chen Luo in an instant. In just an instant, Chen Luo's delicate-looking outfit suddenly became tattered, and through the countless holes, one could faintly see the strong body inside that was like a knife-carved body. When the bullet touched Chen Luo's muscle, as everyone expected, the scene of the bullet piercing through Chen Luo's body did not appear. Instead, there were only countless crisp sounds, followed by countless bullets falling feebly to the ground. As if it had been hit on a super-hard alloy steel plate, not only did the bullet not penetrate the flesh and blood, but it shrank into a ball like a flattened soda can in an instant, without being able to penetrate an inch. In front of the ability of Chen Luo's steel body, this level of firepower can no longer cause him the slightest harm. Seeing such a scene, everyone's eyes flashed with horror. How is this possible? Li Lijiao, is this guy still human? Monster. Zun, damn it, bullets don't even work on him. Lois Hart's face was extremely ugly, and a trace of fear flashed uncontrollably in his eyes. He tore off the broken clothes casually, revealing his perfect figure like a sculpture. His tall and strong body is like a god in ancient mythology. He is covered in a hail of bullets, and his steps are not in a hurry. Everyone came step by step. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by his footsteps, everyone felt as if they were shrouded in an invisible pressure. Their hearts shook violently, and they were instantly filled with fear. Seeing Chen Luo approaching step by step, everyone's eyes were filled with fear, and their bodies began to tremble slightly, as if they were about to get up and flee at any time. Frazier noticed this situation for the first time, and he is indeed the best fighter under Eli's command. Although he was also horrified by Chen Luo's performance just now, he forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart just for a moment. Down. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and then he said loudly, "Give me a grenade. I can't believe he can still block it." As soon as these words came out, everyone woke up in an instant. As if grasping at the last straw, they hurriedly took out the grenade from their waists, and once again there was a glimmer of hope on their faces. That's right, we still have this. I can't believe it, this monster isn't even afraid of grenades. It will definitely work this time, this monster is sure to die. What are you waiting for? If you don't do anything, this monster will come up. Lois Hart yelled, and then he was the first to release the safety and threw the grenade in the direction of Chen Luo. Seeing this, the others did not hesitate at all and immediately prepared to attack. Seeing this, Chen Luo smiled coldly and said, "You have no chance." As soon as the voice fell, the next moment, Chen Luo disappeared in place in an instant. Now his speed has greatly increased compared to Dickens' time, and it is already 35 times that of ordinary people. This speed has truly reached the speed of sound. However, if such a terrifying speed is to be fully displayed, it also requires a considerable degree of physical strength to support it. If the body is not strong enough, as soon as it steps into the field of sonic speed, the body will gradually collapse due to being unable to support it, resulting in death. Fortunately, with Chen Luo's physical attributes as high as 50 points, coupled with the passive blessing of his steel body, it is very easy to support the speed to the limit. Finally, coupled with his huge strength of about several tons, today's Chen Luo, it can be said to be a humanoid killing weapon in the true sense. If it was said that he had to spend a lot of time dealing with these hundreds of people before, then now, with the number of this mere 100 people, if he wants to solve them all, it will be completely exhausting in less than a few seconds. In fact, Chen Luo wanted to play with them for a while, but it would be different if the other party took out a grenade. Although he is very confident in his physical strength, he is not confident enough to defend against grenades. On this point, he had done some tests as early as a month ago. Even if he has the passive ability of super speed regeneration, even if he is attacked by hundreds of grenades at the same time, he will not die, but behind him there is Nisha. If he is attacked by so many grenades, there is no doubt that the opponent will definitely can't escape. Thinking of this, Chen Luo didn't have the intention to play anymore. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and then, just for a moment, he came to the second floor in front of everyone. A silver-white flash of light quickly began to emerge, then quickly circled around the corridor on the second floor, and finally gradually dissipated. After Chen Luo finished this series of actions, the grenade was also picked up by Chen Luo, who returned to the place with one hand, and then he threw it upwards and exploded above Chen Luo's head. Bang. Immediately afterwards, there was a huge amount of explosion sound, and the air wave was billowing and the momentum was astonishing. But such an astonishing momentum did not have any impact on Chen Luo, and he was still standing intact. Looking up at the crowd in front of him, Chen Luo curled up a smile and waved his hand gently. Goodbye, Tubit. Seeing Chen Luo's movements, everyone's eyes showed a trace of doubt, but in the next second, accompanied by a sharp pain from the neck, they finally came to their senses. Am I dying? Everyone's eyes were suddenly filled with fear and they waved their hands subconsciously. Their eyes were fixed on Chen Luo's direction and their faces were full of prayers, as if they were begging Chen Luo to spare their lives. Please let me go. Luo's heart's eyes were full of longing for life, and at the same time, his heart was constantly filled with regret. If he had met Chen Luo for the first time, he should be more respectful and don't think about going against the other party. He shouldn't be so active in the siege of Chen Luo this time. But no matter how it thinks, it's too late now. Faced with Chen Luo's indiscriminate attack, their heads were cut off by Chen Luo in less than 2 seconds. Ask for flowers. The reason why he is still able to speak now is also because Chen Luo's speed is too fast. No matter how hard everyone struggles, they cannot escape their fate of imminent death. I don't want to die, help me. Wei Lion waved her hands full of fear and turned to escape, but because of her movement, the speed of her death was instantly accelerated. A crack slowly appeared on the neck, and before she could react, the head and body were separated instantly, and then 2 flames burst out and instantly burned it to a mass of ashes. We lost this battle. 0. Different from the two, Phrase's expression was very calm, and he was not surprised at their ending at all. In the face of Chen Luo's overwhelming strength, the strength they are proud of is like a joke, and they can't pose the slightest threat to him. Even if they try their best, they can't escape the end of death. In this battle, he lost convincingly. Master Eli, I'm sorry, I can no longer serve you. A trace of regret flashed in Phrase's eyes, and then flames rose from his body, and his body instantly turned into ashes and dissipated. Immediately afterwards, no matter how painfully the crowd wailed, they could only watch their bodies burn out in clusters of bright flames, and their consciousness fell into darkness. In just a few seconds, the elite force that Eli brought to arrest Chen Luo was wiped out. Now, besides Chen Luo, the only one left who can still stand in this secret room is Eli. Looking around, looking at the patches of black ashes under his feet, Eli's already pale face suddenly became even paler. His originally confident eyes were instantly filled with fear, and he looked at Chen, who was walking towards him step by step. Luo, there was even a hint of fear on his face. Chen Luo, you can't kill me. Nisha is my daughter. If you do anything to her biological father, then she will never forgive you. Hearing this, Chen Luo stopped in his tracks instantly. Seeing Chen Luo's actions, Eli was overjoyed and quickly said, Chen Luo, I assure you, as long as you let me go, I will never attack you again. Even my kingdom can be shared with you. Sounds great. Chen Luo looked at him with a half-smile. I can accept this proposal. However, before the other party was happy, Chen Luo's voice sounded again. But whether he accepts it or not is not certain. Hearing this, Eli's heart skipped a beat for an instant, and he subconsciously followed Chen Luo's line of sight. Then his body instantly became stiff. His pupils constricted, his face couldn't stop turning pale without a trace of blood, his lips parted slightly, and he said in a trembling voice, Nuo, Norma. At the gate behind him, Norma walked towards the two 910 people without any haste, and came to Eli looking at the face of the other party that was engraved in his soul. The corners of her mouth gradually widened, with an unconcealable smile on his face. "Father, I finally found you." Looking at each other, Eli couldn't help taking a few steps back with a stiff smile on his face. He explained tremblingly, "My child, what has happened to you is a dreadful tragedy, a dreadful mistake." Speaking of this, he seemed to have a burst of courage in his heart, walked forward slowly, stretched out his hand and gently stroked his son's face and said firmly in his eyes, "Don't worry, my child, I will find the antidote to cure you. At that time, when you recover, I will give you the status you deserve. My kingdom will be shared with you afterwards." He gently hugged his son, hugged him tightly, and whispered to Norma's ear, "You are my son and the prince of this kingdom. I promise you, you will get everything that belongs to you." Hearing this, Norma seemed a little moved, hesitatingly stretched out her hands and hugged her. Sensing the opponent's actions, the joy in Eli's eyes flashed away, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Norma's voice sounded, "Father, if you are telling the truth, then why do I feel that your body is starting to tremble?" Letting go of her hands, Norma took a step back, seeing the other person's face stiffen instantly. Her heart was full of sadness, but this sadness only lasted for a moment before being filled with killing intent and resentment. Holding the opponent's body tightly with both hands, Norma showed no hesitation, roared to the sky, then opened his jaw like a calyx, and then bit her father's neck fiercely. "No, do not want." Feeling the rapid loss of life in his body, Eli opened his hands subconsciously and kept waving and struggling. However, Norma didn't respond to this. She bit down and then pulled hard, directly tearing out a large piece of the opponent's throat. Flesh. The throat was bitten open, and as the blood continued to spurt out, the strength of Eli's struggle began to weaken. In the end, Eli completely lost the strength to struggle. His hands drooped powerlessly, his eyes turned gray, and he didn't make a sound anymore. Seeing that the culprit who caused her to become what she is now has finally died, Norma's face was full of excitement. She couldn't help raising her head, raised her head to the sky and screamed, and matched with her blood-soaked face, she looked very special. Ferocious. Awakened by Norma's roar, Nisha, who had fallen into a coma, slowly opened her eyes, subconsciously looked at the source of the sound, her pupils constricted instantly, and she couldn't help but speak. "Father." Struggling to get up, he quickly walked to Chen Luo, and the two of them, looking at Eli who had lost his voice in Norma's arms, his eyes were full of disbelief. Huh. Norma turned her head and looked at the sad Nisha, as if she had thought of something with a cold smile on her face. "You are my father's daughter, Nisha, right? Don't feel sad right now, I will send you to meet your father. This is the only thing I can do for him as a son." As she spoke, Norma casually threw Eli's body on the ground and slowly walked towards Nissa. "Wait a moment." At this time, Chen Luo, who was still watching the play, finally stopped being silent and interrupted. Looking up at the other party, Chen Luo had a vague smile on his face and said, "Norma, since Eli has been settled by you, the deal between us has been concluded. Now I will trouble you to leave. This base is now mine." Norma paused, turned her head slowly, looked at Chen Luo indifferently and said, "By the way, I also want to thank you for letting me find this base. But it's a pity, even though our cooperation is very pleasant, but who made you a vampire?" Speaking of this, Norma's eyes flashed a cruel, murderous intent. "Anyone who is a vampire should die." As soon as the words fell, he roared and rushed towards Chen Luo. Seeing the opponent's calyx-like jaw blooming in the air, Chen Luo frowned subconsciously and said, "You look like this. You really look disgusting. What did you say?" Norma raged for a moment, as if she had been touched by a scale. Her face was filled with mad killing intent. Her feet accelerated a few minutes. She came to Chen Luo with a roar and yelled at him. Launched an attack. "Die to me, dirty vampires. They shouldn't exist in this world. Stay away from me, I don't want to touch you, disgusting guy." Seeing the opponent rushing towards him, Chen Luo finally couldn't help it, raised his foot and kicked forward with all his strength. Boom. Just as soon as he made contact, Chen Luo's terrifying power of several tons was released towards Norma immediately. With a loud noise, Norma's body flew backwards like a shell and then fell heavily, hit the wall behind. There was no room for resistance at all. The moment she touched the wall, before she could even let out a scream, Norma's body turned into a puddle of flesh and blood, spreading flat on the wall. Right. In the blink of an eye, Norma, who was originally fierce and commanding an army of thousands of mutants, died at Chen Luo's feet, like a bug that was randomly crushed to death without making a sound. After finishing the opponent, Chen Luo turned around, looked down, and opened his mouth slowly. "Should you two wake up, how about it? Now that your king has been killed, what are your plans next?" Hearing this, the two people who had already woken up suddenly opened their eyes, looked at each other awkwardly, then got up and came to Chen Luo. Kneeling on one knee, the two bowed their heads deeply and said respectfully, "My lord, we are willing to follow you. Use the rest of our lives to prove our loyalty." "If that's right, get up." Chen Luo nodded lightly and agreed. Seeing the two get up, Chen Luo then pointed to Nisha beside him and said, "You have only one task next, protect her. I have to go out for a while. If I come back and see something wrong with Nisha, you know the consequences." The calm tone carried the terrifying pressure as heavy as a mountain. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from Chen Luo, the two of them sweated slightly on their foreheads and they responded loudly. "Yes, Master Chen Luo." Chen Luo nodded slightly. "Then you stay here. After I clean up the outside, it's time for those mutants to disappear." Immediately, Chen Luo immediately walked towards the gate. But then he seemed to think of something, first turned around and walked downstairs, then picked up the sharp axe on the ground, nodded in satisfaction, and then turned and left. When he came outside the gate, he hadn't taken a few steps. Immediately afterwards, not far from his left, a figure leaped forward in an instant, opening its 19 jaws like a calyx, and there was even a trace of crystal hanging down from the edge. Extraordinarily ferocious and terrifying. "Go away, don't come near me." Chen Luo didn't turn his head back. The axe in his hand cut through the air suddenly, splitting the mutant in half instantly. Facing this disgusting creature, Chen Luo even subconsciously wanted to keep a distance from him. Before he could get closer, he swung his axe, starting a ruthless battle feast. With a movement of his feet, his figure turned into a long afterimage, traveling across the base. All the life that I saw on the way, whether it was a mutant or a vampire, couldn't escape Chen Luo's eyes. Except for the vampires that hadn't been bitten, none of them escaped Chen Luo's killing. Two halves killed on the spot. Although he was not advancing at full speed, Chen Luo's speed was still astonishing. Coupled with his terrifying killing efficiency, he wiped out all the mutants in the entire base in less than an hour. After an hour of fighting, there are only 10 or so remaining vampires in the base at this moment, and only a few hundred people survived. As for the other 2,000 vampires, either they were torn into pieces by a crowd of mutants, or they were bitten by mutants. Injured and then transformed into a new mutant, including the original thousands of mutants, a total of more than 3,000 mutants all died in Chen Luo's hands. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood gathered at his feet, making his figure even more stunning. Because it was not burned with ultraviolet rays, these corpses did not turn into ashes and dissipated. Countless corpses that were divided into two parts covered the entire ground, and blood flowed wantonly on the ground, dyeing the entire base into a sea of blood. Holding the axe that was dripping blood continuously, Chen Luo looked at the red-stained ground under his feet. Chen Luo frowned, then raised his head and looked at the group of surviving vampires in front of him. "Come here, all of you." Hearing this, everyone trembled subconsciously, raised their heads cautiously, looked at Chen Luo's demon-like figure and said tremblingly, "My lord, what can I do for you? The ground is too dirty, clean it up for me. I want to see him back to his original state, understand?" "Yes. My lord, we understand." Hearing this, everyone was relieved and nodded their heads in agreement. Seeing this, Chen Luo nodded slowly, then turned and disappeared in place. Seeing Chen Luo's back gradually going away, everyone swallowed subconsciously, their eyes full of fear. Is this the strength of the butcher in the legend? It is said that this lord once slaughtered thousands of people by himself. I thought it was just a legend. Now it seems that Jian Zhang really can't be true anymore. Now in the entire base, except for us, everyone else has been killed by Mr. Chen Luo. That's more than 3,000 people. It's really scary. Master Chen Luo's strength should be regarded as the strongest among us vampires, right? And he seems to be a Daywalker like that blade. I really can't think of anyone else who can compete with such power. Just as everyone was feeling emotional, suddenly, a stern voice sounded. "What are you waiting for? Didn't you hear what Lord Chen Luo said just now? If you don't clean it up quickly, if you make the Lord unhappy, the next 10 dead will be you." As soon as these words came out, everyone woke up in an instant. A trace of fear flashed in their eyes, and they didn't dare to neglect anymore and quickly started to act. At the same time, Chen Luo has already returned to the secret room where Nisha was. Grown-ups, seeing Chen Luo approaching, Snowman Zhuangpa and the two hurried over. "Good job, you guys go out first. I have something to talk to Nissa alone." In addition, the mutants outside have been cleaned up, but it's a bit messy outside, so go and help clean it up. "Yes." After the two left, only Chen and Lunissa were left here. Slowly coming to Nisha's side, looking at her sad face, Chen Luo sighed softly and then said, "Nissa, I'm sorry." Hearing this, Nisha shook her head slowly. "It's not your fault. It's father who wanted to do something to you, and if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have chosen to come here. If you really want to say 317, if you want to say sorry, it should be me." After saying this, Nissa lowered her head and looked at Eli's body beside her, her body trembling slightly. It's just that I didn't expect that father is such a person. He actually did that to my elder brother. Maybe in his heart, Norma and I are just his pawns from beginning to end. Just after saying this, Nisha suddenly felt her body warm up, and then she was embraced by Chen Luo into Huichin. Gently stroking her hair, Chen Luo's voice became softer. Don't be sad. You still have me. Although it was only a short sentence, it seemed to break Nisha's heart in an instant. Her eyes gradually became red, and finally she couldn't help it. She threw herself into Chen Luo's arms and hugged him tightly. A week later, as a piece of news spread, after receiving the news, there was an uproar in the dark world. North Bear domestic. After Eli's death, the Maskinos dynasty declared its end. Afterwards, Eli's daughter, Nissa Maskinos, was all merged into Chen Luo's forces. For a while, the power of Chen Luo's family skyrocketed. At the same time, with the spread of a gossip, the name of Chen Luo's butcher once again resounded throughout the dark world, causing countless people to be terrified. According to this gossip, the reason why the Maskinos dynasty will collapse is because of the rebellion of Norma, the son of Eli. After being transformed into a mutant by Eli, Norma is determined to avenge her father. Relying on the terrifying infectivity of mutants, and the ability that can infect even vampires, in just 1 month, an army of thousands of mutants was successfully formed, and they launched an attack on the base of the Maskinos dynasty. And in this rebellion, countless elites were massacred by mutants in the process of fighting against it, and most of the dynasty's elites were completely destroyed. Even the king of this kingdom, Eli Maskinos, also died in the hands of his own son, Norma, in this battle. It was at this critical juncture that Chen Luo, who was invited to the base by Nisha, the daughter of Eli, finally made a move, showing unparalleled terrifying power, and wiped out all the mutants in the base. Slaughter all by himself. Including the mutant ruler Norma, they all died in this battle against Chen Luo. Although relying on the power of Chen Luo, a small number of people in the base survived, but compared to the previous grand occasion, the current Maskinos dynasty has survived in name only, and will never return to its former grand occasion. Perhaps because of this consideration, Nisha, who took over as the leader of the Maskinos family, decided to join the Chen Luo family and seek Chen Luo's protection. Therefore, all the vampire forces in the North Bear Kingdom also fell into Chen Luo's hands. After this news came out, it can be said that it shocked the attention of countless people, making them even more afraid of Chen Luo. If the previous rumors about Chen Luo slaughtering thousands of people in one night are still to be confirmed, then today's news is much easier to judge. After all, in the North Bear Kingdom, there is only one vampire force, the Maskinos dynasty, that controls it. There are countless industries. To judge whether it is really a big loss in strength, you only need to launch a test on several of the major industries and see the reaction of the other party. It must mean that the previous rumors are indeed true, and the result was just as they expected. Facing the temptation of other forces, the Maskinos family only sent 2 vampires to solve it. Seeing this, the other forces immediately understood that the current Maskinos family might have really lost their strength and would never be the same again. But with their current strength, they are in charge of wealth worth tens of billions, which can't help but make countless forces greedy. However, just as they were about to do something, Snowman and Chupa, the 2 vampires sent by Maskinos, announced at this time that the Maskinos family has now joined Mr. Chen Luo. For those who want to do something to them, Chen Luo will come to them personally to talk to them. Hearing this, they also remembered that the Maskinos family has already joined Chen Luo's command. If they want to take action against them, they must consider Chen Luo's subsequent deterrence. Reminiscent of Chen Luo's terrifying record, for a while many forces retreated one after another, but there are also a few who are not afraid of death. Facing the dialect of the Snowman and the others, not only did they not pay attention to it at all, but they also seemed to be provocative. Taking advantage of Nissa's inability to send people to guard the property, they directly occupied the magpie's nest and forcibly take it for yourself. Faced with such behavior, Chen Luo will definitely not be indifferent to them. After finding out the base camp of these forces, Chen Luo even came to the door alone. After finding the other party's base camp, he immediately picked up the butcher knife. For 3 days in a row, Chen Luo launched a bloody massacre again, and after destroying all these forces, he shocked countless forces even more. Under the absolute force displayed by Chen Luo, everyone did not dare to act rashly, and no longer had any thoughts about the properties under the Maskinos family. And after Chen Luo slaughtered several small forces, Although he also knew that there must be shadows of other forces behind these forces. But these forces are not easy to mess with, so Chen Luo has no plans to settle accounts with them for the time being. But after frightening the opponent severely, he gave up. After all, the current strength of the Moschino's family has been greatly damaged, and the top priority is to recover as soon as possible and recuperate. As long as the strength of the past is restored, even without Chen Luo's deterrence, they still have the ability to keep these industries today. But Chen Luo doesn't intend to take care of these things. After deterring the forces of all parties, he has already taught Nisha to deal with the development of the vampire forces in the North Bear country. He will solve it. So after staying here for a few more days, Chen Luo finally didn't intend to stay any longer and was ready to leave for New York. Regarding this point, Nisha also knew Chen Luo's thoughts a long time ago. Although she was very reluctant, she also understood that this situation is already the best choice. Realizing that she was about to part with Chen Luo, she could say that she was entangled with Chen Luo every day these days. So when Chen Luo left that day, even with his current physique, she felt a little sore in the waist. After bidding farewell to Nisha, Chen Luo turned and walked into the airport behind him. After 10 hours, he finally returned to New York smoothly. Outside the airport, Kasong, who had already received the news, immediately sent someone to greet him, so just after Chen Luo walked out of the airport, he saw a familiar figure waving to him from afar. "Brutal, it's you, W." Chen Luo stepped forward, saw the person coming, and immediately recognized him with a smile on his face and nodded slightly to him. "Boss." Seeing that Chen Luo recognized him, Bruto was very excited, looked at Chen Luo with admiration and said quickly, "I will be your exclusive driver from now on. What do you want in the future?" "Where to go, please just tell me. I will arrive as quickly as possible." "Oh, is that so, Newlies? Then I will trouble you." Chen Luo showed a gentle smile on his face and gently patted the other party's shoulder to encourage him. "Yes." Receiving Chen Luo's encouragement, Brutal replied with an excited face. Soon, Chen Luo returned to his base camp, Edgewood Mansion. As the base camp of the former Dickon, after Chen Luo got it, he had no intention of changing it. He also regarded it as his base camp just like Dickon. It has been taken care of by Blade. All the way to the top floor, pushed open the huge amounts of office door, looked at the figure sitting on the large chair looking at the documents, Chen Luo greeted with a smile. "Long time no see, Brad." Blade, that is. Brad raised his head immediately after hearing these words, and when he saw Chen Luo, his eyes lit up instantly. Without thinking about it, he dropped the document in his hand, and Blade quickly came to Chen Luo, complaining non-stop. "Damn it, you be ****D is finally back." While saying this, he dragged Chen Luo to his original seat, pressed it down hard, and then said, "Let's leave it to you to deal with these shitty things yourself. Looking at these documents every day these days, I'm going crazy. Don't come to me for this kind of thing in the future. I think it's best for me to do this kind of thing, huh?" Chen Luo looked at him with some doubts and said in confusion, "Why didn't I also ask Mr. Whistler and Kasong to help you? Isn't it enough? What can you do?" Blade had a look of helplessness in his eyes and said, "The old man will only develop weapons and equipment all his life, so how can he manage them? There is also Kasong, he knows some management. During the days when you are not here, most of the things are handled by him. However, our power is expanding too fast and there are too many things now and he can't handle it alone. And I can't play any role here, I still need you to sit in the town." Before Chen Luo left, he also had his own considerations about who would hand over the power here to 37. Among the vampires, strength is the most respected, and in the family created by Chen Luo, apart from himself, Blade must be the most powerful. Having him sit in charge can also play a great deterrent effect, making his base camp unstoppable. As for the turmoil. As for other management tasks, Chen Luo also asked Whistler and Kasong to share the pressure of Blade, because Chen Luo wiped out many small vampire forces a while ago, so the industries they left behind also need someone to take care of them. Not only the industry, but also those newly joined vampires also need a certain amount of education, so the burden on the master is also very heavy. And because the three of them are not very proficient in management, the busyness these days has also made them burnt out. Now that Chen Luo is back, it is understandable that Blade would be so eager to throw these things to him. After Blade left, looking at the documents on the table, Chen Luo also rubbed his head with some headaches and said to himself, "It seems that I need to find someone to help me share it." In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks passed. BJDB. After 2 weeks of overtime work, Chen Luo finally finished the initial handling of the affairs here and handed over all the properties under his care to professional managers. As for the thousands of vampires in his family, they were handed over to Kasong. Manage. As for Blade, because he is not very interested in these things, Chen Luo also arranged a special task for him. Now Chen Luo in New York is already the only one, and it will take some time to digest the current harvest, and will not expand externally for the time being, but the North Bear country is different. After the family's strength was greatly weakened, Nissa was in urgent need of manpower, and after the fall of the Maskinos dynasty, no one among the many small and medium-sized vampire forces that had been keeping themselves safe had been able to subdue them. The situation on the other side is also in turmoil. Under such circumstances, going with Blade's combat power just happened to give him a chance to show his talents, and he was also happy to go. After dealing with the matter at hand, Chen Luo also remembered the agreement he had made with Tony before leaving, and recalled the other party's face after losing to him. Chen Luo immediately dialed the phone a little impatiently. "Mr. Stark, I have your call." In a huge luxurious apartment, a huge amounts of carnival party is being held at the moment. Accompanied by the explosive music, in the center of the crowd, Tony was dancing with a hot model in his arms, moving his feet while telling jokes, making fun of. The beautiful woman in Bewley had a smile on her face. Looking at the eyes that the other party sent to him from time to time, Tony couldn't help but feel hot inside. At this moment, he even made a plan in his heart. After the party was over, he would take the other party back to his Sea View villa and then have an in-depth communication. However, just as he was thinking about it, suddenly, a voice rang from his ears. Looking back, Tony frowned subconsciously and said, "Happy, as I said, don't bother me at this time. No matter who is looking for me, just refuse to answer." But this call was made by you, sir, who set a special reminder, saying that you have an important bet with the other party that has not been completed. Gambling. Tony was puzzled for a while and then quickly reacted. His brows loosened, and his face suddenly showed interest. "It's him. Well, then you can call me." While answering the phone, Tony looked at the female companion next to him with an apologetic face, and said, "Sorry, Pooh, I may have to stay away for a while." Pooh nodded and then gently kissed Tony on the face. His eyes were full of charm. "Then I'll wait for you." Looking at the back of the other party leaving, Tony's heart fluttered and he couldn't wait. But he still hadn't forgotten the business, so he calmed down for a while and then came to a secluded place and connected the phone. "Hey, Chen." Hearing this familiar voice, Chen Luo smiled and was about to speak, but before he could speak, Tony's voice sounded again. "Look, man, I know I still owe you a dinner, but I'm afraid not tonight. I have a very important date. So how about we make an appointment for tomorrow night? I have time tomorrow." Hearing this, Chen Luo subconsciously raised his eyebrows. His eyes were full of smiles, but his face was full of regret and said, "What a coincidence. Tony, I'm already on my way to the airport. I'll be there in a few hours." "I don't think you want your guests to starve like this, do you?" "Oh, damn it, why did you choose today? My date was ruined by you." Hearing this, Tony immediately wailed in frustration, recalling the graceful figure of the other party in his mind, and his eyes were full of pity. After hanging up the phone, Tony returned to the spot listlessly. Under Pooh's astonished gaze, he suppressed the pain in his heart, rejected the other party's invitation, then turned around and left, got in the car, and walked all the way home. At the same time, almost at the same time, after hanging up the phone, Chen Luo immediately called Bruto and changed the itinerary. Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo boarded his private jet overnight and flew towards Los Angeles at high speed. When I got home, I checked the time. It was about an hour before Chen Luo came to the door. This time was enough for him to prepare a dinner. Today's dinner, I will make it unforgettable for you forever. Recalling the figure that caused him to miss an important date, Tony's eyes flickered coldly. He gritted his teeth and said with a gloomy expression. The doorbell rang, and Tony was refreshed when he had just placed the prepared dinner. A gleam flashed in his eyes, and then he turned around and walked towards the door. Pushing open the door as expected, Chen Luo was standing at the door, looking at him with a smile on his face, and said, "Long time no see, Tony. Chen, you're finally here." Tony also smiled and invited Chen Luo in enthusiastically. Then he quickly walked to the dining table in the living room, pointed at the dinner plate on the table, and greeted. "It's just right, you came over just after I finished dinner. The time is just right, so let's start. You're welcome, just eat." As he said that, he called Chen Luo to sit down, and then pushed the plate full of a large steak on the table to Chen Luo, patted his chest, and promised with a confident face. "This is the top-quality beef imported from Kobe. The taste is absolutely top-notch. Coupled with my cooking skills, it will definitely make you full of praise. Really. Chen Luo lowered his head and looked at the piece of charred beef on the plate in front of him. His complexion turned slightly black. Are you sure it's edible? Facing Chen Luo's skeptical gaze, Tony's expression was as usual, explaining. Don't look at it, although it looks a little dark on the outside, but as long as you cut the skin, the meat inside is very tender. And with my secret seasoning, you will never be disappointed. Looking at his swearing face for some reason, Chen Luo really believed his nonsense, picked up the knife and carefully cut the skin open. As expected, the meat inside was not as dark as the surface. At this scene, Chen Luo finally felt relieved. In his mind, as long as the steak looks normal, it should be unpalatable. Even if the steak may not be fully cooked and there is still blood in it, but he is a vampire now, such a little impact on it's not a problem at all for him. With this in mind, Chen Luo cut off a small piece of steak and slowly put it in his mouth. Vomit tilde, wow tilde, this steak is really good, it's delicious. Chen Luo kept chewing while giving Tony a thumbs up. Huh, is it really that delicious? Looking at Chen Luo's expression, Tony couldn't help blinking and looked at the steak in front of him with a puzzled expression. Chen Luo has no intention of explaining this at all. At this time, only actions can prove his thoughts. I saw that after eating one piece, he still felt that it was not enough, so he cut off a small piece and put it in his mouth. Seeing Chen Luo eating with a satisfied face, Chuo Diane couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Is it really that delicious? How about, I will try it too. Thinking of this, Tony couldn't resist the temptation. After all, he had only been home for about an hour. He was busy drinking at the party before, and now he didn't have time to eat. He was already hungry. Seeing that Chen Luo was feasting, Tony stopped hesitation, cut off a large piece of steak and put it in his mouth. Whoa tilde, damn it, what is this? Just after taking a sip, Tony's face changed drastically. He turned around and hugged the trash can under his feet, spit out all the steak he just ate, panting heavily, recalling the taste just now. He still couldn't help retching more than. After a while, Tony finally regained his composure, stood up and turned to look at Chen Luo with a very unfriendly expression on his face. He said, "You be ****D, did you do it on purpose?" Now he has also reacted. Knowing that what Chen Luo did just now was to trick him into eating the steak, and he was a little too naive knowing exactly what ingredients he added, he still believed the other party nonsense. Now that I think about it, it's a shame to throw it home. You still have the face to criticize me. Just 2 steaks, you put so much pepper and chili sauce. I really underestimate you, ghost chef. Hole, if you didn't spoil my good business tonight, I wouldn't use this method. Oh, that's really embarrassing. I deliberately decided to come to you now because I heard that you have a date tonight. How about it? Are you surprised or not? Damn it, you be ***D really did it on purpose. Hearing this, Tony's face turned dark for an instant. Looking at the other party, his fists gradually clenched. Seeing his actions, Chen Luo raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Why don't you agree?" Hearing this, Tony couldn't bear it anymore and jumped forward. Hole. Don't think that I can't beat you if you train like a bodybuilder. To tell you the truth, I have been practicing boxing every day these days. See if I can teach you a lesson, let you know how powerful I am. It hurts, let it go, wrote. Before he finished speaking, Chen Luo, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, didn't want to listen to his nonsense, immediately reached out his hand, grasped the right hand of the other party in his hand for a moment, and then swept it lightly. Tony immediately screamed out. Letting go of the other party casually, Chen Luo looked at him with a half-smile and said, "Why do you still want to try? Please, I'm not a fool. Why do you try something you know you can't win?" Tony stretched his wrist, gave Chen Luo a blank look and said angrily. Although it was only for a short moment, he already clearly knew the gap in force between the two, so he had no choice but to give up the idea of repairing Chen Luo. Sitting weakly on the sofa, touching his hungry stomach, Tony said helplessly, "Then what should we do now? How about dinner?" You must know that he doesn't have the habit of cooking, and he bought the 2 steaks before knowing that Chen Luo was coming. It can be said that apart from these 2 steaks, there is no other food here. This is your place, you ask me, how could I know? Chen Luo was also sitting on the sofa, looking at each other angrily. That's true. Tony stroked his chin and thought for a while. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up instantly. What do you think? Let's hold a carnival here. I'll contact you and let them bring some food along the way so that we can fill our stomachs and attend the party. Wouldn't it kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Turning his head to look at Chen Luo, Tony suggested with bright eyes. Good idea. Chen Luo immediately clapped his hands in agreement and then suggested, but for this party, only the 2 of us are enough. What do you think? Then definitely, how can I invite men to my party? Tony immediately understood, raised his eyebrows at Chen Luo with a smile on the corner of his mouth and slowly said, "Damn it, Chen, I found that I seem to like you a little bit." "Me too, Tony." The two looked at each other and smiled. The smiles were full of different meanings. Noon the next day, inside Tony's seaside villa in a large and luxurious bedroom, Chen Luo, who was soundly asleep, was suddenly awakened by the sound of arguing and opened his eyes. What sound?" Slowly got up, then opened the door and walked towards the living room. "Damn, Tony, why didn't you call me last night? Look what I missed. 2 parties in a row. B ******. Can you handle it by yourself?" Tony lay on the sofa, half closed his eyes, looked at his friend in front of him with some difficulty, waved his hands lazily and said, "Rod, can you say a few words less? I had so much fun last night, I'm still a little dizzy. Damn it." Hearing this, Rod's eyes turned green and his face was full of jealousy. "There are so many beauties at the party, can you take care of them alone? Also, where did you put my good brother? I used to never forget to call you every time I held a party, but now you are treating me like this. Okay, stop complaining." Hearing his friend's words, Tony felt a little apologetic in his heart and was about to open his mouth to apologize. But at this moment, his peripheral vision suddenly caught the Chen Luo walked out of the bedroom. After seeing him, Tony lifted his spirits and quickly changed his words. "Brother, I actually wanted to ask you to come and see me last night too, but Chen told me that he didn't want to see other men at the party. After all, he was my guest and I couldn't refuse this request, so I can say sorry to you." "What?" Rode stared, subconsciously turned his head and looked over. But when he saw Chen Luo, his eyes couldn't help showing a hint of wonder, his handsome face, and his sculpted figure that could be seen clearly even in pajamas. As a man, he also had to admit that the man in front of him was simply outmatched by the external conditions alone. Chen Luo walked towards the two of them. After hearing Tony's words, he spread his hands helplessly, looked at the future war machine and explained, "Friend, I think you should know about Tony. If he agrees with himself, how could he listen to me? And I saw it all last night. Tony was having so much fun. At the end of the party, he even walked into the bedroom with 2 big beauties. I think I didn't have you as a good friend in my heart at that time, Bar." "What, 2? As soon as he said this, Rhodes' eyes turned green with envy, and he stared straight at Tony. But before he could jump, Tony was the first one who couldn't sit still and pointed. Chen Luo, with an indignant look on his face, said, "Damn it. Chen, you still have the nerve to call me. If I count 2 too many, what about you? I saw them all last night. You be ******. D actually brought 5 back. I could hear you all night last night. Damn it, if I knew I shouldn't have let you stay in my house. And I can't even sleep well." Hearing Tony's words, Rhodes on the side was completely dumbfounded and looked at Chen Luo with a look of astonishment. His face was full of admiration. Facing the gazes of the two, Chen Luo waved his hands and said with a profound expression, "This is actually nothing. After all, we are of different races. If you are vampires like me, you can have such good physical strength." The two were stunned and a question mark slowly appeared above their heads. "What did you say, a vampire?" Tony rolled his eyes and sneered. "Do you think we are 3-year-olds? Do you still believe this? You are more reliable than a vampire even if you say you are a mutant." After saying this, Tony then pointed out the window and asked, "Rod, what time is it?" 12 o'clock at noon, Rhodes subconsciously replied. "That's right, it's daytime now." Tony snapped his fingers, then pointed at Chen Luo, who was bathing in the sun, and said, "Since you are a vampire, why do you still appear during the daytime like us? I remember right? If so, vampires should be afraid of the sun, right?" After Tony's explanation, Rhodes also seemed to react and also looked at Chen Luo with disbelief. "Since you don't believe it, then I can't help it." Seeing this, Chen Luo shrugged and did not explain. After all, he had already told them the truth. Whether they believed it or not was their business, not his own. "Okay, Chen, you have eaten dinner now, shouldn't you leave today?" Tony looked at Chen Luo impatiently and asked. Although Chen Luo's personality suits his liking, and the two can be regarded as friends now, after the party last night, he also understood another thing. That is, if there is Chen Luo at the party, his limelight will probably be overshadowed by Chen Luo. But this kind of situation makes him, who has always been in the limelight, unacceptable anyway. As if seeing what the other person was thinking, Chen Luo slumped lazily on the sofa and said, "No, I've changed my mind. Next, I plan to play here for a few days. But I don't have a place to live in Los Angeles, so let me just live here." "What? No way," Tony jumped up in protest. However, before he could speak his objection, Chen Luo's voice sounded again. "Then in exchange, I will pay for the cost of our next party. What do you think of this proposal?" Before Tony could speak, Rhodes immediately covered his mouth with his hand, nodded repeatedly with an unconcealable smile on his face and said excitedly, "No problem. Chen, I sure didn't misread you this friend, I made it up. But just after finishing this sentence, Rhodes suddenly thought of something, looked at Chen Luo with some hesitation and asked, however, hosting a party costs a lot, Chen, can you afford it? At this time, Tony, who finally broke free from Rhodes' hands, rolled his eyes angrily when he heard this and said, don't worry about 5'9", this guy has the same wealth as me and he has to pay for a few parties. It's no problem at all. Today, Tony has just taken over Stark Group, and there is still a long way to go before he will become a behemoth with a market value of trillions. Therefore, his current net worth is only around 100 billion, which is not much different from Chen Luo. Upon hearing this, Rhodes immediately felt relieved, rubbing his hands excitedly and said impatiently, then what are we waiting for? How about starting today? To this, Chen Luo and Tony definitely had no reason to object and they all nodded in agreement. Within the following month, Chen Luo, Tony, and Rhodes are singing every night in Los Angeles. Large and small file-size parties are held every day, and sometimes there are even 2 or 3 parties in a day. It can be described as crazy. Under the leadership of Tony and Rhodes, the 2 old fritters, Chen Luo can be regarded as letting go and having a great time. And even after playing for about a month, relying on his strong physique as a foundation, Chen Luo still looks like a dragon and a tiger, which is in stark contrast to the other 2. On the sofa in the living room. After playing wildly for a month, Tony and Rhodes were lying there weakly. They touched their hungry stomach after not eating for nearly a day. With 2 black eyes, Tony shouted loudly towards the kitchen, Chen, is lunch ready? I'm starving to death. Me too. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt something. Rhodes' expression changed and he quickly got up and ran towards the bathroom. Then there was a sound of 19 vomiting. After a while, Rhodes dragged his exhausted body, staggered out of the bathroom, collapsed on the sofa and said weakly, I can't do it. I have held parties for a month, and now I feel that my whole body is flowing. It's all alcohol. If I drink any more, I'm afraid I'm going to be in the ICU. Me too. Tony stared blankly at the front, then seemed to remember something, turned his head to look in the direction of the kitchen. His face was full of envy. Damn it. What the hell did that animal Chen do? Arrived. It's been a month and he's playing crazier than us. Why is he still acting like a normal person now? That guy is really full of energy. In my opinion, even if he plays for another month, it won't affect him at all. Rhodes was also envious of Chen Luo's physical fitness. If they saw Chen Luo's inhuman performance of 1-on-5 at the beginning, they still suspected that Chen Luo had such fighting power because of some knocks. But after nearly a month, if he took drugs, it would be impossible for him to behave like he is now, so in the end they could only blame it on personal physical problems. For Chen Luo's inhuman physique, the 2 could only shaking his head helplessly. At this moment suddenly, a burst of aroma came from the kitchen and floated in front of the 2 of them. Subconsciously taking a deep breath, both of them lifted their spirits, got up quickly, and turned their heads to look at the kitchen. Okay, it's done, come and eat. Chen Luo's voice sounded, and immediately after he came to the 2 of them with 2 golden fried rice plates and put them on the dining table. Gyudong, subconsciously swallowed, the eyes of the 2 of them were a little straight. It smells so good. It looks good. Looking at the food in front of them, the 2 of them who were already hungry didn't care about being reserved. They picked up the plate, scooped up a large spoonful and then put it in their mouths. Tasty. After chewing a few mouthfuls, the 2 people's eyes began to shine, and they buried their heads and began to eat wildly. In less than 3 minutes, 2 full plates of fried rice were wiped out by the 2 of them. Who comfortable. After filling their stomachs, the 2 sat down on the sofa with satisfied faces and let out a long breath. I really didn't see it. Chen, your cooking skills are really good. I really like this lunch. Thumbs up to Chen Luo, Rhodes said, very satisfied. Chen, what kind of food is this? I feel like I've fallen in love with it. I think it's necessary to add this kind of food to my recipe in the future. It's nothing, it's just an ordinary plate of fried rice with eggs. You can find it in any Huxia restaurant in Los Angeles. Chen Luo made a brief mention, then sat down on the sofa, looked at the 2 with great interest and said, you should be full by now, right? How about it? When shall we start the next game? Hearing this, the 2 looked at each other subconsciously and Chi Mo shook his head in agreement. Chen, I think it's better to forget it. The party has been held for a month and I'm already feeling a little tired. That's right. Party or something, it's getting a bit boring now. The 2 opened their mouths to evade insincerely, but their hearts were secretly bleeding. Just kidding, the party is so fun, how could they get bored? It's just that they know that their current bodies can't bear it to continue like this, and they don't want to watch Chen Luo eat alone, so they all agree not to mention it anymore, throwing a party at once. Is that so? That's really a pity. Chen Luo nodded, seeing the faces of the two of them now. He knew it in his heart. I think we can play something else. At this moment, Tony suddenly suggested, what do you think? How about we go on an adventure? Adventure. Hearing this, Chen Luo and the two were stunned and looked at Tony with puzzled expressions. That's right. As if thinking of something, Tony looked at the two excitedly and said, have you ever heard of the Bermuda Triangle? Maybe we can go there and check it out. Bermuda Triangle? Rhodes' face became a little dignified. I heard that there are often incidents of missing ships or planes, and the climate in that area is also very bad and the magnetic field is very chaotic. If we go there, it could be dangerous. That's exciting, isn't it? Hearing this, Tony's eyes began to light up, looking even more eager to try. 803 turning to look at Chen Luo, Tony asked, Chen, what do you think? Regarding this, Chen Luo shrugged slightly and said indifferently, I have no objection. Although it sounds like Bermuda is indeed a restricted area for humans, this is not the case for Chen Luo. With his current strength, even if he encounters an accident midway and falls into the sea, with his physique and self-healing power, even with swimming alone, he is sure to be able to swim out with the two of them, so he definitely won't feel worried. Seeing Chen Luo's reaction, Tony became more confident, turned his head to look at Rhodes and said with a firm expression on his face, don't worry, Rhodes, we'll take a look around the area first, and if it feels wrong, we'll retreat. There won't be any danger. In that case, there's nothing wrong with that. Rhodes thought for a moment, finally nodded slowly and agreed. Seeing that both of them agreed, Tony did what he thought and started to contact his private jet without any hesitation. Not long after that, they took Chen Luo and the two of them straight to the airport. After getting on the plane, fly to your destination, 10,000 meters high. A luxurious private jet is flying forward at a speed exceeding Mach 1, gradually approaching its destination. Inside the cabin. ARVIS, how long does it take to get to Bermuda? Tony sat on the seat, shaking the glass in his hand, and asked with a relaxed expression. There is still half an hour, sir. At this moment, a sound like mechanical synthesis sounded from the cabin. Hearing this answer, Tony nodded in satisfaction, and a trace of anticipation flashed in his eyes. I don't know what will be in Bermuda. I am really looking forward to this expedition. Maybe there may be any prehistoric relics. I really want to see the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Rhodes said with a smile. Maybe there will be an orangutan tens of meters tall. If we can find such a creature, then we will be famous. Chen Luo seemed to have thought of something, and a smile appeared on his face. Famous? Is there anyone in this world who doesn't know me now? Come on, I'm the famous Tony Stark. Tony rolled his eyes but then changed the subject and said, but if the creature you're talking about it really exists, it is a good research material. The three of them were chatting in the cabin. Chen Luo glanced around, a flash of admiration flashed in his eyes and said, but I really didn't expect that, Tony. You have already researched artificial intelligence. You have also realized the unmanned aircraft, which is really amazing. Although Tony is a playboy, his reputation as a super genius is not something that he has just blown away. Seriously, if this guy is given a while, he might even be able to research mechanical life. Speaking of this, Luo also nodded in agreement. As for the center of the discussion between the two, Tony sat on his seat with a face full of pride and said without humility, that's definitely, I haven't seen anyone smarter than me in this world. Not always, Chen Luo said silently in his heart. Among other things, let's talk about the future Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards, who is known as the world's smartest at Columbia University in New York. There is also his old enemy, Dr. Doom, who is not as intelligent as Tony and dumb. Although the two have not yet graduated, they have already begun to emerge. Thinking about it, in a few years, the wisdom shown by these two people is enough to make Cayenne Fan listen. In addition to these two, there are also a group of super geniuses such as Dr. Banner, the first Ant-Man, Hank Pym, etc. Among them, except for Dr. Pym's early retirement, everyone else is still unknown. When these people officially rise up at that time, Tony may not have the confidence to say this again. While thinking about these things, Chen Luo suddenly seemed to remember something, looked at Tony with great interest and said, by the way, Tony, have you considered moving your corporate headquarters to New York? Why do you have such an idea? Tony froze for a moment and looked at Chen Luo in confusion. It's nothing, I just feel that New York should be very lively in the future. I think you will be interested because you like lively things. Chen Luo shrugged and said casually. Besides, New York is also my territory. If you come here, I can cover you too. What, you're covering me? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't be kidding, okay? I'm Tony Stark, I don't need help from others. Even if something happens, I can handle it myself. Forget about going to New York. I feel that Los Angeles is quite comfortable. At least the number of beauties here is much more than New York, which is not comparable to yours. Hearing this, Chen Luo smiled and said nothing more. What he said just now was an idea that popped up when he had an idea. It doesn't matter whether it is successful or not. Anyway, Tony will move to New York in the end, it's just a matter of time. Then half an hour passed. While the three were chatting, suddenly the voice of Jarvis sounded. Gentlemen, the Bermuda Triangle has arrived. Hearing this, the three of them instantly lifted their spirits and hurriedly looked out the window. The location of the three of them at this moment is on the edge of Bermuda, about 1,000 meters above sea level. Through the window, the three of them could clearly see. Not far from them, a stretch of dark clouds covered the sky. The clouds covered with lightning and thunder, and the sea surface was shrouded in a layer of thick fog, making it impossible to see the contents clearly. But even here, the three of them could faintly hear the howling wind from this area, as well as the lapping of the waves. Coupled with the constant roar of thunder, it gave people a feeling of heart palpitations. Seeing the scene in front of them, the three of them were silent for a moment and looked at each other. After a long time, Rode hesitated and said, "Tony, why don't you? I think this adventure is fine. I suddenly found that the party is more fun." Hearing this, Tony, who was already a bit retreating, was relieved. He frowned, pretended to be hesitation for a while, and then sighed heavily. "Hey, I actually wanted to go in and take a look, but seeing how scared Rhodes is, let's forget it." Tony stepped forward, patted Rhodes on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Rod, you are too timid. Sometimes I really doubt how you became a major at this age. You need to practice more in the future. Look at me and Chen Luo, we are not afraid pass." "Tony is right, come on, Major Rhodes, you have to work harder, Manuo Zhao." Chen Luo on the side also nodded in approval with a look of approval. "Rhodes, hee, I suddenly changed my mind, why don't we go in and have a look before we talk about it?" However, when his words fell, Tony seemed not to hear, raised his head and said to the surroundings, "Jarvis, reset the course and send us home." "I see, sir." Immediately afterwards, when they were about to turn around and leave, they didn't notice at all that not far from the three of them, the originally pitch-black clouds were rapidly spreading, and in less than a minute, they completely enveloped the plane where the three of them were on inside. The next moment, thunder and lightning, wind and rain, accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind, the strong airflow instantly blew the plane to this side, shaking violently. The three were completely unprepared, their feet loosened, and they fell to the ground in an instant. "What's going on?" "Jarvis, what happened?" Tony yelled in panic. "Sir, the plane is suddenly hit by a strong airflow and has deviated from its original track." "What? So where are we now?" "You are now in the Bermuda Triangle." As soon as the words fell, suddenly, accompanied by a violent shaking, the dazzling red lights in the aircraft cabin began to flash continuously, and then Cao Weisey's intermittent voice sounded. "Sir. Due to the influence of an unknown magnetic field, the functions of various equipment of the aircraft have been affected, and the communication equipment has failed, making it impossible to communicate with the outside world." Ding, ding, ding. The wings have been damaged due to the impact of the strong airflow, and the damage rate of the fuselage is 30%. The plane is about to crash, please evacuate as soon as possible. Hearing this, the expressions of Chen Luo and the three of them changed instantly. Damn it, are we inside the Bermuda Triangle now? Rhodes' originally dark face was faintly pale, and his eyes were full of unconcealable panic. I don't know where the airflow came from, and it just enveloped the plane. It seems that our expedition was not in vain. Chen, when is this 203? You still have the heart to say such things here. Tony clutched the seat beside him with both hands, tried to stabilize his body, and shouted at the two, "There is no other way now, let's parachute out first. Otherwise, if the plane explodes, we will have no hope of surviving." "Then what are you waiting for? Where is the parachute? Before the plane explodes completely, we must escape quickly." At this critical juncture, Rhodes' qualities as a soldier finally made him calm down completely, and he began to think about ways to escape. As a member of the Air Force, he is absolutely familiar with parachutes, so if he finds the parachute as soon as possible with his skills, he also has a certain degree of confidence that the three of them can land safely. Tony also understood that the situation was urgent, but before he could speak, the fuselage shook violently again as if it had been hit again. A moment later, when the fuselage stabilized again, the voice of Jarvis sounded again. "Sir, due to the impact of the airflow just now, the fuselage was further damaged. Sorry, just now all the parachutes stored in the plane have been lost." "What?" Hearing this, Tony Rhodes' faces turned pale, their eyes could not stop showing panic, and their hearts were full of despair. "Damn it, then how do we get out? F***K, if I knew I shouldn't have come here to explore." Tony shouted angrily, if he could travel back in time, he would have to stop his idiot idea. But it is too late to say these things now. As the damage to the fuselage further intensifies, the plane is already falling uncontrollably towards the sea below. At the current speed, it is afraid that it will touch the sea within a minute at most. Falling into the sea from a height of several thousand meters, with his wisdom, he can already imagine what will happen to them at that time. Thinking of the scene where they were about to be smashed to pieces, Tony, who had always been cynical, finally felt the fear of death. Boom! Just when the two were panicking, suddenly a loud noise came from their ears. Immediately afterwards, before the two of them could react, the cabin door not far away had disappeared. Without the obstruction of the cabin door, the violent airflow from the outside surged madly into the cabin, instantly sweeping Tony and the two into midair, and then along the way. Flew out of the cabin door with the air current. Faced with such a scene, their brains completely went blank and they had no time to think. They just subconsciously waved their hands and let out panicked cries, but they were quickly submerged in the storm. And the moment the two of them were about to be swept away from the cabin by the airflow at the door of the cabin, Chen Luo stretched out his hand quickly, and then clamped the two of them in his arms. One on the left and the other on the right. Crunch! Under Chen Luo's terrifying power, his feet were firmly stuck in the steel pedals below him, leaving two deep footprints, as if looking for something. Yet finally, he seemed to have discovered something and suddenly said, "Tony Rhodes, stop shouting, what do you see in front of you?" Hearing Chen Luo's voice, the two raised their heads subconsciously. When they saw the foggy shadow in front of them, they seemed to have thought of something, and a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in their eyes. That's an island, A7. However, before the two had time to be happy for a long time, they suddenly thought of their current situation. It is true that there is a small island in front of them, but they don't even have a parachute now, and the plane is about to crash. Not to mention the chances of surviving when they jump out of the cabin before the plane crashes and fall into the sea. Even if they managed to survive, they were at least 10 miles away from the small island. Coupled with the turbulent sea water in this sea area, as well as the impact of the storm, the chances of them being able to reach the small island were infinite. Close to zero in such a desperate situation, even a genius like Tony can't think of the slightest possibility of escape. Thinking of this, the hope that the two people had originally surged suddenly became dim again. "Hold me tight, all of you later, I'm about to jump." At this moment, Chen Luo's voice sounded, looking at the sea surface which was less than a kilometer away from them at this moment. His face was calmer than ever. Waiting quietly for the plane to fall further, finally, when it reached a height of about 100 meters above the sea surface, Chen Luo's eyes flashed, and he made a move immediately. "I'm going to jump." The next moment, Chen Luo moved his foot and kicked back violently. Under the huge amounts of force, the bodies of the three people quickly began to move away from the fuselage, and then quickly fell toward the sea. Holding the two of them in front of his chest, Chen Luo leaned his back against the sea like a human-shaped cannonball. The distance of 100 meters passed in a flash, just a few seconds, accompanied by a huge amounts of explosion. It fell into the sea in an instant minister. With Chen Luo's body as a buffer, the two of Tony did not suffer much impact and successfully landed without parachute protection. Not long after, when Chen Luo led the two of them to the surface of the sea again, feeling the cold sea water around them, the faces of the two of them who were originally panicked were stunned, and it took a long time to react. "We survived." Tony murmured something, suddenly seemed to remember something, turned his head suddenly and looked at Chen Luo with a look of surprise. "Chen, how did you do it? Jumping from such a high place, there is nothing wrong with it." Hearing this, Rhodes also reacted, recalling Chen Luo's inhuman performance just now, and he was also surprised in his heart. "Didn't I tell you a long time ago, we are of different races and this little distance has no effect on me at all?" Looking at the two, Chen Luo twitched the corners of his mouth and grinned, two sharp fangs gleaming coldly, appearing in front of the two of them. Seeing this, Tony finally came to his senses. What Chen Luo said back then came to his mind, and his face gradually became horrified. He couldn't help shouting, "Mom F **K, you really are a vampire. Chen Luo, you be **D, you really didn't joke with us back then." Hearing Tony's shout, Rhodes also reacted, turned his head and looked at Chen Luo in disbelief. Chen Luo rolled his eyes helplessly, looked at the two and said, "Nonsense, if I were just an ordinary person, do you think I could jump from such a height and be safe?" The fact was, before the two of them, no matter how hard they dared to believe it, they could only accept the fact. It has to be said that a legendary creature like a vampire actually appeared in front of the two of them. And the impact on them was undoubtedly huge amounts of. But before the two of them could say anything more, the next moment the turbulent waves in an instant, the giant was swallowed into the sea again. But within a few seconds, Chen Luo brought the two of them to the surface of the sea again. Looking at the endless pitch-black sea all around, violent storms and heavy rains were raging in this sea area. The waves were turbulent and tumbling, and the sea surface was filled with thick fog. At this moment beneath the three of them, there seemed to be a huge bottomless abyss, which could engulf them at any time. Looking straight ahead, looking at the black shadow looming in the thick fog ahead, Chen Luo knew that if the three of them wanted to survive now, the only way out was the small island in front of them. As long as they can successfully reach the small island, then Chen Luo believes that with Tony's wisdom, he will be able to figure out a way for them to leave this sea area successfully. With this in mind, Chen Luo immediately stopped hesitation, turned to look at the two of them and said, "Tony, Rhodes, I'm going to swim to the small island in front of me later. Hold my leg, don't let go, you hear me." The two also knew that with their physical strength, coupled with the impact of the constantly churning waves, they would absolutely not be able to support them to swim to the small island ahead, so they had no objection and immediately nodded in agreement. However, when the two came behind Chen Luo and hugged Chen Luo's legs from left to right, Tony seemed to think of something suddenly, rolled his eyes and said, "By the way, Chen, I suddenly thought of a good idea. Look, if we sit on you, your legs will be free. Wouldn't it be faster to swim? Then we can get to the island faster. What do you think of the idea?" Hearing this, Chen Luo's face darkened. He turned his head, looked at this guy with an unkind expression and said slowly, "I don't think so. Also, you be ****D. If you dare to think this way about me again, then don't blame me for throwing you down." Seeing Chen Luo's dark face, Tony shrunk his neck subconsciously, smiled mischievously, and hugged Chen Luo's thigh tightly, not daring to make any more moves. Rhodes on the side smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to say a word. Hearing Tony's suggestion just now, he agreed with it at first, but seeing Chen Luo's reaction, well, he suddenly felt that this place is also quite good. Seeing that the two finally calmed down, Chen Luo stared straight ahead, took a deep breath, and finally started to move. With a sudden pounce, his hands began to swing rapidly like two spinning tops. Under the action of Chen Luo's huge force, the seawater was quickly pushed away, and under the huge amounts of force, Chen Luo led Tony and the two behind him like a black arrow, quickly passing through the sea. Even if there are surging waves in front of him, it can't stop Chen Luo's pace at all. With his terrifying stamina dozens of times compared to ordinary people, he swam for nearly half an hour without any hesitation. Exhausted, after swimming for nearly 10 miles. Suddenly, not far in front of Chen Luo, a huge amount of steel plate was floating on the sea surface, gradually drifting towards Chen Luo's direction. Through the familiar pattern on it, Chen Luo suddenly understood that this steel plate probably fell from the plane carrying them. Looking at the steel plate, Chen Luo suddenly had an idea in his mind. He took the initiative to meet them, and when the two were about to touch, Chen Luo stretched out his hands and gave a strong support. Then the steel plate stopped in front of Chen Luo instantly. After holding the steel plate firmly, Chen Luo turned to look at the two of them and said, "Tony, Rhodes, you climb on this steel plate. I want to take this steel plate to the island together." Huh. Why is that? A trace of doubt flashed in Rhodes' eyes. But Tony reacted quickly without saying a word. He immediately strenuously moved forward, swam towards the steel plate, and then climbed up with difficulty. "Come on, Rhodes, we will need this steel plate in the future. After all, we have to find a way to get out. If there are not enough materials, even with my genius brain, there is no way to create a tool for leaving." Hearing this, Rhodes finally understood that without hesitation, he immediately climbed onto the steel plate, and then firmly stabilized his figure, controlling himself not to fall into the sea. Afterwards, Chen Luo dragged the huge amounts of steel plate and swam forward with both legs. Because both hands need to control the steel plate, compared to the previous speed, Chen Luo's speed at this moment is more than twice as slow. In addition to the weight originally carried by this huge steel plate, the burden on Chen Luo is also then it got a lot heavier. But fortunately, Chen Luo's strength and physique are far superior to ordinary people, so he can bear it. After swimming for nearly 2 hours, he finally arrived at the destination smoothly. The waves crashed against the rocks in front, making a crashing sound, and as the sea level continued to decrease, finally, Chen Luo gradually felt the solid touch from his feet zero. Looking at the beach not far away, Tony and the two on the steel plate can't wait to jump down, stepping on the beach, looking at the dense jungle in front of them. The bodies of the two who escaped from death softened and immediately lay on the ground. Panting violently, holding the steel plate above his head, Chen Luo slowly came to the ground, then put down the steel plate in his hand. His face became much more relaxed. He exhaled lightly and said, "Finally safe." Now that he is already on the ground, Chen Luo can fully display his strength. Compared with the unpredictable ocean, there is no doubt that the ground will be safer. Looking up at the dark night sky, Chen Luo also called out luck in his heart. If it was still daytime, his strength would be weakened by half. By then, would he be able to bring Tony and the others to this place smoothly? On the island, Chen Luo is not sure at all. It seems that the island is still at night, and it is too dangerous to enter the dense forest to explore at this time. I think we should stay here for one night and we can talk about the rest tomorrow. Regarding this, Tony and the two who had already been exhausted did not refute at all and immediately agreed. Afterwards, Chen Luo went deep into the ocean again and caught some seafood. After the three of them simply filled their stomachs, they could no longer bear the exhaustion pouring out of their bodies and fell asleep. Definitely, in the face of this completely unfamiliar environment, Chen Luo did not dare to sleep to death completely and kept vigilant at all times. Fortunately, as the night passed, there was no danger here, and the three of them were able to pass through the door smoothly this night. The next day, with a ray of warm sunshine shining on the beach, feeling the warmth from their bodies, after sleeping soundly for more than 10 hours, the two of Tony finally opened their eyes slowly. "Are you awake?" At this time, Chen Luo's voice came from not far away. Hearing this voice, the two of them were refreshed and woke up instantly. Looking around, Tony lowered his head and sighed deeply. "Damn it, I thought it was a dream before, but I didn't expect it to be real, so we are living on a desert island now. This is really a nightmare." Rhodes' expression on the side was also a little ugly, but it didn't take long for him to quickly accept this fact because of his military qualities. Bracing himself, Rhodes stood up and was about to observe the surrounding environment. At this moment, he seemed to have discovered something. His eyes widened instantly, and he subconsciously let out 580 and exclaimed, "Look, Tony, what is this?" Hearing this, Tony subconsciously looked in the direction he pointed, but when he saw the scene on the sea not far away, his expression froze for an instant. "Are you kidding? There is such an environment." Within his field of vision, about a few miles away from the island, it was like a clear boundary line. Inside the boundary line, the sun was shining and the sky was blue. Outside the boundary line, the sky was shrouded in pitch-black clouds, with howling winds, lightning and thunder and violent waves churning like the end of the world. This was the first time he had seen such a strange scene. Looking at the boundary line in front of him, Chen Luo couldn't help but have an absurd guess. Such a scene, can't it be that island? Thinking of this, Chen Luo turned to look at the dense forest behind him and then said softly, "It's time, Tony, Rhodes, let's go and have a look inside." The two came back to their senses. Since there is no way to leave now, it seems that going to this island to explore has become the only choice. Therefore, neither of them refused, and they nodded in unison. Afterwards, the three of them walked together and walked towards the depths of the dense forest together. In the tall and luxuriant jungle, Chen Luo walked in the front to open the way, Tony stood in the center, and Rhodes followed closely behind the two, looking around with a look of wariness. Beside the few people, there are towering trees with a height of tens of meters, each of which is surrounded by several people. And in this environment, because the sun can't shine, Chen Luo can also display his full strength, which is why he dared to explore this dense forest during the day. Looking up at the big trees around him, Tony couldn't help but exclaim, "These trees are at least hundreds of years old, right? It's the first time I've seen them grow to such a height. If you look at it this way, then this island may really have some research value." Hearing this, Chen Luo also looked at the front thoughtfully and said, "Maybe we are the first people to set foot on this island. It seems that this island has been isolated from the world for a long time. I think there may be ancient creatures from the ancient times living on it, and it may not be certain. According to this, there might really be dinosaurs here." Tony's eyes lit up and a gleam of anticipation flashed in his heart. If there really are dinosaurs, then the value of this island may be immeasurable. Just as he was feeling emotional, suddenly, Chen Luo's face in front of him changed, and he immediately turned around, pulling Tony to move a few meters away. Just as Tony was wondering, the next moment, a long bamboo pole suddenly fell from the sky and plunged straight into him, in the original standing position. "Shit, what is this?" Following the bamboo pole, Rhodes looked up slowly, but when he saw the true face of the bamboo pole, his face changed drastically immediately, and he couldn't help but roared. Hearing this, Tony and Chen Luo also looked up at the same time, only to see a giant yellowish-brown creature more than 10 meters long along the bamboo pole nearly 100 meters up. This creature is slender, and its whole body is covered by a layer of hard yellow-brown armor. Its 8 limbs, which are about 20 meters long, are like extremely sharp spears, covering a range of 100 meters around. A limb fell, and some creatures that couldn't dodge were pierced on the spot, and then sent into the mouth of the top creature. And if Chen Luo hadn't discovered the opponent's attack in advance and pulled Tony to dodge it, I'm afraid it would be Tony himself who was treated as food at this time. Damn it, what kind of creature is this? How can it grow so big? Tony stared blankly at the figure with huge amounts of above his head, his face full of fear. It looks like a stick insect magnified many times, Rhodes said uncertainly. And Chen Luo at the side, after seeing this creature, immediately confirmed a certain conjecture in his heart, and his originally relaxed face gradually became dignified. Is this Skull Island? Hearing this, Tony turned his head instantly, looked straight at Chen Luo and asked, Chen, do you know the situation on this island? It's not very clear. Chen Luo also simply explained a few words. I just accidentally read it in an expedition notebook, saying that there is a mysterious island in the Bermuda area, and it is said that there are ancient creatures living in it. So far, I have always thought it was just a legend, but I didn't expect it to be true. Ancient creatures. Tony subconsciously turned his head to look at the sky and murmured with a flash of insight in his eyes. This is the only possibility. It is said that in ancient times, the concentration of oxygen on this planet was very high, so the creatures born were huge in size. Perhaps this island was not affected by the unique environment of Bermuda. Environmental impact, maintaining the most primitive style of ancient times. Looking at it this way, the creature in front of us is probably the ancestor of the stick insect. Speaking of this, a flash of fire suddenly flashed in Tony's eyes. He turned to look at Chen Luo and said solemnly, Chen, the value of this island is really too great. If we can escape from here successfully, we will the two join forces to take the ownership of this island together. What do you think of 08? Chen Luo has no objection to this, although he knows that the island is of great value, but to maximize its value, it must be developed without a genius like Tony. In addition, with his own strength, he doesn't have the confidence to monopolize this island. Considering this situation, Tony is indeed the most suitable candidate for him. Hearing the conversation between the two, Rhodes on the side was tactful and didn't ask any more questions. After all, standing behind him was the military, which was different from Chen Luo's. Once they got involved, they would undoubtedly fall into a passive situation. With this in mind, not only would Rhodes not tell the military about this, but he would also try his best to cover it up for the two of them. And this is the only thing he can do for the two of them as a friend. Then, under the leadership of Chen Luo, the three walked carefully through the dense forest and walked forward. And in the process, the three of them were eye-opening, as if to verify Tony's guess before in this dense forest, all kinds of ancient creatures appeared in front of the three of them, and Tony was even more amazed when he saw it. An ancient giant mosquito with the file size of a wash basin. Its long and sharp mouthparts are like a long iron pipe, which can easily penetrate into the living body. It looks very ferocious. In addition, the three of them also saw a giant centipede that can reach tens of meters in length, snaking and circling in the forest, and there was even a file-sized ants walking through the dense forest in groups, with a black carapace glowing. A layer of metallic luster, like a steel army mighty and mighty, no creature dares to step forward to stop it. The three of them stopped along the way, and saw many ancient species that only existed in books. Looking at these creatures of different shapes and sizes, the three of them were amazed and couldn't help but become more cautious. After all, the danger of these creatures is not just for fun. Although Chen Luo can fully display his strength in this dense forest, he is not omnipotent. Animals on land may be fine, but if you face those creatures that can fly, he is also helpless. If the two of Tony were captured by the flight creature, the possibility of catching up would become very small. Especially once the opponent flies out of this dense forest, without the shade of the trees, his physical fitness will be greatly reduced, and even the Iron Man and superspeed regeneration will be suppressed. In this way, even self-protection will become a problem, let alone saving lives. It was precisely because of such a reason that after several hours, when the three of them finally passed through the dense forest and were about to reach the edge of the dense forest, Chen Luo suddenly stopped. What's the matter, Chen? Aren't we going to the exit soon? Seeing Chen Luo's movements, the two of Tony behind him stopped at the same time, looking at him with some doubts. I can't go any further. If I get out of this dense forest, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you. Looking at the large expanse of sunlight pouring in from the edge of the dense forest, Chen Luo frowned, with a helpless expression on his face. I have a hunch that the outside world may be more dangerous than we imagined. After a pause, Chen Luo looked at the two seriously and suggested, maybe we can wait until night to go out. After all, night is our time. At home, I will be able to play stronger at that time than now, so I will be more confident. No way, after all, Chen Luo would not casually reveal his weaknesses to others, so he could only temporarily make up such a reason to explain to the two of them. So therefore, after listening to Chen Luo's words, the two agreed one after another. Fortunately, it was almost night, so the three of them didn't have to wait long. As the sun set and the sun dissipated, the three of them embarked on the journey again. Under the leadership of Chen Luo, the three of them walked slowly towards the edge of the dense forest without any accidents. When the three of them stepped out of the dense forest one after another, what appeared in front of them was a canyon with huge amounts of it. Under the moonlight, Tony and Tony could barely see the scene in front of them. Two huge amounts of mountain peaks stood on both sides, with a gap of hundreds of meters in the middle, and they couldn't see the end at a glance. And about 1 kilometer away from the front of the three, a waterfall poured down from the mountain peak on the side, and fell into the huge amounts of water pool below, stirring up countless waves, and the momentum was astonishing. Relying on far superior eyesight, Chen Luo was able to clearly see that around the huge amounts of water pool, all kinds of ancient creatures were drinking water around the edge, and these creatures were vigilant even when drinking water. It is full of sexuality, as if it is guarding against natural enemies. As soon as there is any trouble, it will immediately turn around and flee. After hearing the sound of running water not far away, the two of Tony, who hadn't replenished water for nearly a day, couldn't hold back immediately and whispered, "Chen, we must also replenish water. Otherwise, I'm afraid we won't last long." Chen Luo is also very clear about this point, nodded immediately and then said, "Then I'll go get some water. It's a bit dangerous over there, so don't follow, find a place to hide." The two immediately agreed. Then after Chen Luo left, Tony seemed to suddenly remember something, and his face became a little dignified. "By the way, Rhodes, maybe we need to find a place to start a fire first." "What? Are you crazy, Tony?" Rhodes stared wide-eyed, looking at him in disbelief. "Don't you know what this place is? Living in this place, you are not afraid of other creatures coming over." "No way." Tony spread his hands and explained, "The environment here is close to ancient times, and we don't know if there are any unknown microorganisms in the water source. If you drink it directly, there may be some unknown danger. So I think it's best to boil the water for our safety." This reason from Tony immediately made Rhodes speechless. After thinking about it, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Looking around for a while, Rhodes' eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at a corner not far away. Surrounded by boulders on three sides, there is just a space in the middle that can accommodate several people, and the only entrance is less than 1 meter away, which can be a good defense against the huge amounts of creatures outside, no matter from the concealment or the safety of 337. Sexually speaking, it is a top choice. Pointing at the naturally formed cave, Rhodes whispered, "Then let's go over there. It's well concealed, and if you light a fire there, it shouldn't attract the attention of other creatures." Looking in the direction that Rhodes pointed, Tony also had a happy face when he saw the natural cave and immediately agreed. Afterwards, the division of labor between the two was clear. Tony returned to the edge of the dense forest and found some tree branches as raw materials for starting a fire, while Rhodes was in charge of finding tools for starting a fire. A moment later, when the two came to the cave, they put the collected wood together, and then Rhodes held 2 smooth pebbles in his hand, and with the violent collision, sparks sputtered out, falling into the dead leaves below. Immediately afterwards, under the nervous gaze of the two, finally, wisps of white smoke slowly rose from the dead leaves. Seeing this scene, both of them showed excitement on their faces. After a while, a small fire was set up in front of the two of them. Looking at the warm and bright flames in front of them and feeling the long-lost warmth, the two of them immediately felt a lot more relaxed. However, at this time, the two of them didn't notice at all. Along with the flame rising, the heat generated in this cave also attracted the attention of a certain creature. It is 100 meters away from this cave. In a huge bottomless pit, accompanied by the sound of crawling, a moment later, a huge creature about 7 or 8 meters in length rushed out of the hole. This creature is like a monitor lizard that has been magnified hundreds of times. Its whole body is covered with gray-black skin. There are sharp claws on the ends of its limbs, and there is a faint layer of metallic luster on it. It can easily penetrate rocks, and it is because of the sharp claws under its feet that it can freely walk through the cliffs of the mountains, which is extremely flexible. The most notable thing is that the head of this creature is covered by a layer of white bone mask, which looks like a skeleton, which is daunting. This kind of creature is exactly the terrifying creature that is King Kong's old enemy, the skeleton monitor lizard. As the well-deserved overlord creature on this island, the skeleton monitor lizard not only has extremely strong flexibility and explosive power, but also has a super strong bite force. It can be said that as long as they become adults, there is no other creature except King Kong, their opponents. And more importantly, the skeleton monitor lizard is also a social creature. They usually live deep underground. When they need to hunt, they go out in groups to hunt. It's okay if you meet 2 or 3, but if you meet 5, if the number is more than that, even an overlord like King Kong will have to stay away. Unfortunately, it was such a terrifying creature that had already quietly followed them without Tony, and the two of them realizing it. Because of living underground all year round, the eyesight of the skeleton monitor lizards has been severely degraded, but correspondingly, they have also evolved another perception method, thermal energy perception. It is precisely because of this perception method that they are extremely sensitive to heat. Therefore, when Tony and the two lit a fire, they immediately attracted the attention of the skeleton monitor lizard. Although its body length has reached about 7 or 8 meters, but such a body is still young in this group. And it is far from the age to go out to hunt, but perhaps because it has no parents to take care of it, it has been underground for several days. After not eating, it finally couldn't stand it anymore and crawled out of the ground on its own initiative. The cold and cruel eyes turned to the cave where the two were. The skeleton monitor slowly crawled forward, like a natural hunter, without causing the slightest movement, and gradually approached the entrance of the cave. As a shadow gradually came in, covering the light of the flame, the two finally became alert, turned their heads subconsciously, and looked out of the cave. However, just looking at it like this, the hairs of the two stood on end, their scalps felt a little numb, they stood up subconsciously and quickly moved towards the stone wall behind them. Shit, what the hell is this? Looking at the huge and hideous figure that poked its head into the cave and struggled to get in, the eyes of the two couldn't help but be filled with panic. Because of Chen Luo's protection during the day, the two of them haven't encountered any danger. But the situation is different now. Without Chen Luo's side, it's the first time for them to face this terrifying creature. Looking at the hideous skull mask that was less than 2 meters away from them, the two of them were once again shrouded in the shadow of death. At this critical juncture, the two no longer cared about hiding and started calling for help loudly without even thinking about it. Help, Chen, come back soon. Chen, if you don't come back, we will be eaten by this damn monster. Chen Luo, help me. Seeing the monster in front of them keep opening its mouth and roaring, the two couldn't help feeling cold all over their bodies and subconsciously wanted to escape. But at this moment, the only exit was tightly blocked by this monster, and there was no escape at all. Space. Just when the two were extremely desperate, the next moment, the roar of the monster suddenly stopped. And then, under the shocked gaze of the two, the monster was quickly pulled out of the hole and disappeared in front of the two. Seeing this scene, the two people's cries for help stopped instantly, and at the same time they immediately reacted, realizing something, and came to the entrance of the cave to check. Sure enough, on the way back, Chen Luo was attracted by the cries of the two for help. As soon as he came to the entrance of the cave, he found a skeleton monitor lizard in front of the cave. Knowing that the two were in danger, Chen Luo went to the cave immediately. Rescue ahead. Dragging the monitor lizard's slender tail, the muscles all over his body tightened and he exerted his strength suddenly. Under his enormous strength, dozens of times that of ordinary people, this young skeleton monitor lizard had no room to resist at all, and was instantly dragged out by Chen Luo and thrown aside. Chen Luo, who knew the other party's habits, did not dare to let the other party go. If the other party brought more skeleton monitor lizards here, they would be really in danger. As soon as he thought of this, Chen Luo suddenly had a killing intent in his heart. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chen Luo moved his feet and disappeared instantly. The next moment, when Chen Luo appeared again, he landed on the opponent's back, aimed at the opponent's neck, and threw out a punch with all his strength. Roar. Accompanied by the monitor lizard roaring with huge amounts of, under Chen Luo's full force, a huge amount of blood hole exploded in the opponent's neck instantly. Blood continued to flow out of the blood hole, and the severe pain instantly spread throughout the monitor lizard's body. Stimulated by the pain, the monitor lizard became more and more crazy, jumping and shaking its head constantly, as if trying to throw Chen Luo off its body. But its performance like this was completely painless to Chen Luo. The sharp nails of both hands stretched out instantly, piercing deeply into the opponent's body and firmly attached to it, without any sign of being thrown off. At the same time, Chen Luo kept moving, one hand fixed his body and the other hand kept waving, throwing towards the opponent's wound. Punch after punch, with each punch, the wound on the opponent's neck became bigger and bigger, and the speed of blood flow continued to accelerate. With the continuous loss of blood in the body, the monitor lizard finally lost its previous vitality, and the powerless he collapsed on the ground, gradually losing his breath. Well done. After confirming that the other party was completely dead, Chen Luo finally felt relieved, jumped off the other party's body, took a large piece of flesh and blood from the other party's body, and then walked towards the cave where Tony and the two were. Coming into the cave, Chen Luo looked at the two people whose faces were still pale and said with some amusement, "I said, aren't you all scared stupid?" Hearing this, the two couldn't help rolling their eyes immediately. "Do you think we are all like you? Please, we are just ordinary people. Can we not be afraid when we encounter such monsters?" "That's true." Chen Luo nodded in agreement, then changed the topic and said, "Then, if I transform you into vampires, what do you think?" Hearing this, the two of them froze in place for an instant. After a long while, the two finally came to their senses, looked at Chen Luo uncertainly and said, "Are you serious?" "If you want," Chen Luo said with a smile. Hearing Chen Luo's answer and recalling Chen Luo's previous performance, the two of them had a look of excitement in their eyes, but after that they didn't know what they thought of and finally shook their heads slowly and refused. This tempting proposition. Forget it. "I think it's good to be an ordinary human being." Tony shrugged, but his face was extremely confident, "And even if I am an ordinary person with my genius-like brain, it may not be possible in the future. I will lose to you, Chen. I never doubted that." Chen Luo nodded slightly, his face full of approval. "I'm quite interested, but you all know who I am. If I become a vampire, I will definitely be questioned by the people above. I don't want to cause such trouble. But if one day I don't want to work there, maybe I will consider this proposal at that time." Rhodes also stated his reasons, and Chen Luo also expressed his understanding. Then the three of them roasted the piece of flesh brought by Chen Luo on the fire. After eating and drinking enough, seeing that the two had recovered most of their physical strength, Chen Luo spoke again, talking about what he had just said. "What I learned when fetching water 590. "What, Chen, you mean you just saw a plane wreckage?" Tony stood up suddenly, looked at Chen Luo with bright eyes and asked, "That's right." Chen Luo nodded and said thoughtfully in his eyes, "Besides, it seems that the wreckage has been there for some years, and I think it must have been affected by the storm, so it crashed on this place. Island, these are not important." Tony didn't want to care about the cause of the plane crash, and now he was more concerned about whether he could find what he needed on the wreckage of the plane. After all, no matter how talented he is, without the corresponding tools and materials, he has nowhere to start. Therefore, after hearing the news from Chen Luo, he will appear so urgent. As long as he can find something in this wreckage, then his ability will undoubtedly play its due role. "Where's the wreckage? Take me there. I'll find out if there's anything useful inside." Seeing Tony's eager face, Chen Luo immediately nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Then, under the leadership of Chen Luo, the three of them walked all the way, taking advantage of the cover of the night biege, and after walking for about an hour, Chen Luo finally stopped. "It's here." Chen Luo stepped forward, pointed to the huge figure not far away that had already been entwined by vines, and then turned to look at Tony. "It's up to you, Tony." Tony nodded solemnly, then came to the front of the fuselage, reached out and gently stroked the wreckage in front of him. A glint of hope flashed in his eyes. Soon, half an hour passed. Just as Chen Luo and Rhodes were guarding around, suddenly, Tony's voice full of excitement came. "Great, the plane's engine is still there." Excitedly, Tony came to Chen Luo and asked Chen Luo to help him disassemble the engine on the plane. Then he went to the console, disassembled some instruments with different shapes, and then greeted him and planned to leave. "Is it enough to bring these things?" Rhodes asked curiously. "This is the only thing that can be used here," Tony nodded and replied. "But as long as we have this engine, our trip will be worthwhile." Looking at the rust-stained engine beside him, Tony showed a sincere smile on his face. After some thinking, Tony finally decided on a way for the three of them to leave the island. That is to build another plane and fly out of the sea. But because of the unique environment in this sea area, if the plane's speed is not fast enough, it may be involved in the surging storm at any time and end up crashing. Therefore, after his calculations, in order for the plane to pass through this sea area as far as possible, the speed of the plane must reach at least Mach 2 to do so. And to achieve such a speed, a powerful enough the engine is essential. Although the engine that has been dismantled from the wreckage of the plane is quite old now, and some of its parts are even aging, this is not a problem for Tony at all. Able to meet your own requirements. Now that the most important parts have been obtained, what remains is to collect a large amount of steel to make the fuselage. The previous wreckage was too damaged and the steel could no longer be used, so it could only be collected elsewhere. Regarding this point, after seeing the wreckage of the plane that crashed on the island, Tony also had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Since the plane crash can be found here, there may be other wreckage left in other places on the island. Uncertain. If he really can't find it, then he can only try to find ore to make steel by himself. But it will undoubtedly take more time to do so, and he will not try that method unless it is absolutely necessary. Although the road ahead is still a bit bumpy, but anyway, at least there is a little hope. After realizing that he might leave the island, Tony instantly became full of energy and his brain began to work rapidly. Soon, he had a new idea. When the three returned to the cave again, Tony immediately said to the two, "Next, I plan to open up and expand this cave. In addition to being used for rest, I also plan to expand a workshop. In addition to modifying the engine, I also want to make some weapons to deal with those monsters. So it can be expected that we will probably stay here for quite a long time in the future. However, in order to successfully produce what I want, I still need a lot of materials. So regarding the collection of materials, Chen, I will trouble you." Chen Luo had no objection to this and nodded immediately. "What about me?" Seeing this, Rhodes asked unwillingly. "Rod, you are responsible for guarding outside. Oh, and if I need it, you can also come down and help me do chores," Tony said with a relaxed face. "What?" Rhodes complained with some displeasure. "You asked me, a majestic major, to watch the door for you and also work part-time as a miscellaneous. Are you underestimating me? Huh, then you mean you want to change with Chen?" Rhodes' face froze and he immediately said righteously, "I suddenly found that the job of guarding the door is quite suitable for me. There is no need to change it. Hee. Now that it has been decided to station here temporarily, it is time to get back the steel plate that was placed on the beach." Then, taking advantage of the darkness, Chen Luo walked through the dense forest behind him alone. Under his full speed running, it took less than an hour to drag huge amounts of steel plates back to the original place. Immediately afterwards, because of Chen Luo, a strong and enduring perfect labor force, Tony also unceremoniously entrusted him with the task of digging the cave, and Chen Luo had no choice but to accept it. Fortunately, Chen Luo possesses the strength of several tons. With just one punch, a big hole explodes in the stone wall in front of him. Relying on the passivity of the steel body, there is no need to worry about the risk of injury. As Chen Luo keeps moving forward with punches, the space in front of him is getting bigger and bigger. Relying on such a simple and direct excavation method, Chen Luo successfully expanded a huge space of about 200 square meters in about 2 hours. The space is divided into two places, one for rest and the other for as Tony's workplace. Looking at the fruits of Chen Luo's labor, the two couldn't help but be amazed. "Chen, I can swear. If you go to work as a construction worker, I'm afraid everyone else will lose their jobs." Facing Tony's ridicule, Chen Luo couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said, "I'm really regretting it now. If I transform you all into vampires, won't I be required to do the hard work, Tilda?" Hearing this, Tony's smile faltered, and then he pretended not to hear it and changed the subject naturally. "By the way, Chen, don't bother you to help me deal with it. I need to do some madness first." Chen Luo, for some reason, he suddenly had a premonition that he might have to wear this tool man for quite a while. Although he was cursing and cursing but facing Tony's request, Chen Luo still completed. Time passed by, and before he knew it, the sky was getting brighter. And after working all night, the results are very gratifying. At least the various tools Tony needs are finally successfully built with the help of Chen Luo, a tool man. In addition to the tools, Chen Luo and Rod are even more excited about the fact that Tony did not know what changes Tony made to the engine removed from the wreckage of the plane. Now it can act as a generator, and Tony in the overnight rush, this underground base has been covered by bright lights at this moment. With the full cooperation of Chen Luo, Tony's ability has been brought into full play. In just one night, the three of them have entered the electrical age by leaps and bounds. Now in this base, we can faintly see the modern society some shadows. Looking at the changes here, Chen Luo was also full of admiration for Tony's ability, and at the same time he was full of confidence that they could successfully escape from the island. And Tony didn't let him down. In the following 2 days, as the materials brought by Chen Luo were gradually consumed, Tony also transformed these materials into weapons one by one and placed them in front of Chen Luo. This is individual bazooka. Looking at the things on the ground, Rhodes subconsciously opened his eyes wide. Looking over one by one, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Submachine guns, grenades, good guys, even mortars. Pick it up and look at it carefully for a moment. As a soldier, Rhodes caressed the gun in his hand a little fondly and looked at the gun with excitement in his eyes. Tony said, "Can I take these out and try them out? Let me see how powerful they are." If they are really the same as the original version, we won't be powerless to fight back against the previous creatures. Facing Rhodes' inquiry, Tony shrugged, shook his head and said, "Not yet. Although these weapons have been produced, there is still a lack of corresponding ammunition. Regarding gunpowder, corresponding raw materials are also needed to make them, and I don't have them yet." After saying this, Tony then turned his head to look in Chen Luo's direction and said seriously, "So regarding the matter of finding raw materials, I'll leave it to you." Rubbing the center of his brows with a slight headache, Chen Luo said helplessly, "That's the only way to go." Because Chen Luo will go out to look for raw materials for making airplanes in the future, it is absolutely necessary for Tony and Tony to have a certain amount of self-protection after he leaves. Therefore, Tony will take the lead in starting his old business. After the weapons are all made, then Rhodes as a soldier will be useful. I believe that relying on the weapons in his hands, as long as he is not particularly unlucky to meet an overlord like King Kong or an adult skeleton monitor lizard, he should be fine. What danger? Ask for flowers. So, after getting the style of relevant raw materials and the generation environment from Tony, Chen Luo embarked on a journey of searching again. Then, nearly another week passed. During this period of time, relying on his own extraordinary speed, Chen Luo also successfully found the raw materials needed to make gunpowder after searching the entire area of 100 miles. After handing them over to Tony, after some careful configuration by him, the ammunition was finally successfully produced. Accompanied by a burst of intense gunshots, when the gunshots ended, Rhodes picked up the submachine gun, blew the white smoke from the muzzle, and then walked to the stone wall in front of him. Looking at the pitted stone wall in front of him, Rhodes couldn't help showing his eyes the color of wonder. "Zero, this power seems to be stronger than the original version, that's definitely." Behind Rhodes, Tony said confidently, "In order to deal with the creatures on this island, I deliberately changed the ratio of gunpowder to make the explosion more powerful. In this way, not only the guns, grenades, or individual bazookas in your hand are all more powerful than the original ones. With such a weapon in hand, if we encounter the skeleton monster from before again, we will definitely be able to deal with it." Seeing the confident faces of the two, Chen Luo thought for a while but couldn't help but reminded that, "I'm sorry, the skeleton monitor lizard you met before seems to be just a juvenile. If it grows to an adult size, it will be more than 20 meters long. I was looking for materials before. I have encountered one in my life and it is not an easy task to deal with it." Immediately afterwards, Chen Luo told the two of the information he knew about the skeleton monitor lizard. "Tony, Rod Shet, so you're saying that thing is still a pack creature, and as long as they're adults, each of them can hunt T-Rex alone, isn't that a joke?" The two of them stared wide-eyed and looked at Chen Luo in disbelief. Chen Luo spread his hands and did not speak, but his actions already explained everything. Seeing this, the two couldn't help but gasped. "What the hell does such a terrifying creature exist? It seems that I have to develop a more powerful weapon." After the shock, Tony couldn't help frowning and began to think about what kind of weapon should be developed to cause damage to such creatures. Is this island so dangerous? I thought that with this, I wouldn't have to be afraid of those monsters. It seems that I'd better stay here obediently so as not to become the snacks of those monsters. Rhodes stroked the firearm in his hand and couldn't help laughing bitterly. Seeing the worried faces of the two, Chen Luo didn't scare them anymore and comforted them. "But don't worry, I've checked the vicinity. There is no trace of other similar species living in the lair of the skeleton monitor lizard before. At least in a short period of time, you 980 don't have to worry about this kind of lizard anymore. Monsters are coming to attack you. I believe that during this period of time, Tony, your ability should be enough to develop a weapon that can cause damage to this monster, right?" Hearing this, Tony subconsciously raised his chest and said confidently, "That's definitely, weapon development is my strong point. Take a look, I'll be able to develop corresponding weapons in a week at most. By then, we won't have to worry about the threat of that monster." Hearing this, they believed in Tony's ability very much, and the two of them nodded one after another, convinced of it. "Then let's do this first. Now that you have a little bit of self-protection power, I'm going to start collecting raw materials for making escape tools." Chen Luo thought carefully for a moment and then said with a serious face, "I've explored this area for hundreds of miles, and I haven't found any other traces of wreckage. It seems that if I want to collect materials, I can only go farther. But in this way, if you are in danger, there is no way to rescue in time, so you should pay more attention when I am out. Both of them naturally understood this and nodded solemnly. After saying this, taking advantage of the fact that it was still in the night, Chen Luo also left as soon as he said it, turned around and left and disappeared into the night. Seeing the back of Chen Luo leaving, the two looked at each other, took a deep breath, and their faces were full of seriousness. Without Chen Luo's protection, the only thing they can rely on now is themselves. On this crisis-ridden island, they also need to be more cautious. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. For the past 3 days, Chen Luo has never returned since he went out, and Tony and the two have been nesting in the base during this time. Tony is thinking about developing new weapons, and Rhodes is responsible for lighting fires, cooking, and guarding by the way. Is there any danger outside? After living so peacefully for 3 days, finally, on the third night, their peaceful life had to be interrupted because the food was about to run out. The previously stored food has already disappeared, and there is not much water left in the base, so Rhodes had to cheer up and plan to go out to find some food. He was fully armed, and after saying goodbye to Tony, Rhodes took advantage of the cover of night and walked out the door cautiously. Perhaps it was because of his skin color that he was well concealed in this dark night, so Rhodes came to the water pool smoothly all the way. This location was selected by Rhodes after careful observation because it is very close to the lair of the skeleton monitor lizard. So no creatures here usually dare to approach it, even though there has been no trace of monitor lizard activity in this cave for a long time. But its residual taste still scares countless creatures. And Rhodes, who knew that the monitor lizard was no longer there, relied on this advantage to get the water source smoothly, took out the iron bucket prepared by Tony, with a capacity of about 10 liters, and then plunged it into the pool, carefully hit the water. However, just as he was fetching water, perhaps because of the special movement caused by the iron bucket entering the water, an extremely huge figure in the depths of the pool slowly turned his gaze towards Rhodes. 8 tentacles covered with suction cups are tightly attached to the rocks at the bottom of the pool. Each tentacle is more than 20 meters long, and it is about as thick as several people hugging. It is as thick as a squid. Without a doubt, this is the top predator only under the overlord of Skull Island, the deep-sea giant squid chapter. With a huge body length of more than 40 meters, 8 tentacles like octopuses, and the terrifying power of dozens of tons, relying on the advantage of water conservancy, it can even face a single skeleton monitor lizard. Successful hunting can be described as the well-deserved overlord of the deep sea. Now it is such a terrifying existence, which has been attracted by the movement caused by Rhodes and slowly swims towards Rhodes. Relying on the cover of the night, Rhodes did not notice the huge figure that was gradually approaching him under the water. Perhaps he had never considered any danger underwater. At this moment, his eyes were still on the ground, observing possible dangers around. Just as he was carefully observing his surroundings, suddenly, a black shadow suddenly sprang out from the side and passed by in a flash. What? Rhodes was taken aback and subconsciously wanted to make a move, but perhaps because he was too nervous, his feet became unsteady, and he fell directly into the pool beside him. The sound of huge amounts of falling into the water came, and watching the waves constantly churning on the surface of the water, the deep-sea squid octopus under the water paused and stopped moving. In its long life, this is the first time it encounters a creature that will actively jump into the water to seek death. Maybe it has never seen such a situation in 1/6, and it makes it feel a little hesitation for a while. In the process of its hesitation, Rhodes, who fell into the water at this moment, called out unlucky. But just as he was about to swim back to the water, he inadvertently glanced down with his gaze. Immediately, the huge figure that suddenly appeared in the depths of the water almost scared him to pee. Shit, what is this? The moment he saw the deep-sea squid, Rhodes' soul suddenly froze, and it was only then that he noticed that there were such terrifying predators underwater. Looking at the other party's hideous and terrifying figure, Rhodes didn't even think about it. Using both hands and feet, he swam up desperately, wanting to return to the shore. While he was struggling desperately, the deep-sea squid finally came to his senses underwater and slowly started to move. The 8 long tentacles exerted force at the same time, and under the action of huge amounts of force, its body rushed towards the water surface rapidly. At the same time, the long tentacles protruded upwards, and its eyes gleamed coldly, cold and cruel. Although it paused for a moment because of Rhodes' abnormal behavior, as long as it gets serious, it will attack with all its strength even if it is a skeleton. Even monitor lizards can't escape, let alone Rhodes, who is an ordinary human. However, the moment his tentacles were about to touch Rhodes, the next moment, a deafening roar came from the surface of the water. 3L. The terrifying sound waves instantly spread in all directions, and the water surface was also shaken into ripples. Hearing this roar, countless creatures around the pool fled without thinking, and all disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the underwater deep-sea squid Zhang also heard this very familiar voice. As if being provoked, its tentacles danced wildly in the water, and then ignored Rhodes, the prey that was close at hand, and turned around, and rushed to the other side. Affected by the opponent's tentacles stirring up the water, small whirlpools suddenly appeared on the calm water surface, sweeping Rhodes, who was about to surface in an instant. Immediately, Rhodes only had time to emerge before disappearing without a trace again. Because of being underwater, Rhodes didn't notice at all at the moment that above the water surface, two extremely rare behemoths were engaged in a fierce life-and-death struggle. Roar. On the surface of the water, a huge black figure with a height of more than 40 meters roared to the sky. Its hands beat its chest continuously, and it made a buzzing sound like a drum. The momentum was extremely terrifying. This creature is like a chimpanzee that has been magnified dozens of times. Its legs stand upright on the water surface, revealing more than half of its body. The whole body is covered with a thick layer of black hair. His fangs were exposed in the air, his eyes shone with a frightening brilliance, and his body exuded an indescribably domineering aura, giving people an endless sense of oppression. This is the well-deserved overlord existence on this island, King Kong. Even if he is not yet an adult, the size of this King Kong has surpassed most of the creatures on this island. Coupled with its terrifying body with a density comparable to steel, and its terrifying power of hundreds of tons, it is enough to make people. It stands at the top of the island's food chain, overlooking all living beings. Looking down at the water surface quietly, King Kong's pupils shone with a cold light, and then a touch of human hatred appeared in his eyes. Obviously, there must have been some conflicts between the two before. Whoosh. While King Kong was waiting quietly, suddenly, a long tentacle jumped out of the water instantly, and wrapped around King Kong's neck in the blink of an eye. Before King Kong could react, the deep-sea squid octopus quickly surfaced, and the other 7 tentacles came out together, tightly entangled King Kong's limbs, and then the whole body suddenly exerted force, and tens of tons of force burst out instantly, trying to drag him into the water. In the water, however, in the face of this huge force from the opponent, King Kong seemed to be completely unaffected. His body remained motionless, and he stood firmly on the spot. Looking at the tentacles wrapped around his neck, a trace of tyranny flashed in King Kong's eyes. His thick arms were slowly raised, and a terrifying power burst out suddenly. Under its terrifying power of hundreds of tons, the tentacles that were originally wrapped around its arms instantly collapsed straight, and then broke apart suddenly. Ignoring the ear-piercing howls from the other party, King Kong tightly held the tentacle wrapped around his neck with both hands and pulled it out forcefully, and Kuta's tentacle broke instantly. Grasping the broken tentacle in his hand, King Kong slowly stuffed it into his mouth. The tentacle, which was still alive, was constantly swaying at the corner of King Kong's mouth, looking extremely terrifying. Immediately afterwards, King Kong kept moving, looking at the deep-sea squid that was about to escape. He reached down with his hands in an instant, grasping the opponent's tentacles tightly, and refused to let him go. Under its terrifying power, the opponent had no possibility of struggling to escape. As the body was pulled back by King Kong again, the long tentacles were torn off one by one, and then sent into the mouth. After a while, looking at the long-dead deep-sea squid with only one head left, King Kong looked up at the bright moon in the sky, roared loudly, and kept beating his chest with his hands as if he was venting something. After a long time, when it finally regained its composure, it slowly opened its legs and was about to turn around and leave. However, at this moment not far from it, a violent cough instantly attracted its attention. The shore of the pool. He held his breath at the bottom of the water for 2 minutes, and finally, after trying his best, Rhodes finally managed to reach the shore. Trying to climb to the shore, Rhodes propped his hands on the ground, panting heavily, accompanied by a violent cough, and his eyes were full of fear. Finally survived. Recalling the huge monster he saw underwater before, he was able to escape from such a terrifying monster. Thinking of this, he felt very lucky. It turns out that being underwater is so dangerous. I really don't want to stay in this ghostly place for a moment. While he was complaining, suddenly, a mass of huge amounts of shadow shrouded his head, instantly blocking the moonlight in the sky so that there was no light at all. 657 Rhodes's heart suddenly jumped, and he subconsciously looked back. However, just as he saw the huge figure standing behind him clearly, his face couldn't help showing horror, his feet went limp, and his body that had just stood firm fell to the ground again in an instant. What the hell is this? There are such big orangutans in this world. Rhodes screamed crazily in his heart, trying to control his body to turn around and run away, but facing this unprecedented terrifying creature, his body was completely uncontrollable and he couldn't move a step at all. It's over. Am I going to die here? Seeing the opponent gradually approaching, Rhodes' eyes showed despair visible to the naked eye, and he closed his eyes subconsciously, just when he thought he was about to die, but after a while, I can't wait for the opponent to make any moves. Slowly opened his eyes, but it was King Kong's huge face that was less than a few meters away from him. Looking at the figure lying on the ground with some curiosity, King Kong's eyes revealed a touch of human doubt. It also seems to be curious, how can it have such a petite kind? Is it because of lack of food? Thinking of this, King Kong made another move. Then under Rhodes' bewildered gaze, King Kong turned back to the water, reached out to fish it out, grabbed the only remaining head of the deep-sea squid octopus and brought it back to the shore. Boom. With a loud noise, King Kong threw the huge head with a file size of 5 or 6 meters beside Rhodes. Then King Kong roared softly, looked in Rhodes' direction and nodded. Is this for me? Looking at the huge head next to him, Rhodes was stunned for a while and finally came to his senses, looking at the big face of King Kong in surprise. But what he said was obviously speaking to the cow. King Kong, who grew up on Skull Island, could not speak human language, so he only thought that Rhodes, a kind, was talking nonsense, pointing to the food on the ground and kept gesticulating with his eyes. Roar. Faced with the other party's urging, Rhodes also probably understood the other party's meaning. Although he didn't know why the other party was not hostile to him, the current situation obviously made him completely relieved. However, before he could relax for a long time, watching Rhodes, who had not moved for a long time, King Kong seemed a little impatient and suddenly increased the volume, and 10 strong air currents mixed with the smell of blood instantly blew Rhodes' hair upright. Frightened by the voice, Rhodes immediately jumped up from the spot, watching King Kong's eyes keep pointing. He finally realized, seeing what the other party meant, he couldn't do without this food. Turning his head to look at the huge amounts of head aside, Rhodes stepped forward hesitantly. Looking at King Kong from the corner of his eye, seeing that it has been watching here, he finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Coming to the edge of the head, holding up the remaining tentacles at the end, Rhodes closed his eyes and the wolf bit it down. After tearing hard for a long time, he just bit off a small piece of flesh, frowning tightly, resisting the bloody smell coming from his mouth, and then swallowed it into his stomach in one gulp. Seeing that Rhodes was finally willing to eat, King Kong was relieved a lot and his eyes softened. But what broke Rhodes was that at this moment, the other party was still sitting there motionless, and his eyes never left Rhodes' direction. Obviously, he wanted to watch him finish the food, isn't it? Rhodes' face shrank into a ball, looking at the huge head with a height of 5 or 6 meters in his hand. His heart was full of bitterness. After all, he is just an ordinary human being. Unlike King Kong, it is not uncommon for him to eat several tons of food in one meal. Like the head in front of him, he might not be able to finish it in 2 months. And once the other party finds that he can't eat, what action will he make at that time? Then he can't guarantee it. Thinking of this, Rhodes' heart skipped a beat, but he finally bit the bullet and continued to eat. Soon, Rhodes, who had a stomach ache from eating, finally stopped, lay on the ground, pointed to his round belly, and then waved to King Kong again and again, showing that he couldn't hold it anymore. Any morsel of food, he seemed to understand Rhodes' actions. Although he was a little dissatisfied with eating so little of this similar, King Kong did not continue to persecute him. Seeing this, Rhodes breathed a sigh of relief. After slowing down for a while, Rhodes stood up again when he felt that his stomach was not as swollen as before. Looking at the tall figure like a hill in front of him, he resisted the panic in his heart and walked carefully to the opponent. Hesitation stretched out his palm and slowly touched the opponent's body. Fortunately, King Kong didn't react at all to Rhodes' actions, and he didn't show any intention of attacking. Realizing this, Rhodes felt a lot more relaxed. He touched the opponent's palm and grinned, revealing the sparkle in it. With big white teeth, he opened his mouth and said, "Although I don't know what happened, but if it wasn't for you, I would have been eaten as a snack by that squid monster. Thank you, buddy tilde letter 3005. Lowering his head, thinking about it carefully, suddenly Rhodes' eyes lit up. By the way, then as a thank you, I'll treat you to a big meal too. You wait here for me first, I'll be right back. With that said, Rhodes turned around quickly and ran towards the direction of the base. Inside the base, accompanied by a jingling sound, looking at the outline of the weapon in his hand, Tony nodded in satisfaction. According to this progress, it seems that in a few days this weapon will be successfully manufactured. As long as I have this weapon, even if I encounter a monster like Chen said, I will definitely win. As soon as the voice fell, the next moment, Rhodes' figure stumbled in, came to Tony's side and said quickly, "Come on, Tony, come with me. I'll take you out for a picnic today." Picnic. Tony looked at him in confusion. Do you have a fever? Have you forgotten where we are now? Or do you think we have no hope of going out so you gave up treatment? Neither. Rhodes' face is full of excitement, said, "You know what I found when I went out? That's a big guy. You've seen a chimpanzee before, right? I just met a gorilla that was magnified dozens of times. No hostility, my life was saved by it. Now I plan to go out and cook a barbecue for my savior. How about it? Do you want to come together?" Huh? Tony's eyes widened, doubts written all over his face. Rod, are you kidding me? I don't have time to be crazy with you. I have to start making weapons. Regarding Tony's suspicion, Rhodes didn't have the time to argue with him, so he pulled him and ran towards the entrance of the cave. Following Rhodes to the entrance of the cave, when Tony saw the huge figure standing like a hill in front of him at that moment, the originally indifferent face was suddenly covered by shock, and his mouth opened wide subconsciously. Zhao Heihao turned out to be true. What a big gorilla! Roar. Watching Rhodes bring Tony over, a stern look flashed in King Kong's eyes, and he roared loudly. The terrifying roar shook the mountains and forests, and everything surrendered to him. Hearing this voice, Tony's expression changed immediately. It turns out that the roar just now came from it. Damn it, Rhodes, it's not going to attack us, is it? No. Rhodes hurriedly came to King Kong, gesticulating with both hands as if explaining something. Seeing Rhodes' actions, King Kong seemed to understand what he meant, and under Tony's confused expression, he really gradually calmed down. His eyes subconsciously moved between King Kong and Rhodes. After a while, a flash of inspiration flashed in Tony's mind, and the eyes he looked at Rhodes instantly became weird. The reason why this big guy doesn't attack Rhodes is it because he is regarded as Joju? Although he had made up his mind in his heart, Tony didn't express anything on the surface. Under Rhodes' greeting, he came to King Kong cautiously, imitating Rhodes' appearance, stroking the other party's soft yet tough hair with a look of admiration on his face. This island is really amazing. There are creatures of this size. Judging by the size of this big guy, I think even if we meet the adult skeleton monitor lizard Chen mentioned, he will definitely win, right? That's definitely. Rhodes nodded affirmatively, then pointed to the huge amounts of squid head next to him, and said, "Look, judging by the file size of this head, this one was killed by this big guy. The size of the creature is probably 30 or 40 meters long. But even a monster of this size persisted for more than 10 years in the hands of the big guy before being killed. I think the power of this big guy is definitely much stronger than we imagined. So I figured if we could be friends with it, we wouldn't have to be so cautious. Being friends." Hearing this, Tony raised his eyebrows subconsciously and just wanted to refute, but soon he thought of something, and he glanced at Rhodes calmly and couldn't help but nodded, agreeing. "Well, if I want to be Rhodes, you should be able to do it." After saying this, Tony scratched his head and looked at the huge amounts of squid head. His eyes showed surprise. Just a head is so big, it seems that this creature is also a powerful predator on this island. I didn't expect it to be killed in such a short time. I really can't believe it. Tony stood where he was, quietly thinking. With his wisdom, he can definitely imagine what kind of terrifying power this big guy behind him has. With his power, he might be a dominant existence on this perilous Skull Island. If it is possible to establish a friendly relationship with the other party, as Rhodes said, with the protection of this big guy, their living environment will undoubtedly be much easier, and he can devote himself to the production without having to worry about safety issues. Thinking of this, Tony immediately changed his attitude towards Rhodes' thought just now and said enthusiastically, "Then what are we waiting for? Come on, Rhodes, let's serve this big guy a delicious special barbecue made by Tony." After saying this, he hurried back to the cave and began to move the firewood for the fire. Under the continuous transport of the two, a moment later, a large pile of firewood was placed on the open space outside the cave, and Tony came to the side of the squid head, holding the sharp knife that was sharpened a few days ago, cutting the food with difficulty. On the other side, Rhodes began to grow areas under King Kong's somewhat curious gaze. Boom! Accompanied by a cloud of green smoke rising, a group of small flames suddenly appeared and fell among the firewood and began to burn rapidly. Seeing the sudden burst of flames, King Kong was not frightened at all. On the contrary, after seeing Rhodes lighting the fire, he followed suit to the depths of the pool. Bending down to salvage for a while, he found 2 boulders about 1 meter high and held them in his palms. Then he imitated Rhodes' movement and started to let the 2 boulders collide with each other. Suddenly, there was a loud and crisp collision sound. Spread all over the world, Seeing King Kong's actions, Tony Rhodes on the side dropped their jaws in shock and looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Am I reading it wrong, that big guy? Is it teaching me how to make a fire? Rhodes stammered a bit. It's an incredible creature. While having a huge body, does it also have a considerable degree of intelligence? Tony rubbed his chin, his eyes gradually brightened. Undoubtedly, after seeing King Kong's performance like this, Tony, BJFG, couldn't help but have huge amounts of interest in him. Although he has the urge to study it carefully, Tony is not a fool, and he naturally understands the dire consequences if he angers this big guy because of his actions. With the opponent's size, I'm afraid they will be smashed into meatloaf by the opponent before they can react. Even with Chen Luo's strength by his side, he still has no confidence in facing King Kong's hill-like body. So from the current point of view, they can only try their best to make friends with him. This is the most beneficial choice for them. Thinking of this, Tony couldn't help but move a little faster. With the tacit cooperation of the two, soon, hundreds of caddies of squid were roasted and sent to King Kong. Looking at the steaming food under his body, and then at Rodby's waving movements, King Kong also understood what the other party meant and grabbed the food on the ground curiously. All sent to the entrance turn. Although King Kong has quite good intelligence, it has no experience of intrigue in the human world, but it has no sense of guarding against similar and seems to trust it. Chew carefully for a moment. Then, under the expectant eyes of the two, King Kong's eyes lit up. As if he was very satisfied with the food delivered, he stretched out his hand again and looked at the two expectantly. Seeing each other's performance, the two people who had been busy for a long time finally couldn't help it. They smiled and looked at each other, and their hearts suddenly cheered up a lot. Obviously, King Kong was very satisfied with the barbecue they made, so King Kong also had a little more favorable opinion of Tony Rhodes. It may be due to the desire for the unique food such as barbecue. In the next 3 days, King Kong will bring the prey carcass here after hunting every time, and let the two make some barbecue for the tooth-fighting sacrifice. Definitely with King Kong's size, no matter how hard the two of them work, they can't cook out its terrifying amount of food. Therefore, most of the time, King Kong still eats raw food. After these 2 days, as the two became more and more familiar with King Kong, the relationship between the two parties was further drawn in. At the same time, as the exchanges between the two parties became more frequent, the actions of Tony Rhodes' gestures, King Kong can roughly understand what they mean. On this day, in the open space outside the cave, a huge amount of bonfire was burning in the night sky. Rhodes held food skewered with iron rods in his hand and roasted it on the bonfire. At the same time, he turned his head to look at King Kong from time to time, making gestures. King Kong on the side sat cross-legged quietly on the ground, watching Rhodes' movements without blinking, as if he was learning how to roast meat with a very focused expression. While Rhodes was teaching King Kong, there was a huge amount of movement in the dense forest not far away. King Kong was awakened instantly by the huge amounts of movement, stood up and looked forward and roared loudly. Roar! The terrifying sound waves spread rapidly to the surroundings, causing a slight vibration in the nearby air, and the dense forest seemed to be trembling for it. Countless fallen leaves fell to the ground one after another, becoming the nutrients of the soil. Bang, 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 he beat his chest hard, and there was a dull humming like a drum. At the same time, a terrifying breath rose from King Kong's body. Affected by this breath, all creatures within a radius of nearly 10 miles scattered and fled. Dare stay for the slightest. In just a short moment, with King Kong's position as the center within a radius of 10 miles, it suddenly became silent. As if feeling this breath, the original loud noise from the dense forest also stopped, and there was no more sound. But at the next moment, like a sharp arrow, a black shadow quickly cut through the air and rushed towards the cave. Rod, are you okay? Where is Tony? No, let's go, I just heard that there is. In an instant, Chen Luo appeared in front of Rhodes and was about to say something anxiously. The next moment, when his eyes accidentally glanced behind Rhodes, he saw the huge figure like a hill and was about to say something. The words stopped immediately. With protruding eyes and staring straight ahead, Chen Luo opened his mouth slightly, his eyes full of disbelief. This is King Kong, turning his head stiffly, looking at Rhodes. Chen Luo's face was full of doubts. Rods, what's going on? How did you meet? Also, why didn't it attack you? Seeing Chen Luo suddenly appear in front of him, Rhodes was also very happy and immediately told him what happened in the past few days. After saying this, he seemed to think of something, looked at Chen Luo with some puzzlement and asked, Chen, you just said this big guy is called King Kong, how did you know? Oh, I also saw it from a distance when I went out to look for materials a few days ago, so I chose a random name. Definitely, you can call it anything else if you want. Chen Luo rolled his eyes and soon thought of a reason. So that's the case, King Kong is quite suitable for this big guy. Rhodes nodded with satisfaction, came to King Kong, stroked its hair and said with a smile. Big guy, will call you King Kong from now on, hope you like this name. As if he understood Rhodes' words, King Kong gave a soft growl in response. Chen Luo on the side watched the interaction between the two, and his eyes kept scanning back and forth between the two. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and his face instantly became weird. Could it be? No way. Just when Chen Luo was doubting his life, behind him, a familiar voice sounded. Did you notice it too, Chen? Hearing this, Chen Luo subconsciously turned around, looked at Tony's equally weird expression, and instantly understood his thoughts. The two looked at each other, nodded tacitly, and watched the interaction between Rhodes and King Kong, not daring to say a word. After a while, the three of Chen Luo were sitting together by the campfire, looking in Chen Luo's direction. Tony's eyes were full of expectation. How about it, Chen? Are the materials here? Facing Tony's question, Chen Luo nodded lightly, looked at King Kong at the side and said with a wry smile. The belt was brought back, but just as I was dragging the materials back, I heard King Kong's voice. At that time, I thought you were in danger, so I left the things first and rushed back. But since you're all fine, then I'll go back and get it. After speaking, Chen Luo immediately planned to leave. However, before he could take any action, Rhodes took the initiative to stand up and dissuaded him. Okay, Chen, you've been traveling outside for so many days, it's time for you to take a good rest. Leave the rest of the work to me and King Kong. Hearing this, Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, turned his head to look at the other party and said in surprise, You mean, you can get King Kong to help you now? That definitely. Rhodes nodded and then seemed to think of something and said in amazement. You may not understand King Kong's ability to learn, but after only 2 days, it has been able to roughly understand most of my intentions. And with my relationship with King Kong, it's not a problem for it to help. Seeing that Rhodes was so confident, Chen Luo was also a little curious about how far he could go, so after telling Rhodes where he put down the material, Chen Luo sat aside waiting for his performance. Seeking Flowers 0. Then under the surprised gazes of Chen and Luo, Rhodes came to King Kong, and he didn't know what he was gesticulating. The next moment, King Kong stretched out his palm, put Rhodes in his palm, and then stood up, striding towards the distance. Is this really okay? Looking at the back of the other party leaving, Chen Luo and the two couldn't help but widen their eyes and exclaimed. After a while, accompanied by a huge amount of noise, when King Kong appeared in front of the two of them again, he was holding 10 large plain wreckages in its hands. The moment he saw the wreckage, Tony's eyes lit up instantly and he stepped forward to check it immediately. Not long after, when he came back again, his expression was a little excited and he said, Great Chen, the wreckage you brought back contains a lot of things that can be used. Moreover, the fuselage is not too corroded. It seems that the year that it should have crashed here should not be too long. The steel materials are still intact, can be used. Hearing this, Chen Luo also showed a smile on his face and asked impatiently, How about it with these materials? Are you sure you can make what you want? Hearing this, Tony's smile faltered. He was silent for a moment and said in a deep voice, No. It's not enough. According to my calculations, these materials are only enough to build about 1/3 of the fuselage, and there is still a lot of gaps to complete the construction. Is that so? Chen Luo sighed softly and said helplessly, Then I can only run a few more times. I hope I'm lucky enough to discover something this time. It took Chen Luo a week to explore a range of thousands of miles before he found this little harvest. According to his understanding, the island has a file size of tens of thousands of square kilometers, and the area he explored is only a small part. It may take nearly a year to complete the exploration. It is hard to imagine how difficult it is to find what you want in such a huge amount of islands. Therefore, when Chen Luo thinks about the workload he is about to face, Chen Luo also feels his scalp tingling. Just as he was having a headache, the next moment Rhodes' voice came. Chen, Tony. Rhodes trotted all the way to the two of them. His face couldn't hide his excitement and he couldn't wait to say, I just made a big discovery. Do you know that when I took King Kong to look for the plane wreckage you left behind, Chen, it seemed to recognize this thing. If I guessed correctly, it should know where there are these wreckages on this island. Hearing this, Chen Luo was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately, with excitement reappearing on his face and said, That's right. I even forgot that King Kong has lived on this island for decades, so he must be more familiar with the situation here than we are. With its help, we can definitely find enough materials. Hearing Chen Luo's words, Tony's eyes lit up instantly. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and ask King Kong to help us find the 207 materials. After staying on this broken island for so many days, I've had enough. How many beautiful ladies are waiting for me outside? I have to hurry out. Speaking of this, Tony seemed to think of something and suddenly said with a bit of annoyance, "Damn it. I shouldn't have said that I was going to go on an adventure. After all, the party is the best for me. Don't worry, Tony, with the help of this big guy we'll be out soon. Then you can play as long as you want." Rhodes turned his head and looked at the huge figure like a hill behind him. His eyes were full of love that couldn't be concealed. "By the way, Tony, when we leave this island you must develop a means of transportation that can pass freely here as soon as possible. I will always come and see this big guy." Hearing this, Tony looked at Rhodes with an inexplicable smile in his eyes. "It seems you and King Kong have a very good relationship. Yeah, you look like brothers." Chen Luo looked at Rhodes seriously and said. Rhodes didn't realize the meaning of Chen Luo's words. On the contrary, he nodded seriously and said, "To be honest, I really like this big guy. It's a pity that it's too big. If it's as big as ours, I really want to take it back to the human world to see." Hearing these words, Chen Luo and Chen Luo looked at each other. The smiles on their faces gradually disappeared, and their expressions became much more serious. Tony shrugged and said helplessly, "Okay then. Originally, I wanted to go back and take a good rest, but it seems that I can only postpone it for a few months. Bermuda's climate may be a big problem for others, but for Tony, as long as he is serious, it is definitely not difficult to solve." Later, after some communication between Rhodes and King Kong, as expected, King Kong did know where there were related wreckages just as they thought. After learning the news, the three of them deliberated and finally decided to set off at the same time and follow King Kong to search for it. The reason why Chen Luo was allowed to go alone was because Tony and Tony didn't have the strength to protect themselves at that time, so they could only wait here. But it's different now, not to mention the protection of King Kong around them now, but the weapons they have now are enough for them to protect themselves. In the past few days, Tony has not been idle. After nearly a week of production, finally, after making large-scale changes to the individual bazooka, the power of this big killer has been improved by huge amounts of. Even if he encounters a monster like the skeleton lizard again, with this big killer in his hand, Tony still has enough confidence to kill him with one shot. Before Chen Luo was lucky, he was able to find such a large piece of useful materials alone. Without Tony to identify it, if the materials were not usable, it would undoubtedly waste a lot of time. Therefore, Chen Luo has no reason to refuse Tony's request to search together. As for Rhodes, not to mention, among the few of them, he had the best relationship with King Kong. And without him, Chen Luo would not be as proficient as Rhodes in how to communicate with King Kong. Coupled with Rhodes' own military accomplishment, with a weapon in his hand, his strength should not be underestimated, so it is also necessary to bring him. As for what to do with the base after the three of them leave at the same time, there is no need to worry about this. After all, in the base, apart from a large pile of mechanical products, there is nothing else. Unless a monster that feeds on steel suddenly appears in such a place, absolutely no other creatures will be interested in it. Afterwards, after bringing some food, water, and some weapons and equipment, the three of them followed King Kong's pace and moved forward. And this walk, nearly a month has passed. Following King Kong's footsteps, the three of them have also seen many strange creatures along the way in the past month. Passing by a huge bottomless lake, I met the lone reef bull devil who is docile and never leaves the water easily. There is also the top predator from the dinosaur era, the Tyrannosaurus rex, after passing through layers of dense forests and arriving at a huge wasteland. And a terrifying giant crocodile with a body length of more than 30 meters living in a huge swamp. But even the Tyrannosaurus rex, known for its ferocity and brutality, is still an extremely brutal prehistoric giant crocodile. Facing King Kong, the overlord on Skull Island, they still shy away. Among the three terrains with different environments, the three also gained a lot. In these places, they also successfully collected the relevant materials, and then packed them back to the vicinity of the base. In this way, after 3 consecutive times, most of the materials Tony needed were collected. Judging from this progress, perhaps they only need to collect the materials once more to meet Tony's request. After hearing the news, the three of them were also very excited. Under the temptation of going home soon, they couldn't wait to start the next journey. So nearly 2 weeks later, King Kong led the three of them, and after traveling thousands of miles, finally arrived at the 2-6 destination. In the huge amounts of valley, after a group of people walked forward for about an hour, they finally found the wreckage of the plane they had been looking for on the top of a small hill surrounded by green plants. Great, finally found it. The moment they saw the wreckage, the three of them heaved a sigh of relief and couldn't help showing a gleam of joy in their eyes. Now that the last missing materials have been collected, as long as they are brought back to the base, they will be able to leave the island in a short time. Thinking of this, the three of them couldn't help but feel deeply moved. However, just when the three of them were happy, they didn't notice at all. In the part of the hill facing them, a huge hole with a width of tens of meters suddenly heard a slight sound. Accompanied by a rustling sound, a huge hideous head with a skull mask slowly poked out from the hole. Huge amounts of head swinging around as if sensing something. Soon, it seemed to sense something, and its head suddenly turned to the direction where Chen Luo and his party were. A cold and cruel murderous intent flashed in the beast's pupils, and its body slowly crawled out of the hole. A huge body more than 20 meters long, with thick and slender limbs supporting the body, with extremely sharp claws at the end and a flexible tail like a swimming snake. The head is covered by a white skull mask and the mouth is open. Several rows of teeth shining with cold light are distributed among them. It looks ferocious and terrifying. There is no doubt that this is an adult monitor lizard, which is not at the same level as the juvenile monitor lizard that was only about 7 or 8 meters in length that Chen Luo and the other three met last time. Apex predator. After the skeleton monitor lizard got out of the hole, it suddenly turned to where Chen Luo 19 and the others were, raised its head and roared. Roar. On the other side of the mountain, the few people who were still immersed in surprise were awakened by the huge amounts of roar, and their expressions became a little confused. This voice. Why does it sound familiar? I always feel as if I've heard this voice somewhere. A trace of doubt flashed in Chen Luo's eyes. After thinking about it carefully for a moment, he suddenly seemed to remember something, and his face suddenly changed slightly. However, before he could speak, the next moment, a long-lost system notification sound came. Ding! It has been detected that the host is about to face a crisis. Open it now and choose. Option 1, face the coming skeleton monitor lizard head-on and kill them all. Reward, a blue bana flower. Option 2, escape from the pursuit of the skeleton monitor lizard. Reward, 10 attribute points. Seeing this choice, a look of excitement visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared on Chen Luo's face, and he made a decision immediately without even thinking about it. I choose the first one. The selection has been confirmed. After the host completes the selection, rewards will be issued. Immediately afterwards, the sound of the system fell into silence again, but Chen Luo has no time to pay attention to these things anymore. Thinking that the reward he has dreamed of is in front of him, his heart is extremely hot at this moment. Nearly 3 months have passed, and finally, the system that has been pretending to be dead has finally made a move, and it released such a big move as soon as it appeared, which made Chen Luo a little excited. It turned out that he was still thinking about when he would be able to get the blue bana flower that can completely make up for his weakness, so he even planned to wait for a long time. However, he never expected that the surprise would come so suddenly. After only waiting for 3 months, he would have such an opportunity. And if he misses such an opportunity, it is unknown when he will meet again next time. Therefore, no matter what, he will not miss this opportunity to get the blue bana flower. Knowing that the skeleton monitor lizard was coming, Chen Luo didn't dare to neglect at all. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Tony and the two and said quickly, "That was the sound of the skeleton monitor lizard just now. It is coming soon. You two find a place to hide first. King Kong and I will block them." What? Skeleton monitor lizard. Hearing Chen Luo's words, the two suddenly realized and finally remembered where they had heard this voice before. Recalling the horror of the monitor lizard, the two did not dare to neglect at all. They searched around for a while and they quickly found the hiding place. Rhodes immediately communicated with King Kong and asked him to put them on the high platform exposed by the cliff behind him. Although Tony Rhodes and the others don't have the strength to face that kind of monster head-on like Chen Luo, they can't do anything. After all, they have a lot of weapons and ammunition at the moment, relying on these equipments. They can also help Chen Luo and King Kong to some extent. And just when King Kong was placing Tony and the two behind him, accompanied by a terrifying roar, a figure with huge amounts of suddenly sprang out, opening its mouth full of sharp fangs, continued to rush towards King Kong's side. Seeing this, Chen Luo didn't even think about it. He moved his feet and immediately stepped forward to rescue. The figure turned into a sharp arrow, a body comparable to steel, coupled with the terrifying speed beyond the speed of sound, endowed Chen Luo with invincible and terrifying kinetic energy and slammed towards the monitor lizard's neck fiercely. Click. A crisp sound came, followed by the monitor lizard's painful wail. As if it came from a natural instinct, just before Chen Luo launched the attack, the opponent seemed to feel the danger and forcibly controlled his body to stop. However, even so, its huge amounts of body still couldn't completely avoid Chen Luo's attack, and was hit by one of its heads on the lower jaw, smashing the bones of its lower jaw into pieces. Without the support of the bones, the monitor lizard's mouth was pulled down feebly. Barton couldn't use any more strength and couldn't control the mouth to close, which meant that the opponent's terrifying bite force had failed and the threat was even greater. It is greatly reduced. Accompanied by the roar of pain, the monitor lizard's cold and cruel animal pupils turned to Chen Luo's direction in an instant, and its tail swung behind it, drawing an afterimage in the air, and then swept towards Chen Luo's south. Although the speed of the other party's tail flicking was astonishingly fast, even faintly reaching the speed of sound, it was still within Chen Luo's reaction range. With a quick leap back, 683 successfully dodged the other party's attack. At the same time, King Kong finally reacted, turned around, and looked at the figure of the natural enemy in front of him. His eyes turned red instantly. With an angry roar, he immediately spread his legs and rushed towards the monitor lizard in big strides. Also being the dominant existence on the island, the skeleton monitor lizard was also not to be outdone. Moving its flexible limbs, it also launched a charge. Boom. There was a dull impact sound, but as soon as they approached, the two giant beasts immediately started a bloody fight. Even though the monitor lizard was unable to bite its opponent because of the broken mandible, it still used its sharp claws to scratch King Kong's body, and its huge amounts of tail kept swinging, whipping King Kong's chest and roared loudly. Hooray. But no matter how much it struggled, under King Kong's invincible strength, it found the right moment. Its palms grabbed the monitor lizard's neck tightly and then broke it hard. Click. Accompanied by a huge and painful roar, the monitor lizard's struggling movements gradually weakened, and soon it remained motionless and died. Roar. After winning, King Kong beat his chest vigorously and roared to the sky. However, before everyone was happy, the next moment, one after another roared from not far away. Hearing this familiar voice, everyone's expressions changed. Roar, under the watchful eyes of Chen Luo and the others behind the hill. Several adult skeleton monitor lizards with the same size of more than 20 meters rushed out one after another and stood in front of Chen Luo and King Kong in a row with cold eyes shining in their eyes. Killing intent. Looking at these monitor lizards with almost the same size, Chen Luo's face became a little dignified, and he began to think secretly. After the system's reminder before, he was not at all surprised that there would be a few monsters like this again. As one of the two well-deserved overlord creatures on this island, although each skeleton monitor lizard has the terrifying power to hunt and kill Tyrannosaurus Rex, if all 6 of them add up, even King Kong would not be their opponent. In a head-on confrontation, Chen Luo, who only has a strength of a few tons, will not be an opponent of a giant lizard with a strength of tens of tons, but the premise is to hit the target. With an advantage in speed, even if he is not as powerful as the opponent, Chen Luo can still avoid the opponent's attack, and then use the method just now to defeat the opponent. Even in the face of the simultaneous attack of 6 monitor lizards, Chen Luo is not afraid at all, not to mention that he has King Kong's help and King Kong as a restraint. As long as he finds the right time to attack, these monsters will also be there. Not difficult to solve. And once the 6 monitor lizards are dealt with, Chen Luo will undoubtedly get the reward he dreamed of. Thinking of the Bianhua flower that he will soon get, Chen Luo couldn't help feeling excited. However, before he could be excited for long, the next moment, accompanied by an unprecedented roar, Chen Luo woke up instantly. He raised his head subconsciously, and when he saw the huge monster slowly coming out from behind the hill, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. The terrifying body, with a length of more than 50 meters, is several meters larger than that of King Kong, with huge amounts of white skull mask attached to the head, just standing on the ground on all fours. It is twice as tall as the 6 monitor lizards before. Opened its mouth wide, and there were dense rows of sharp teeth in it, which looked hideous. Looking at the terrifying aura that the opponent exuded when he appeared on the stage, as well as the huge body that was somewhat larger than King Kong, Chen Luo had already vaguely guessed the identity of this giant beast, the king of the skeleton monitor lizard clan. To be able to grow to such an extent, he really deserves to be called the natural enemy of the King Kong clan. Chen Luo secretly sighed in his heart. At the same time, looking at the opponent's huge amounts of size, he also secretly became a little unsure. Although his attack could cause damage to other giant lizards before, if he is facing this huge monster, whether he can still cause damage to it is not an issue. Well said. Thinking of this, Chen Luo's face suddenly became much more serious. However, before he could think about it, the next moment with the roar of the skeleton monitor lizard king, the other 6 monitor lizards rushed towards Chen Luo and King Kong respectively as if they had received some orders. The monitor lizards were divided into 2 teams, each in groups of 3, and attacked Chen Luo and King Kong respectively. Behind them, the giant skeleton monitor lizard remained motionless, as if observing the battle situation. Facing the coming attack, Chen Luo's eyes flashed sharply, he moved his feet and his figure disappeared in place immediately. Under Chen Luo's full speed coupled with his steel-like body, Chen Luo repeated his old trick, randomly selecting a monitor lizard and slammed straight into it. Even though the eyes can't keep up with Chen Luo's movements, the monitor lizard's perception is extremely sharp. Just like the monitor lizard before, it subconsciously made dodge movements. But this time, Chen Luo's luck was not as good as last time. Under the opponent's dodge, although Chen Luo also successfully bumped into the opponent, he did not hit the opponent's bones but was embedded in the opponent's body muscles. It will no longer be able to advance an inch. Although the opponent's body density was not as strong as Chen Luo's, it was still astonishing. Chen Luo's impact only pierced through the opponent's muscles less than 1 meter before he was firmly stuck by the opponent's muscles and remained motionless. Although it still caused damage to him, it didn't affect the other party's actions at all. On the contrary, he attacked Chen Luo more and more frantically as if he had angered the other party. Faced with the crazy attack of the 3 monitor lizards, Chen Luo was also blinded by the killing. Relying on the advantage of speed while avoiding the opponent's attack, his body continued to turn into shells and fiercely slammed into the opponent's body. Even though they had a premonition of Chen Luo's attack, they were not so lucky every time. Under Chen Luo's attack again and again soon, a monitor lizard couldn't dodge and was hit by Chen Luo on the neck on the spot. Click, roar. A painful wailing sounded, and the neck of the monitor lizard was smashed into pieces by Chen Luo in an instant, and its body fell to the ground weakly. Nice job, Chan. Seeing this scene, the 2 of Tony, who were watching the battle ahead with all their attention, subconsciously cheered, their expressions extremely excited. However, before they were happy the next moment, the monitor lizard king who had been watching the battle suddenly roared angrily, with a fierce light in his eyes, and glanced between Chen Luo and King Kong for a moment. Then, slowly took a step. To everyone's surprise, its target was not Chen Luo, who had achieved amazing results just now. Instead, it aimed at King Kong, and while the opponent was being entangled by 3 other monitor lizards, it opened its mouth wide, roaring and rushed in the direction of King Kong. Not good, that guy is going to attack King Kong. Tony's face changed and a trace of nervousness flashed in his eyes. Damn, look at me. Rhodes' eyes were full of anger, and without thinking about it, he picked up the brand new bazooka modified by Tony, aimed at the monitor lizard that was rushing towards King Kong and suddenly pulled the trigger. Boom. A cannonball with a strange shape flew out of the barrel in an instant and quickly flew towards the monitor lizard. As if feeling some danger, the giant lizard's forward figure stopped in an instant and then leaped to the side Wang Xiaoxiao quickly. With just a light jump, relying on the huge amounts of its body, the monitor lizard covered a distance of more than 20 meters and successfully avoided the bombardment of the shells. Accompanied by the sound of huge amounts of explosions, the shell hit the mountainside directly behind the monitor lizard, blasting it out of a huge deep pit with a radius of about 10 meters in an instant. Watching the movement behind him, the monitor lizard king let out another angry cry, roar loudly. After receiving the order from the king, one of the skeleton monitor lizards that was in charge of besieging King Kong suddenly withdrew, then spared King Kong and rushed towards Tony and the 2 behind him. Seeing this, King Kong roared and was about to step forward to block it, but the next moment he was blocked by the roaring monitor lizard king. Opening its big mouth full of sharp teeth, taking advantage of the moment King Kong was entangled by the other 2 monitor lizards, it bit down on King Kong's arm fiercely. The next moment King Kong's painful roar sounded. Click. Accompanied by a crisp sound, Chen Luo's face changed when he heard King Kong's sudden painful roar, and he immediately turned his head to look in the direction where King Kong was. Due to being entangled by the other 2 monitor lizards, King Kong had no time to dodge. His wrist was bitten by the opponent, and the wrist bone shattered on the spot. Under the severe pain, King Kong's ferociousness was also fully aroused. His eyes instantly turned red, his muscles swelled rapidly. He clenched his intact right fist and punched the opponent's head hard. Boom. Suffering from this heavy blow, the Monitor Lizard King subconsciously let go of his mouth in pain, his body shook a little, and he stopped attacking for a while. Good chance. Seeing this opportunity, a gleam flashed in Chen Luo's eyes. His legs exerted strength instantly, and his figure disappeared in place again. Under the full force of Chen Luo, a deep hole was instantly blasted into the ground where he was standing, and the whole person slammed into the opponent's body at supersonic speed. Facing Chen Luo's attack because the opponent was still in a dizzy state, there was no time to dodge, and Chen Luo hit the vital point right away. In just a split second, Chen Luo bumped into the opponent's neck, and huge amounts of kinetic energy suddenly spread 317 on the opponent's body. After being hit by this impact, the giant beast couldn't help but let out another terrifying roar. Contrary to what Chen Luo thought, after receiving this heavy blow from him, the giant beast showed no signs of broken bones, but left a wound about 10 centimeters on its neck. If such a wound is placed on a human body, it is indeed considered a serious injury. But if it is placed on this giant beast with a body size of more than 50 meters, it is so insignificant. Seeing that his full blow could only cause this level of damage, Chen Luo's heart sank. There is no doubt that with his current attack, the damage he can cause is very limited, and what can really cause fatal damage to him is only Jin Gang who can do it. But right now King Kong is being entangled by the other two Monitor Lizards. If this situation continues, defeat is probably its only ending. And Chen Luo definitely can't just watch King Kong die, not to mention whether his choice can be completed after King Kong's death, but that they have established a certain friendship with King Kong in the past 2 months. If it weren't for King Kong's help, they don't know BJBA how long it would take them to collect enough materials. Therefore, due to emotion and reason, he couldn't just watch King Kong die in front of him like this. Thinking of this, Chen Luo's eyes instantly became firm. However, before he could make a move, as if enraged by King Kong's punch just now, following the roar of the Monitor Lizard King, the two Monitor Lizards that had been surrounding Chen Luo also joined in at the same time. The battle group that besieged King Kong. The 4 Monitor Lizards fought with King Kong, and combined with the attack of the King of Monitor Lizards, which was several times larger than King Kong was in danger all at once. Roar. Taking advantage of the moment when his legs and hands were bitten by the 4 Monitor Lizards, the Monitor Lizard King roared, opened his mouth, and bit down on King Kong's neck. Just when it was about to hit, in desperation, Chen Luo didn't even think about it, and his figure turned into a humanoid cannonball again and hit the opponent's head heavily. Affected by Chen Luo, the Monitor Lizard King's attack suddenly fell through. Seeing this scene, it suddenly let out another roar and swung its tail rapidly. When Chen Luo's body was still in midair, it faced Chen Luo directly and lashed out. Boom! Under its huge force of hundreds of tons, the surrounding air seemed to be pumped. And there was a roar of huge amounts of roar, and Chen Luo, who had nowhere to rely on strength in midair, had no room to dodge, and was immediately struck by this. The tail is drawn straight and it shoots out. His body turned into a human-shaped cannonball, and Chen Luo was instantly thrown backwards by the blow for hundreds of meters. And then he smashed a huge amount of pothole on the hill behind him, sending up smoke and dust all over the sky, completely knocking him down Barry. Chen Luo, seeing this scene, the two of Tony's eyes widened, and their eyes were instantly filled with bloodshot eyes. You bloody monsters. With red eyes, after killing the giant lizard charging towards them with one shot, the two turned their guns without hesitation and pulled the trigger towards one of the electric lizards surrounding King Kong. Although their hearts were already extremely angry after the previous scene, they also understood that with the flexibility of the Monitor Lizard King, it was very difficult to hit it. Therefore, perhaps it is best for them to liberate King Kong first, the best choice. And when King Kong saw Chen Luo being blown hundreds of meters away, his originally red eyes became even more blood red. Under extreme anger, he beat his chest frantically and roared towards the King of Monitor Lizards. Direction rushed. At this moment, King Kong seemed to have completely forgotten the injuries on his body, waved his fists, and crazily hit the opponent. The huge force of hundreds of tons exploded, and the opponent was defeated by King Kong for a while, at the same time. Just when Tony and Tony were furious over Chen Luo's death, in the small hill not far away, with the smoke and dust dissipating in the sky, the figure of Chen Luo at the moment gradually appeared in the huge deep pit among them. Even with the blessing of the ability of the Man of Steel, Chen Luo was still severely injured in the face of the terrifying force of the Monitor Lizard King. All the bones in his body were shattered, his chest was severely collapsed, his arms were severely twisted, His legs were broken, and his body was stained red with a large amount of blood. It looked horrible. In the pothole, Chen Luo gasped for breath, looked up and looked around. Because the whole body was surrounded by potholes, the outside sunlight happened to be unable to shine in. Without the weakening of the sun, even though Chen Luo was severely injured at the moment, under the influence of another ability of his, the injuries all over his body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bones quickly began to shift, and then healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The large area of torn muscles also quickly returned to their original shape. The collapsed chest bulged again, the limbs regained consciousness, and the pale face quickly turned rosy. In 10 seconds, I fully recovered. Clenching his fists, feeling the resurgent power in his body, Chen Luo knew that the situation was urgent. Tony and the others might be in danger at any time, so he didn't stop at all. With a flash of stature, he rushed straight ahead again. Under his full speed, it took less than 2 seconds to reappear in the battlefield. Click. As soon as he returned to the battlefield, Chen Luo gave him a big gift. Taking advantage of the moment when King Kong was fighting with King Kong, he immediately rammed one of the monitor lizards again. Immediately, the unsuspecting skeleton monitor lizard was shot to the point by Chen Luo. Its neck was broken, and it fell to the ground and died on the spot. Seeing Chen Luo appearing in front of them intact, Tony, who were originally full of anger, froze for a moment but were soon overwhelmed by excitement. Chen, UB****D is still alive. Hearing the excited shouts of Tony and the two, Chen Luo turned his head, smiled at the two, and then pointed to the skeleton monitor lizard beside him to signal to the two. Seeing Chen Luo's movements, the two reacted instantly, nodded in unison, aligned the weapons in the direction Chen Luo was pointing at, and pulled the trigger at the same time. The next moment, 2 specially made shells rushed out instantly and flew straight ahead. And right in front of the cannonball, there were 2 skeleton monitor lizards standing there. Facing the impending attack, before the 2 monsters could react, Chen Luo's attack followed closely behind, directly hitting their bodies. This time, Chen Luo did not specifically look for the opponent's weak point to attack, but instead aimed at the largest body part of the opponent's target, in order not to kill the opponent with one blow. It's to slow down the opponent's movements, so as to cover the attack of Tony and the other 2. I have to say that Chen Luo's approach is also very effective. Under his interference, the 2 behemoths who had been impacted by the huge force stopped immediately, and before they stood still again, the 2 shells arrived as expected. Bang. There was a huge amount of explosion sound, and the shells hit the bodies of the 2 behemoths directly, instantly blasting a huge amount of blood hole in their bodies, and nearly half of the behemoth's body was instantly blown to pieces. No longer powerless to resist. Roar. Accompanied by a huge amount of mourning, after being so severely injured, no matter how tenacious the vitality of this monster is, it is difficult to escape the fate of death. With only half of his body left, he fell to the ground, twitched a few times unconsciously, and then gradually fell silent. Seeing their success with this blow, both of Tony cheered in unison, full of excitement in his heart. Now more than half of the 7 skeleton monitor lizards have died, and now only 3 skeleton monitor lizards are left alive. Compared with the desperate situation before, their situation is undoubtedly much better now, and the dawn of victory is already in sight. However, it is not long before they are happy. On the other side, the monitor lizard king who was fighting fiercely with King Kong seemed to feel some danger, and his performance became more and more crazy. He opened his big mouth full of sharp teeth, and bit King Kong fiercely one bite after another. Under its terrifying bite force, although King Kong roared again and again, and his fists like small mountain bags kept falling on the giant beast's body, its body was already stained with blood from being bitten by the opponent in many places. Even a large piece of flesh and blood was bitten off, faintly revealing the white bones wrapped in flesh and blood. It is not surprising why King Kong behaved like this. After all, King Kong is still in his infancy, and his body size is not even half of his adult size. It is quite normal for the monitor lizard king who is at the peak of his strength to be defeated. What's more, its enemy is not only the king of giant lizards. Faced with the siege of other adult monitor lizards before, King Kong also left some injuries to some extent, and these injuries more or less affected its actions. The opponent of the king will not be seriously injured so quickly. Seeing the shocking wounds on King Kong's body, Tony and the 2 couldn't help being a little startled. When they were worried about King Kong's safety, Chen Luo's voice suddenly came from a distance. Quick, Tony, Rhodes, attack the other 2 monsters. After killing these 2 monsters, we will deal with that big guy. The two woke up as if they had just woken up from a dream and immediately reacted, aiming in the direction of the remaining two monitor lizards again, and pulled the trigger. Seeing that Tony's attack had already been launched, Chen Luo's eyes flashed, he moved his feet and disappeared in place in an instant. The exact same scenario as last time was staged again. Under Chen Luo's speed, the two monitor lizards had no time to dodge, and they were bumped head-on by Chen Luo. Under the impact of huge amounts of power, the two giant beasts paused, and before they had time to move, they were hit directly by two shells. Accompanied by two huge amounts of explosions without any accident, the two giant beasts also died instantly, falling to the ground. Seeing this scene, Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief, but he also knew that it was not the time to be happy, and the battle would only be truly over when the remaining Monitor Lizard King was resolved. Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the two giant beasts that were still fighting fiercely. It's just that when he saw King Kong's current appearance, his heart sank suddenly, his pupils shrank violently, and without even thinking about it, his figure turned into a sharp arrow and rushed towards the direction of the two giant beasts. Ask for flowers. At this moment, the two giant beasts had already fought to the most intense moment. The skull mask covering the head of the Monitor Lizard King was nearly half shattered, and the flexible tail behind him had also fallen to the ground weakly. Obviously, he had been beaten to death by King Kong. Break apart. One of the four limbs supporting the body was trampled into pieces by King Kong, and its movements became much slower than before. Judging by its appearance, it was obvious that it had also suffered serious injuries. But compared to it, King Kong's appearance at the moment is even more miserable. An arm hangs down weakly, blood is flowing, and on the majestic body there are also several huge amounts of blood holes flowing blood. A large piece of flesh and blood was bitten off by the opponent and swallowed into the stomach, revealing the dense white bones wrapped in flesh and blood, which looked extremely hideous. In addition, on King Kong's neck, there was even a deep trace of being scratched by the opponent's sharp claws. Although the throat was not cut, it also caused huge amounts of damage to King Kong. A large amount of blood continued to flow from the wound on the neck. As the blood in the body continued to flow, King Kong's strength gradually became weaker. Seeing that the strength of King Kong's resistance gradually weakened, the Monitor Lizard King immediately let out a hearty roar, then opened his mouth wide and bit down on King Kong's neck mercilessly. Boom. Just when it was about to give King Kong a fatal blow, the next moment, Chen Luo's figure instantly appeared beside it and hit it straight on the head. Affected by Chen Luo's power, the giant beast's attack deviated, and it missed King Kong's side by a hair's breadth. Seeing this scene, King Kong immediately let out a roar, and without knowing where he got the strength, he used his only remaining arm to wrap around the Monitor Lizard's neck and tightly strangled it in his arms. Firmly controlling the opponent's body, preventing him from moving at all, King Kong turned his head to look in the direction of Tony and the two, roaring, "Quick, take this opportunity and launch an attack." When the two of them were having some doubts, the next moment, Chen Luo's roar came again and again. Hearing Chen Luo's words, the two were shocked. They can see the current situation very clearly. Now King Kong and the Monitor Lizard King are close together. If an attack is launched at this time, it is very likely to affect King Kong. Originally, King Kong's injuries were already very serious, and if there were any other accidents, it would be life-threatening. This was undoubtedly what the two of them did not want to see. Therefore, after hearing Chen Luo's words, both some hesitation up. Seeing this, Chen Luo naturally understood what they were worrying about and immediately shouted loudly, "You go ahead and attack. King Kong's injuries, I have a way to heal them, but you have to get rid of this monster first." As soon as these words came out, the two of them instantly lifted their spirits, and their eyes instantly became firm. 773 stemmed from their trust in Chen Luo, and they did not doubt the credibility of his words, and now that King Kong's strength is getting weaker and weaker, the Monitor Lizard's struggle is also gradually increasing. It also became more and more nervous. If they didn't do it again, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for them to wait for the other party to break free. At the same time, King Kong's roar continued to reach the ears of the two, as if urging them to act quickly. This made them dare not neglect even more, and immediately aimed at the direction of King Kong, gritted their teeth and pulled the trigger hard. Boom. Under King Kong's firm restraint, coupled with Chen's continuous attacks on him, although the damage caused each time was a bit insignificant, it also shared part of the pressure for King Kong, making it unable to break free from the restraint and could only watch helplessly. Look at the two shells blasting towards this side, roar. Accompanied by two huge amounts of explosions, the Monitor Lizard King suddenly uttered an extremely stern and huge wail. The sound shook the sky, and the huge amounts of sound waves spread around, making Chen Luo at the side dizzy from the shock. Slightly shakes the crystal. Facing Tony's special weapon, even the Monitor Lizard King, who is the overlord of the island, was also unable to resist. Two big holes were blasted into his body in an instant, and a large amount of blood gushed out like no money, instantly dyeing the entire ground red. Because the body was hit by the shell, most of its internal organs have been damaged at this moment. Even because of the tenacious vitality unique to giant beasts, it is still struggling and did not die immediately. But with the blood gushing out in large quantities, its struggling the strength is gradually weakening. Finally, after struggling for nearly 3 minutes, the overlord of the giant beast, which even King Kong was no match for, finally couldn't hold on and gradually stopped moving, and there was no sound. Seeing this scene, Tony and the two not far away were suddenly relieved. On Chen Luo's side, when he just relaxed and thought that the reward was about to arrive, he stood there waiting, but when he waited for a while but still didn't get any response from the system, he suddenly reacted. Since the system hasn't given any hints yet, it means that there are skeleton monitor lizards still alive. But since the other party didn't follow their king to participate in the hunt, it must be presumably immature. If you think about it this way, then these juvenile monitor lizards are probably still staying in the cave where they usually live. They must be found quickly otherwise. Thinking of this, Chen Luo subconsciously turned his head and glanced at King Kong, who was sitting on the ground and panting violently. The blood flow on his body was obviously much slower at this moment, doomed to die. Seeing this scene, Chen Luo became more anxious and immediately started to act. With a flash of his figure, he rushed towards the direction of the small hill where the monitor lizards appeared. Under his full speed soon on the back of the hill, he successfully found the monitor lizard's yoke. Without hesitation, Chen Luo immediately dodged into the cave, and in less than a minute, Chen Luo successfully found the goal of his trip. Although with his current strength, it is still difficult to pose a threat to giant beasts like adult skeleton monitor lizards. But when facing these juveniles, there is no doubt that he has an absolute advantage. In less than half a minute, all the juveniles in the cave were killed by him immediately, and with the death of the last juvenile, the system's notification sound came as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the selection, the reward is now issued. As soon as the words were finished, following Chen Luo's thought, the next moment, a blue flower that looked extremely magnificent appeared in front of his eyes. He stretched out his hand to receive the flower in his palm, knowing that the situation was urgent, so Chen Luo didn't have any thoughts of appreciating it, so he crumpled the flower in his hand and then quickly stuffed it into his mouth. I didn't want to taste what it tasted like, so I swallowed it whole and swallowed it into my stomach. As the blue bana was successfully swallowed, Chen Luo only felt a warm current appearing in an instant and flowing all over his body, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wanting to try the effect, Chen Luo's figure flashed, and when he reappeared, he had already appeared outside the cave, bathed in sunlight. Clenching his fists, feeling the constant power emerging from his body no longer had the feeling of weakness after being exposed to the sun. Chen Luo already understood that the only weakness about the Ghost King's body has been completely eliminated. After eliminating his own weaknesses, Chen Luo already had an idea of how to treat King Kong. According to common sense, with King Kong's current injuries, even if he has a strong vitality as a giant beast, he will definitely not escape the fate of death, but with Chen Luo here, it is different if he transfers his own blood to King Kong using the 3/7 assimilation ability, as long as King Kong is also transformed into the same Source Blood clan as him, using the terrifying resilience that the Source Blood clan naturally possesses, which is comparable to Wolverine, he will definitely be able to recover. The reason why Chen Luo didn't choose to transform into King Kong immediately was also because he still had considerable weaknesses. In addition, the blue bana flower was about to be obtained, so there was no need to take unnecessary risks to transform in advance. Otherwise, if King Kong really would weaken in the sun, with its size, I'm afraid it won't be able to hunt during the day. After eliminating his own weakness, Chen Luo didn't delay at all and immediately set off towards the direction where King Kong was. And just when Chen Luo suddenly disappeared and went to hunt the surviving skeleton monitor lizards, seeing Chen Luo's disappearing figure, the two of Tony were very anxious. What's going on? Where did Chen go? What should we do now? Even if Chen has a way to heal King Kong's injuries, if he doesn't come back now, King Kong won't be able to hold on anymore. The two of them stared at King Kong not far away without blinking, listening to the sound of the other party's breathing that gradually weakened, and its chest that gradually stopped rising and falling. Their expressions were extremely anxious. After nearly 2 months of getting along, Rhodes, who has the best relationship with King Kong, won't say much. Even Tony and Chen Luo have deep feelings for him. After all, although King Kong is huge in size at its age, it is equivalent to a child in human society. And for so many years, because of the early death of its parents, there is no one who can communicate with it at ordinary times, so in terms of thinking it is also quite simple. Therefore, for King Kong, who has a very simple personality, the three of Chen Luo also love it very much. Even Tony, who wanted to study King Kong before, quietly changed his mind unconsciously and cherished him very much. It is precisely because of their deep feelings for King Kong that after seeing King Kong's signs of life began to weaken, the anxiety on their faces became more and more obvious. Damn it, what the hell is Chen doing? If he doesn't come again, if something happens to King Kong, I can't spare him. Just as the two were cursing, the next moment, as a black shadow flashed by, Chen Luo appeared in front of the two of them again. Chen, you guys are finally willing to show up. Hurry up, King Kong is about to die. Chen, you hurry up and save it. Looking at the anxious and concerned eyes of the two, Chen Luo turned his head, smiled confidently on his face and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me. Before long you will be able to see King Kong resurrected with full blood appearing in front of you. It's here." Hearing these words, the two of them immediately lifted their spirits, and there was a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Under the expectant gaze of the two, Chen Luo slowly came in front of King Kong, jumped onto its shoulder, and came to the wound that was torn open by the monitor lizard. "Don't worry, King Kong, you won't die with me here." After touching the thick hair on the opponent's body, Chen Luo immediately stopped hesitation and started to move immediately. Stretching out the palm, the nails instantly swelled and became sharper, and then gently stroked the wrist with the sharp nails, and then a large stream of blood gushed out from the wrist and flowed into King Kong's wound. As Chen Luo's blood poured into his body, at this time, the assimilation ability also began to play a role in an instant, and began to slowly but firmly transform King Kong's body. Although King Kong's body is gradually beginning to change, but because the body size is too huge. And the blood that Chen Luo flows into King Kong's body is like a drop in the bucket compared to King Kong's size, so at this moment, King Kong, there are still no significant changes in the body. On the contrary, before anything happened to King Kong, Chen Luo had problems first. The reason is also very simple: his blood is not enough. After all, Chen Luo is also the height of a normal person. Even if he is a vampire, the blood in his body may be taller than a normal person, but for King Kong, it is so insignificant. Therefore, in order to completely transform King Kong, more blood is needed to replenish his physical strength, so that his body can produce more blood. Thinking of this, Chen Luo immediately turned his head and looked at the scattered corpses of skeleton monitor lizards below. His eyes flickered, and he felt a little pity in his heart. If he wanted to replenish his physical strength, the blood in the corpses of these giant beasts below was undoubtedly a good source of food. As long as he put it into the blood cup and transformed it, he could quickly replenish it. But in this way, his original plan will undoubtedly be ruined. Originally, he thought that after he successfully cured King Kong, he would use the ability of the blood cup to transform all the blood of these giant beasts below. He wanted to see if he could get some kind of ability after absorbing the transformed blood instead of simply consuming it as food. But now it seems that his idea is undoubtedly impossible to realize. Although it is a bit regretful that this idea cannot be realized, compared to saving King Kong, these are only trivial matters. At least in Chen Luo's heart, King Kong is much more important than the former. Therefore, in the next 10 hours, Chen Luo always went back and forth between blood transfusion and eating. After running dozens of times in succession, finally, after the blood of the last monitor lizard king was absorbed by Chen Luo, with the last blood transfusion, King Kong was finally transformed. As Chen Luo's blood gradually transforms King Kong into Yuan blood clan, the regeneration ability belonging to Yuan blood clan is also rapidly working in King Kong's body. Countless granulation grows wildly at the wound, and then gradually intertwines together, turning the bones below cover. The broken bones, muscles, and skin are all healing and growing quickly, and the huge and hideous wounds are gradually disappearing from invisible. Although the recovery speed is not as terrifying as that of Chen Luo, it only took less than a minute and King Kong is full of blood again. Resurrection, roar. Feeling the intact body, King Kong couldn't help but screamed up to the sky. His hands kept beating his chest, and the excitement was visible to the naked eye on his face. The two of Tony, who had been waiting for a long time, finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this, and they looked at each other with happiness in their eyes. Above King Kong's shoulder, Chen Luo's face was a little pale after hemorrhage, but under the ability of super-speed regeneration, new blood was continuously produced, and he recovered in a short time 100. Looking at King Kong, who had regained his vitality, Chen Luo also had a gratified smile on his face. Then, after taking Tony and the two together, King Kong dragged the plane wreckage they had just found, turned around and walked towards the base. It took another 2 weeks, and the group returned to the base smoothly. At this moment, the open space in front of the cave has been covered with the wreckage they found from all over the place. Looking at the large amount of raw materials in front of him, Tony rubbed his hands with some excitement and said, "Okay, let's see mine next. Just give me 2 weeks and I'll be able to make the tools that let us leave this island. By then, we can return to the human world again." Speaking of this, Tony seemed to have thought of something, turned his head to look in the direction of King Kong and said confidently, "But King Kong, don't worry, when I go back, I will start making tools that can guarantee free passage. It won't be long before we come back to see you again." Roar. As if he understood what he said, King Kong gave a soft growl in response. Afterwards, Tony immediately rolled up his sleeves, greeted him, and threw himself into his work with full energy. But when the three of Chen Luo and Chen Luo started building escape tools in full swing, they were far away across the ocean. The sudden disappearance of the three of them caused quite a stir across the ocean. Just a week after Chen Luo and his group went missing, all forces reacted one after another and immediately sent people to start searching. However, after 3 weeks of continuous searching, they still failed to find any trace of Chen Luo and the three of them. Unable to hide it, it spread to all parties. As soon as this news came out, the whole world fell into a sensation. The first is Rhodes. As a young major with unlimited potential in the military, Rhodes has also received considerable attention in the military. Therefore, after learning the news of Rhodes' disappearance, the military also sent countless people to look for him. But because the three of them traveled using Tony's own private jet, and with the cover of the artificial intelligence JARVIS, the routes the three of them traveled were also very hidden, and there was no one for their destination. Know the answer. It is precisely because there are no relevant clues that after several weeks of continuous investigation, the military has not found any results, so they can only return home helplessly. At the same time, although they have not announced the death of Rhodes, a potential star, they have not yet announced his death. Apparently there was no hope. Then there's Tony. As the chairman of the She-Stark Group with a market value of hundreds of billions, coupled with his playboy and super genius personality, this makes Tony very famous all over the world. So after learning the news of Tony's disappearance, countless people were shocked. And because of the disappearance of Tony, the group's chief weapon designer, many shareholders have doubts about the future of Stark Group, and many people choose to sell the shares of Stark Group in their hands, causing the group's stock price to plummet. It made people panic. Los Angeles City, located in the bustling area of the city center, is on the top floor of a huge building with a height of more than 160 meters and an area of over 1,000 acres inside the CEO's office. You bastards. Have you been searching for so long and can't find any news from Tony? How the hell do you do things? Obadiah Stein, who was the president of Stark Group at the time, had a gloomy face and looked at a man in a suit who looked a bit capable in front of him, full of anger, and said loudly, "Don't forget I paid tens of millions of USD to hire you to work, and you gave me such an answer. If this is the case, isn't it a good money to earn?" After saying this, Stan's anger receded slightly and his voice became much deeper. "Listen to me, I don't care how long it takes you to find out where Tony is, whether it's dead or alive, do you understand?" "Understood, sir." The man subconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly responded. Seeing this, Stan nodded in satisfaction, then waved his hand and said, "Okay, you go down first." Hearing this, the man turned around and left quickly as if he had received an amnesty. Looking at the back of the other party, pushing the door and leaving, after the other party left, Stan didn't know what he thought of, and his face suddenly became cloudy. As the founder of the Stark Group, Howard Stark's friend, and also the uncle who watched Tony grow up, Stan is very clear about the abilities of these two people in research and development. It is no exaggeration to say that the abilities of Howard and Tony are the most outstanding existences Stan has ever seen. And it is precisely because of the extraordinary invention abilities of the father and son that the Stark Group has grown to its current scale. Although Howard passed away early, Stan believes that as long as there is a super genius like Tony, the Stark Group will be able to make further progress sooner or later, and eventually grow into a top giant company with a market value of trillions. And once that time comes, it will be the moment of his final harvest. Stan has always been very optimistic about the development of the Stark Group. He firmly believes that sooner or later, this company will become the top arms giant in this country and even in the entire world. Make this company your own, but he will only choose to do it when the Stark Group has really developed to that point. Obviously, now is not the moment he wants. It is precisely because of this that Stan, who wants to grow the Stark Group, is so concerned about Tony's disappearance, and even spends a lot of money to send people all over the world to start searching, in order to let the group's helm continue to lead. Group development. And when the company develops to the scale he imagined, at that time I am afraid that he may be the first one who wants Tony to disappear. Tony, where the hell are you? In the huge and empty office, Stan's angry roar sounded. New York, Edgewood Building. In the office where Chen Luo was originally, Blade, who just went to North Bear Country for more than a month, is now sitting here again, flipping through the documents on the table, feeling very helpless. Damn it, Chen Luo, where did you go? Nearly a week after Chen Luo disappeared, the Chen Luo family finally realized that, like the military and the team sent by Stan, they also launched a search all over the world. However, after several weeks of searching, they still found nothing. At the same time, as the news of Chen Luo's disappearance spread, the underground world, which was originally frightened by Chen Luo and dared not act rashly, also surged undercurrents again. Knowing that the current New York base camp needs someone to sit in it, so no matter how reluctant Blade was, he still had to set off again in the end and go back to the headquarters. But even with Blade in charge, it can't stop the eager ambitions of various forces, especially the 12 clans who were driven out of New York by Chen Luo, and even the large and small vampire forces who fled in embarrassment. They are still unwilling to give up on this fat cake in New York, especially after learning that Chen Luo is missing. Therefore, in the following time, various forces continued to send people to New York to start testing, and the industries under Chen Luo's control were more or less harassed by these forces. Until Blade personally dispatched and beheaded after killing hundreds of vampires, he calmed down. But Blade's actions still didn't frighten them. Although Blade was powerful, he wasn't as helpless as Chen Luo. Therefore, in order to find out how much strength the Chen Luo family has left, all parties actually made an unexpected move. In order not to damage the strength of their own family, but also to launch a shield against revenge from the Wang Nuazhao Chen Luo family. After discussions, all parties finally decided to attract the European vampire forces who have been eyeing America, against the Chen Luo family. As for their invitation, Amelia, the elder who is now in charge of the vampire forces in Europe, also readily agreed, and immediately sent elite troops to New York to fight Blade and others. With the entry of European vampire forces, the underground situation in New York has become more and more anxious. Seeing this intensified battle situation, even Blade, who is a soldier, is faintly unable to do what he wants. Although already a little tired, Blade led the crowd to resist the invasion of all forces tenaciously, and at the same time silently waited for Chen Luo's return. Even though it has been 2 months since Chen Luo disappeared, Blade believes that sooner or later, Chen Luo will appear in front of him again. Chen Luo, you be ****D, I will settle accounts with you when you come back. Looking at the document in his hand, Blade cursed with a displeased face. Skull Island. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed since Chen Luo and his group returned to the base. This morning, in the dense forest outside the cave. Accompanied by a huge amount of roar, overlooking from a high place, starting from the direction of the cave and ending at the beach leading to the other side of the jungle. 10 somewhat unique runways rapid prototyping is in progress. In the middle of the dense forest, Chen Luo embraced a large tree about 10 meters long in his hands and waved it across the surroundings. Under his huge amounts of power, countless big trees around fell down one after another and were smashed into 2 pieces by Chen Luo. Keeping moving his hands, Chen Luo walked towards the beach outside 1 step at a time. As he walked, after the surrounding trees fell to the ground, the area suddenly became much more empty. Looks like the power has finally stopped growing. Feeling the strength in his body that had nearly doubled compared to the previous 2 weeks, Chen Luo couldn't help showing a satisfied smile. With a thought, he subconsciously called up the system panel to check. Host, Chen Luo race, source blood clan. Strength 101 for a healthy adult male, speed 35, spirit 10, physical 70, skills, fighting technique high, knife technique master, ability, draw blood, super speed regeneration, blood manipulation 153, control, steel body, assimilation, blood source evaluation. As the source of the new race, you still have a long way to go. The power has doubled and the physique has increased by 20, refining. It seems that the blood effect of those skeletal lizards is really extraordinary. Originally, he thought that absorbing the blood of those skeleton monitor lizards would not do him any good, but now it seems that he thought too simply. Although Chen Luo's physique is already huge amounts of different from other vampires after being integrated with the Ghost King's body, he still retains the characteristics of being a vampire, which is to grow by absorbing blood. Correspondingly, the higher the quality of blood absorbed, the more beneficial it is for the increase of the vampire's strength. If the growth effect of absorbing the blood of an ordinary person on the growth of a vampire may not be obvious, then the growth effect of absorbing the blood of the 10-song skeleton electric lizard is more than 100 times stronger. As the well-deserved overlord of the Skull Island Mountain, the blood of the Skull Monitor lizard is of great benefit to the growth of vampires. In addition, after the transformation of the blood cup, the essence of the blood is preserved to the greatest extent, so that Chen Luo's physique has been greatly strengthened again. Definitely, this kind of strengthening does not happen overnight, but has a process of absorption. Therefore, in these 2 weeks, Chen Luo's physical fitness has increased step by step, and finally reached the current level. It wasn't until the day before, when Chen Luo's physical fitness showed no signs of increasing, that he realized that the improvement effect had come to an end. For Chen Luo, this is undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Relying on the strength of the surge again, Chen Luo's efficiency in clearing the runway has also been further improved. So far, most of his progress has been completed. If there are no accidents, in a few hours, a 5-kilometer ultra-long runway leading to the beach outside will be completed. The reason why such a runway is built is naturally for the plane built by Tony. Although Tony has adopted a special design so that the plane can glide on the uneven ground, but facing the towering trees in front block, but there is still no way. Therefore, the only way to clear up the big trees blocking the road ahead is to leave enough acceleration space for the plane to reach the flight speed Tony expected. Soon as the time came to the afternoon, the long runway was finally cleared, and at the same time the work on Tony's side finally came to an end. On the huge open space outside the cave base, a plane with a very strange shape sits on it. The wide wings are distributed on both sides, and on the rear side of the wings there are several devices that look like rocket launch nozzles. Compared with the wings, the body of the fuselage BJBI looks very slender. The internal space is also a bit narrow. Except for leaving enough space for 3 people and some living supplies, there is nothing else. In Tony's words, this is designed to increase the speed of the aircraft as much as possible, and discard all unnecessary parts so that they can ensure that they can cross this sea area as much as possible. And today is the day they officially set off. Looking at the plane in front of him, Tony looked at the two excitedly and said, "Well, everyone, are you all ready? We're leaving soon. Finally going back." Hearing this, Chen Luo couldn't help showing a trace of emotion on his face. Thinking of the fact that he hadn't contacted his family for several months, and Nisha, who was far away in Baeksheng, for a moment, his heart sank. I can't help but feel a little more anxious. After carrying the materials onto the plane, the 3 of them came to King Kong and said their final farewell to King Kong. "King Kong, we are leaving soon, but don't worry, we will come back to see you soon after we go back." Looking at King Kong in front of him, Rhodes said with a look of reluctance, "Goodbye, big guy. When we meet next time, I'll bring you some food from our human world. Believe me, you'll fall in love with them." Tony blinked with a smile on his face. Chen Luo stepped forward and stroked King Kong's thick hair. King Kong lowered his head and looked at Chen Luo as if he knew they were about to leave today, and a trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes. After Chen Luo's blood transformation, today's King Kong can be regarded as his first kinship. Relying on the blood connection, King Kong is a little closer to Chen Luo, so it's not surprising to have such emotions. Roar. Although he was very reluctant, King Kong didn't do anything else. He just roared in a low voice as if saying goodbye to the 3 of them. After quietly saying goodbye, the 3 of them walked towards the plane one by one and came to the cabin. Tony came to the console and said in a deep voice, "We're leaving." After saying this, Tony lightly pressed a button on the console. And then, as the engine was running, huge flames burst out from the nozzles at the rear of the aircraft wing, driving the aircraft rapidly jump forward. Speeding all the way on this long runway, the speed of the plane became faster and faster. Finally, the moment it was about to touch the sea surface, the plane gradually left the ground, bringing up a long-tail flame and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the sky, roar. Seeing the disappearing figure of the plane in the sky, King Kong let out a soft growl and stayed in place for several hours before slowly turning around and walking away, over the waters of Bermuda. Among the pitch-black clouds, a plane with a strange shape pierced the air ahead and was flying towards the distance at high speed. After Tony's transformation, the plane's speed has reached about twice the speed of sound. At such a speed, the air in front of it seems to be smashed, and there are huge amounts of sonic booms and roars. At the current speed, if everything goes well, they will be able to jump out of this sea area in less than an hour. And as if the heavens are helping them, although there are still storms and turbulent currents passing through the Bermuda waters from time to time today, compared with the natural disaster they encountered last time, it has calmed down a lot. Provide them with good escape conditions. They didn't encounter too many twists and turns along the way. After nearly an hour of flight, they finally passed the border of Bermuda waters smoothly and officially came to the outside world. Great, we're finally out. Looking at the sea area shrouded in dark clouds behind them, Tony and Rhodes couldn't hold back their excitement any longer, and immediately shouted loudly. Although Chen Luo on the side was not as excited as the two of them, he was also smiling and finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, before they could be happy for a long time then, accompanied by a violent shaking, Tony couldn't stand upright and immediately fell to the ground. What's the situation? Is there another accident? Rhodes hurriedly raised his head and asked with a nervous expression on his face. Well, it's indeed a small problem. At this moment, Tony's voice sounded. Turning his head to look at the two, Tony said seriously, "Before I built this plane, I knew that with the conditions on the island, the fuselage of the plane would definitely not last long, and now it can take us out of that sea area smoothly. It's already the limit, now it should be time for the fuselage to disintegrate." What? The plane fell apart, so what do we do? Rhodes' complexion changed and he asked in disbelief. Don't worry, don't we still have Chen here? Tony didn't show any panic on his face. He turned to look at Chen Luo and said confidently, "Chen, it's up to you from now on. With your strength, I believe we will be fine." Shaking his head helplessly, Chen Luo smiled bitterly. It seems that it is impossible to go home easily. Faced with such a situation, Chen Luo has no way to refuse. After all, he is the only one left with ability leading them to escape. Tony and the others are also ordinary people. If he doesn't take action, then Tony and the two will definitely not be spared in difficulty. Therefore, after instructing the two to bring food and water, Chen Luo immediately left and right, clamped the two in his arms and then kicked forward. Under the action of huge amounts of force, the fuselage instantly cracked, and a huge piece the amounts of the baffle flew out and fell towards the sea. Ignoring the strong airflow blowing towards his face, looking at the direction of the baffle, Chen Luo moved his feet, leading Tony and the two of them to jump off. The 1,000-meter altitude was fleeting, and soon, when the three of them were less than 10 meters away from the sea, Chen Luo had sharp eyesight and quick hands and immediately pushed the two of them upwards. He fell into the sea safely. And Chen Luo suddenly fell towards the depths of the sea under the huge amounts of impact force and finally stopped the downward trend after falling straight for tens of meters. Under the protection of the steel body, Chen Luo didn't suffer any harm. After stabilizing his body, he quickly swam towards the top of the sea. After a while, he successfully joined Tony. Then Chen Luo took the two of them, and after spending more than 10 minutes, he successfully found the floating baffle nearby. After putting Tony and the two on it, Chen Luo pushed the baffle just like when he fell into the sea before, swimming on the sea. But this time their luck was not as good as before. After drifting on the sea for nearly a week, the three of them didn't see any boat passing by the endless sea everywhere. To make matters worse, the food they brought had been eaten up 2 days ago. In addition, in order to prevent the two of Tony from being attacked by sea creatures, Chen Luo did not dare to leave Tony's side to look for food. 2 days later, both of Tony were lying on the baffle a little dizzy at the moment, not wanting to move at all. Looking at Chen Luo, who seemed to be okay beside him, Tony couldn't help but said with a little jealousy, "Damn. Why is there nothing wrong with you, Chen? Don't vampires even need to eat?" Chen Luo didn't speak. He palmed his hand and a blood cup appeared in his hand. Then he casually scooped a glass of seawater in the sea, and under the amazed gaze of the two, the sea in the cup was rapidly changing to blood-colored. Ask for flowers. After drinking the blood in the cup, Chen Luo recovered quickly from the exhausted physical strength, looked at the two with a smile and said, "Sorry, I have this thing here so I don't have to worry about food." Seeing the scene just now, the two people on the side stared straight at him. After learning that the quilt in Chen Luo's hand can automatically produce blood, the envy on their faces could no longer be concealed, and Tony even lamented a little. "Road, I suddenly discovered. It seems that becoming a vampire is also very good. At least you don't have to worry about starving to death, Chen." Rhodes on the side looked at Chen Luo seriously and said, "I thought about it just now, but I actually think vampires are quite suitable for me. When do you think it's better to transform me? Let's arrange it as soon as possible. How about it?" Cut. Hearing this, Tony couldn't help but rolled his eyes and was about to refute. At this moment, he glanced out of the corner of his eye, as if he had discovered something, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and subconsciously muttered. "Chen, Rhodes, look over there. Is there a ship?" Both of them looked in the direction Tony was pointing at. Relying on their sharp eyesight, Chen Luo was the first to see the scene in the distance. A gleam of joy appeared on his face and he said, "That's right, there really is a boat coming." Hearing this, Tony and the two immediately became excited, and they didn't know where the strength came from, so they stood up abruptly and urged, "Then what are you waiting for, Chen? Let's go there quickly. We will be rescued when we get on the boat." Needless to say, Chen Luo exerted all his strength and swam towards the distant ship at full speed. With Chen Luo's full strength, he arrived here in less than 10 minutes, near the ship. After seeing the traces of Chen Luo and the three of them, everyone on the boat lowered the cables one after another and pulled the three of them up. After learning the identities of Chen Luo and the others, everyone on board was also overjoyed. The rewards for finding Chen Luo and his whereabouts have been known to the whole world in recent months. As long as they can find them, they can receive a reward worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Therefore, under the temptation of money, they immediately turned around and returned to the original road. Immediately afterwards, one day later, with the news that the three of Chen Luo had been rescued, the world was thrown into a shock instantly. On the day after the three of them came back, there were overwhelming numbers of magazine journalists who came to their door after hearing the news. As a last resort, Tony could only urgently hold a press conference to express the remarks he had arranged long ago. After getting the desired news, everyone left contentedly. The next day, related reports spread all over the world, and for a while the name of Rhodes, a tool man launched by Chen Luo and 750 Tony, instantly resounded throughout the world. Inside Tony's beach house. Looking at the reports in the newspaper in his hand, Rhodes couldn't help showing bitterness. "Chen, Tony, is it really okay for me to say this? Put all the credit on me. It can't be helped." Tony on the sofa was holding his favorite hamburger in his hand, feeling the familiar taste, and couldn't help showing a satisfied smile on his face. "After all, I have to design a means of transportation that can travel freely in the waters of Bermuda, but I don't have time to argue with those people, so I can only trouble you. It's the same here." Chen Luo, who was sitting next to Tony and also eating a hamburger, raised his head, looked at Rhodes and said, "You should also know about my situation, and you can't disclose it to other people casually, or it may cause embarrassment. Necessary panic, so my shadow of this matter should be as light as possible." Regarding Chen Luo's explanation, both of them nodded in understanding, not surprised. When they learned of Chen Luo's true identity, they were also taken aback. If it wasn't for a month of getting along, they would have known each other to a certain extent. After a period of experience, if they have cultivated enough trust, they will also stay away from creatures like vampires. It is precisely because of the possible impact of knowing Chen Luo's identity that, as Chen Luo's friends, they also chose to conceal it. After a while, Tony, who had eaten and drank enough, finally regained his energy again, stretched himself, then got up and walked towards the bedroom. "Okay, I'm going to take a good rest for a few days, and when I regain my energy, I plan to design a means of transportation to and from Skull Island. I'm afraid I'm going to retreat for the next period of time. If you have nothing to do, don't bother me. I don't want to be distracted while I'm working." Looking at the back of Tony disappearing into the bedroom, Rhodes' eyes were full of anticipation. "I don't know when Tony will be able to make it. If I wait for him to finish it, then I will be the first one to go." Chen Luo smiled and then also slowly got up. "In this case, then I'll leave first. There are still things waiting for me to deal with on the family side. It seems that I won't be able to meet with you in a short time. See you next time." After waving his hands casually and saying goodbye to the two, Chen Luo also strode towards the door. A few hours later, Chen Luo took a private jet and returned to New York smoothly. Then it took less than an hour to reach the top floor of the building, push the door open and enter. And here, Blade has been waiting for a long time. "You be ****D, you are finally willing to come back." Seeing Chen Luo for the first time, Blade immediately looked at him with displeasure and said, It seems that your life here is not very satisfactory during this period of time. Looking at the other party's expression, and the news that Chen Luo received after contacting the family for the first time after returning last night, Chen Luo simply teased after saying something to the other party. His face quickly became serious, and he asked, "While I'm away, what's going on in New York? Tell me about it. I'd like to see who's after us." Hearing this, Blade's expression became serious, and he told Chen Luo about the current situation in New York City in a deep voice. It turned out that after hearing the news of Chen Luo's disappearance 2 months ago, all the vampire families, including the 12 clans, as well as the large and small vampire families who were expelled from New York by Chen Luo, all united to take advantage of Chen Luo's disappearance. Missing when everyone in the family panicked, they suddenly launched an attack. Due to the suddenness of the incident, everyone had no time to react, and the many industries controlled by the family changed hands in an instant. Even the elite blood clan fighters, who are members of the family and whose strength is far superior to that of ordinary vampires, were also involved in the surprise attack here. Lost hundreds of people. You must know that Chen Luo's selection criteria have always been very strict. Even up to now, there are only about 1,000 vampires who can meet the conditions of the Chen Luo family, and now they have lost about 1/10 of them after a battle. Undoubtedly made Blade furious. Therefore, Blade, full of anger, led hundreds of elite teams and suddenly launched an attack on the opponent. After killing hundreds of vampires by relying on strong personal force, the coalition finally realized how powerful he was and chose to retreat one after another. But this is not over yet. Although their own forces have retreated, who stipulates that they cannot ask for foreign aid. As a war between vampires, even if they want to invite other foreign aid, they must be vampires. In addition to the vampires in this country, there are 2 other vampire kingdoms in the world, one of which is the Maskinos Empire that was destroyed by the Northern Bear Kingdom not long ago, and the other is the European Vampire Council, led by the vampire forces. Under the condition that Suyi shared the power of the Chen Luo family, Amelia, who was the leader of the current European vampire power at the time and one of the 3 elders, also readily agreed to do so. As the most elite combat force under his command, the Daywalker came to help out. As the most well-deserved elite of European vampires, there is no doubt that the strength of the Daywalkers is 4-5. Whether it is fighting skills or firearms, they are absolutely top-notch. With all their strength, it is not difficult for them to fight 10 against 1. It was precisely because the opponent's combat power was so powerful that even though the number of Daywalkers sent was only 50, they still brought huge amounts of trouble to the Chen Luo family and caused the death of countless elite members of the family. In this short period of time, the number of casualties in the family has already exceeded half. If it continues like this, even if there is still Blade in charge here facing the alliance of these forces, I am afraid that they will not be able to resist in the end, and can only end in destruction. After hearing such news, Chen Luo's face darkened instantly and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, and soon as if he thought of something, Chen Luo suddenly had an idea. "I probably figured it out already." Chen Luo nodded slowly, a cold arc was drawn at the corner of his mouth, and the aura on his body became more and more threatening, giving people a heavy pressure. "But now that I'm back, let me handle this matter." Hearing this, there was a smile on Blade's face, and he heaved a sigh of relief. As for Chen Luo's strength, Blade, who had fought side by side with him back then, could not be more clear about how terrifying it is. Even if the opponent has the upper hand in terms of strength, and there are elites like Daywalker, it is absolutely impossible. It's Chen Luo's opponent. It seems that in the next few days, New York will start to be uneasy again. Blade couldn't help but mourn silently for the coalition side. After several months of fighting, this period can be regarded as the most peaceful time in New York. Due to the heavy losses, the Chen Luo family hid in the dark and silently licked their wounds, while the coalition forces were secretly accumulating strength, planning to in one go completely wiped out the forces created by Chen Luo. However, at such a critical juncture, something happened that neither of the 2 sides expected. That is, Chen Luo, who had been missing for several months, finally got news and returned safely. As soon as the news came out, both sides reacted differently. Chen Luo's side was ecstatic, cheering for Chen Luo's return. The reason why most of them chose to join the Chen Luo family at the beginning was that Chen Luo's personal prestige must occupy a considerable proportion. After all, the title of Butcher is not just for fun, it is the title that Chen Luo killed himself. So far, it is only a rough estimate, and the number of vampires who died in Chen Luo's hands is 4,000 to 5,000. Such a number accounted for nearly half of the number of vampires in New York in its heyday, which was equivalent to the number of all vampires in one of the 12 clans. Even Blade, who has been hunting vampires since he was a child, the number of vampires he hunts is far inferior to that of Chen Luo. It is no exaggeration to say that the name of Chen Luo's butcher is not an exaggeration, even if it is stained with blood. As the biggest executioner in the history of vampires, Chen Luo's name is definitely worthy of the name among the group of vampires. Only one. It is precisely because they understand how much weight the name Chen Luo contains, so even though Chen Luo suffered heavy losses, their confidence has not weakened at all, and they are gearing up secretly, expecting Chen Luo to lead them to counterattack back. Contrary to Chen Luo's side, after hearing the news of Chen Luo's return, the momentum of the coalition forces was hit hard. Fear appeared on the faces of the elite coalition forces who were not afraid of death. All the high-level officials who had clamored to annihilate the Chen Luo family in one fell swoop also fell silent, and their faces were terribly solemn. In addition to being frustrated, what's more, like those countless small and medium vampire forces who came here with the purpose of looting, as long as they think of Chen Luo's deeds back then, they can't help but tremble a little. Driven by fear, there are still many vampires who choose to escape. Although these escaped vampires were discovered by the coalition forces at the first time and then quickly dealt with them, the impact of this incident was not so easy to calm down. Inside the coalition forces, countless rumors spread in private, which had a great impact on the morale of the coalition forces. One hit dealt a heavy blow. Seeing such a situation, the high-level leaders of all parties were secretly frightened by Chen Luo's power, but at the same time they also became extremely afraid of Chen Luo. As for the reaction of the coalition forces, Blade had already expected it. But at this moment, he seemed to have thought of something suddenly, turned his head to look at Chen Luo uncertainly and said, "Although those guys will not be your opponents, they are not fools after all. After knowing that you are back, they should not let you come to your door, right? I think they have already escaped by now, not surprising either." Hearing this, Chen Luo shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, they won't. After all, they have eaten most of our property, which is a huge wealth worth tens of billions. Will they give up so easily? You think too highly of them." After a pause, Chen Luo continued, "I think next they will definitely launch an operation against me. Maybe they will send an elite team to assassinate me, not necessarily. But I don't think it's that troublesome. I have a proposal that they can't refuse. I believe they will be moved after hearing my proposal." Hearing this, Blade frowned slightly and asked in doubt, "Proposal? That's right." A half-smile appeared on Chen Luo's face and he said slowly, "If I say let them designate a time and place, and then I come to the door alone to challenge, do you think they will refuse this proposal? Alone? Are you serious?" Blade's face changed slightly and he looked at Chen Luo in disbelief. "You don't know how many people there are in the coalition army. That's tens of thousands. Are you sure you can deal with it?" Under the lure of this huge and fat cake in New York, all major forces have also sent their elites to form a coalition army and march towards New York together. Not to mention that the physical fitness of these elites is several times that of ordinary people, and the weapons they carry are enough to capture a small country. Such strength, no matter where it is placed in any corner of the world, must not be underestimated. If it weren't for the 417th Coalition, and the Chen Luo family tacitly restraining the scope of the war and not attacking ordinary people, otherwise the turmoil they created would have been strongly suppressed at the national level. But because this is the reason of the vampires' internal strife, coupled with the help of high-level officials who have close ties with all vampire forces to help cover it up, they have tolerated their fighting until now. Such a huge force advantage, coupled with the various equipment they carried, if they confronted them head-on, even if this person was Chen Luo, he would not believe that something would happen. Facing Blade's doubt, Chen Luo smiled with confidence on his face. "Brad, you may not understand that now. When a person's strength reaches a certain level, no matter how many people there are, to me it's just a number. Don't worry, I will not lose this war." Speaking of this, Chen Luo suddenly thought of something, looked towards Blade with great interest and said, "By the way, Brad, I have a method for you to quickly increase your strength. Are you interested?" Huh. Blade was taken aback for a moment. His eyes couldn't stop being curious. While Chen Luo were speaking, a fierce debate was going on within the coalition forces. "What? Retreat? No, I don't agree. We took these industries with great difficulty. How can we withdraw immediately? If we go back like this, who will be responsible for our losses during this period? Enough. Are you blinded by money? Don't you know how terrible Chen Luo is? I don't want to die here. What if Chen Luo comes back? We have tens of thousands of people. Could he still kill us all? Do you really think he is a god? In a luxurious villa in the city center, the heads of the major forces gathered here one after another and began to discuss the next step. Since the news of Chen Luo's return came, the meeting has lasted for nearly 2 days. However, the number of people who support staying and those who think they should retreat and flee is evenly divided, and each insists on their opinions. Even after arguing for such a long time, there was no definite answer in the end. Those who supported the retreat believed that the threat Chen Luo posed to them was too great. If Chen Luo made a move, judging from the past deeds of the other party, they would definitely suffer heavy losses, and even their own lives would be in danger. Therefore, for the sake of their own lives, they did not want to be enemies with Chen Luo. If Chen Luo really disappeared, it would be fine without Chen Luo's shock. They would definitely not let go of this big cake in New York. But now that Chen Luo is back, this delicious cake has become incomparable to them. Now it's hot. So naturally, I don't want to touch it. The idea of the side that supports staying is also very simple. Now that most of the property under the Chen Luo family has been occupied by them, it is a huge wealth worth nearly 100 billion. How can they be willing to give up so easily? Although Chen Luo's title of butcher made them very afraid, but now the coalition army formed by their various families has tens of thousands of troops. With this huge amounts of numbers, no matter how powerful Chen Luo is, they don't believe it. How can you take yourself? However, even the one who wants to stay just wants to keep the property he has obtained now. The idea of completely defeating the Chen Luo family has long since disappeared. Even though their side has an absolute superiority in military strength, they still dare not make further moves against Chen Luo's intimidation. Chen Luo's deterrent power can be seen from this. Just as the two sides were arguing, someone suddenly thought of something, turned his gaze to the side, and the representative of the European vampire force, who had not spoken from the beginning, Clevin, had a flash of light in his eyes and said, "Since none of us can convince the other party, we might as well listen to what Craven has to say. Maybe it can bring us some unexpected gains." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Clevin at the side in unison, quietly waiting for his answer. During this period of time, they have also learned about the power of these vampires from Europe. Even if there are only 50 soldiers, any one of them is far superior to most of them. Is the well-deserved top combat power of the coalition forces. This kind of strength can naturally attract enough attention from all parties. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Craven rolled his eyes and said with a smile on his face, "About the butcher's information, I think everyone should be very clear. Judging from the other party's behavior, I would like to ask you, even if we choose to retreat, will the other party really let us go? Everyone, don't forget how much loss we have caused the other party's family during this period of time. Do you really think that butcher will let it go like this?" As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent. They definitely don't understand Chen Luo, and naturally understand that with the other party's domineering style facing them, the chief culprit who caused heavy casualties to their family, naturally it is impossible to let them go easily. Even if they choose to retreat, they may face the pursuit of the other party in the future, and by then they may be doomed. After Craven's reminder, everyone finally realized the threat they might face in the future. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts trembled. However, before Craven finished speaking, he continued, "Since everyone understands how dangerous the other party is, why don't we take advantage of our superiority and kill the other party in one fell swoop? If we can directly get rid of that butcher, then do we still have to worry about any danger we will face in the future? And if the other party is really eliminated by us, then the remaining property of the other party will also belong to us. In this New York, no one will be able to threaten us anymore. If we choose to retreat today and wait for the coalition forces to disband at that time, then the other party will come to our door again. Then I don't need to say more about what will happen to you all." After some analysis by Clevin, everyone finally realized suddenly and reacted one after another. "Looks like that butcher, we have to get rid of it. That's right, it wouldn't be a good thing for us to keep him alive. Then what are you waiting for? Let's fight the opponent directly. With our current strength, as long as we are willing to pay enough, we will definitely be able to completely defeat the opponent. No matter what price you pay, you must get rid of Chen Luo." Everyone's opinions instantly became unprecedentedly unanimous. Seeing this scene, Craven smiled even more, and a look of complacency flashed across the hall in his eyes. And just after everyone reached an agreement, the next moment there was a knock on the door, and then a message from Chen Luo spread to everyone's ears in an instant. After listening to what Chen Luo said, everyone was stunned, and then unstoppable anger rose in their hearts and they laughed coldly and said, "It seems that this butcher really doesn't care about us. He wants to challenge us alone. Where did he get the courage? There is no limit to the number of people and the location is not limited. What a brave man. Since he took the initiative to come to seek death, then we will fulfill him. I don't believe that he alone can fight against tens of thousands of us." Originally, they had already decided to get rid of Chen Luo, but now Chen Luo came to their door on their own initiative. They would definitely not refuse such a good thing, and after a short discussion, they immediately got an answer. 3 days later, in the ghost town on the outskirts, they waited for Chen Luo to drive him. On the other side, after receiving the message from the other party, Chen Luo showed a slight smile on his face, and then agreed without any hesitation. In a blink of an eye, as time passed day by day, finally, the final decisive battle was coming. 3 days later, on the outskirts of the west in a deserted small town. Inside a tavern that looks a bit old, the heads of all major forces gathered here one after another, quietly waiting for the arrival of the true master. "Do you think the butcher will come?" someone asked, looking at the crowd with some uncertainty. "It should come. After all, he proposed it on his own initiative, so is it possible that he will retreat in the face of battle?" "Oh, I don't think he would dare to come. He is not a fool. He should know that with his strength, it is absolutely impossible to fight against tens of thousands of us. He is probably still shivering somewhere." As soon as this remark came out, people burst into laughter. It is not surprising that they have such self-confidence. They have already made a decision since they received Chen Luo's letter of challenge 3 days ago. That is to temporarily abandon the industry in New York, concentrate all forces first, kill Chen Luo, and then turn to New York. As long as Chen Luo dies, it is absolutely impossible for the remaining forces of the Chen Luo family to fight against them. At that time, it only takes a little time to defeat the remaining forces of the Chen Luo family, and the underground forces in New York will be destroyed. It's all in their hands. When 400 thought that he would be able to return to New York in the near future, the heads of the major forces who had been forcefully expelled from New York by Chen Luo couldn't hide their excitement, and their expressions were full of excitement. At this time, someone suddenly thought of something and asked hesitantly, "Then what should we do if the other party doesn't come here as agreed?" Hearing this, the smiles on everyone's faces stagnated and they all fell silent. However, before they could come up with anything, Craven on the side already had the answer in his heart. "Wouldn't that be better?" There was an inexplicable smile on his face and he slowly said, "This duel was proposed by the butcher himself. If he doesn't abide by the agreement, as long as we spread the news go out, what do you think others will think of him?" Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up and they immediately reacted. If Chen Luo sees that they are powerful and chooses to retreat, as long as the news spreads that he avoids fighting, then Chen Luo's reputation will be greatly damaged. His reputation will also be greatly reduced, and his reputation in the family will also be affected. Huge impact and may even have the risk of causing the family to fall apart. BJCF, it would be fine if he didn't initiate the duel this time. In this way, even if Chen Luo chooses to retreat from others, he will express his understanding. After all, he has to face tens of thousands of people, and they are all vampires' elite fighters. Such a force is enough to conquer a small country. Is there any manpower that can compete? However, this duel was proposed by Chen Luo himself, so if he chooses to avoid the battle, the concept is different from the former one. The Chen Luo family, whose strength has been greatly weakened, is even worse. Coupled with the pressure from the outside allied forces, the family may be disbanded at any time. Thinking of this possibility, everyone couldn't help but smile knowingly. "I think that guy probably doesn't dare to come, but that's good too." Presumably, when today's news spreads, the outside world will have a new view of this butcher. I don't think there is anything to be afraid of this butcher. Even if he dares to come over with so many of us, I don't believe he can still resist. While everyone was talking and laughing, suddenly, a slightly startled voice came from outside the door. "It's not good leaders, that butcher. He's here." Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed instantly, and they couldn't help being a little surprised in their eyes. "I didn't expect this butcher to dare to come here. He really has courage. HMPH, since he came to seek death by himself, don't blame us. Everyone, let us send this butcher one last time." With that said, everyone got up together and walked towards the entrance of the town. Not long after, when everyone came to the entrance, Chen Luo's figure not far from the entrance gradually appeared. Looking at the people standing at the entrance, Chen Luo stopped slowly and said calmly, "Here I come, so, are you ready to hit the road?" Hearing this, everyone laughed angrily. Interesting, since you are not afraid of death, then go ahead, I want to see how you beat all of us. I didn't expect you to come here alone. I have to say, you are very brave. Then, as a reward for your courage, we will give you a happy death. After all, everyone immediately planned to do it. However, at this moment, Craven suddenly reached out and interrupted them. Staring at Chen Luo in front of him without blinking, Craven's eyes flashed, and he said with interest, "Everyone, don't rush to do it. I have been famous for the name of this butcher for a long time. It's hard to see each other today, so please let me try it first. I'd like to see how this butcher will perform compared to the Daywalker." Cleven was very aware of Chen Luo's name, even in Europe, but like most people who had never seen Chen Luo's strength with his own eyes, he still had some doubts about Chen Luo's rumored deeds. As the top combat force under the European Vampire Council, Daywalker is the strongest except for the three elders. In addition to having several times the physical fitness of ordinary vampires, he has also reached the level of proficiency in fighting and firearms. Such an elite force was formed by the Council at a huge amount of cost. For hundreds of years, the total number of Daywalkers was only about 300 people, but only relying on the number of about 300 people, the Council has ruled the vampire forces in Europe for 800 years, which shows its strength. Now, in order to take a share of the city of New York, Craven has the right to mobilize 50 Daywalkers to New York with the consent of Amelia, one of the three elders. Although the number of people is small, relying on the powerful combat power of the Daywalkers, Cleven can be said to have done his best in the battle with the Chen Luo family. He has occupied about 1/10 of the property owned by the Chen Luo family alone. This is a huge wealth worth tens of billions. Only 50 people can achieve such a result, which shows the strength of the Daywalker. It is precisely because of his confidence in the strength of the Daywalker that Craven has the confidence to confront Chen Luo head-on. If, as he imagined, Chen Luo was killed by the Daywalker in this battle, then relying on the record of killing Chen Luo, how much benefit can be gained from it is even more unknown. Thinking of this, Cleven couldn't help but get even hotter. After hearing what Craven said, the heads of the other major forces looked at each other. An inexplicable gleam flashed in their eyes and then nodded tacitly, agreeing. "Since you have such confidence, Craven, it seems that we have no reason to refuse." "That's right. We all know the strength of the Daywalkers. Each of them is a well-deserved top level. I believe that if it is them, they will definitely be able to win. Then it's up to you." "That's definitely." Facing everyone's flattery, Cleven nodded definitely and said to himself, "Don't worry, leave it to me. I believe that with the strength of the Daywalker, even if the opponent is a legendary butcher, he can definitely win." After finishing speaking, Craven turned his head and looked behind him. Behind him, 50 Daywalkers stood one by one. They were lined up in several rows, wearing black leather windbreakers. Their bodies were vigorous, and their expressions were very solemn, like dozens of quiet statues. Go and take his head off for me and prove to me your history," Craven's deep voice sounded. Hearing this, all the Daywalkers behind him walked towards Chen Luo without saying a word. Looking forward closely, Craven's face was full of smiles, and his expression was relaxed, obviously having absolute confidence in the strength of the Daywalker. It is no wonder that he has such self-confidence, after all in his long life. The strongest people he has come into contact with are the level of the three elders, but no matter how strong the three elders are in his opinion, they will never there may be more than 50 Daywalkers joining forces. And if the three elders are like this. Chen Luo, naturally needless to say, even though he has heard about Chen Luo's various deeds before, these deeds seem to him like a fantasy. He can accept 1 against 10 or even 1 against 100, but 1 against 1,000. This is his. In any case, it is unacceptable. In his opinion, no matter how strong Chen Luo is, he should be limited in strength and will not exceed the level of the three elders at most. Therefore, he believes that the opponent will never be able to kill a Daywalker who can successfully besiege at the elder level. There is no chance of winning. As for the thoughts in Cleven's mind at the moment, the other people around him also had some guesses. Although everyone's faces were very calm, they all sneered and sneered at it. After all, they had personally experienced Chen Luo's record at the beginning. Such strength is absolutely inhuman level. No matter how strong the Daywalker is, if he faces that fierce god, he may not be able to escape death. Although they had already anticipated the fate of the Daywalkers in their hearts, they did not open their mouths to remind each other of their thoughts. On the contrary, at this moment, everyone was watching the front with the idea of watching a good show, quietly waiting for the final result. Seeing the Daywalkers walking towards him in front of him, Chen Luo smiled with interest and said softly, "All right, since you all came here to die, I'll satisfy you. Just let me see, what kind of strength does the Deathwalker have? Looking at Chen Luo's relaxed expression, a kind of Deathwalker's eyes flashed coldly in front of him, and then they all attacked at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. Without further ado, Chi pointed his gun at Chen Luo and immediately pulled the trigger. There was a violent gunshot, and with the bursts of flames spewing out from the muzzle, hundreds of bullets shining purple flew out of the barrel, and then broke through the air in front of them and rushed towards Dr. Chen Luo. This is a specially made ultraviolet bullet to deal with vampires. The bullet contains a large amount of ultraviolet rays. As long as it hits the target successfully, the ultraviolet rays contained in it will spread rapidly and destroy the vampire's body, causing serious injury or even death to the target. Even if they survived by luck under the action of ultraviolet rays, the vampire's healing ability will be greatly weakened, which will seriously affect its actions. In the end, it can only be slaughtered like fish on a chopping board. Facing the opponent's attack, Chen Luo drew a curve at the corner of his mouth, and then under the surprised eyes of everyone, he moved his feet, and his figure turned into an afterimage and quickly disappeared in front of everyone. Seeing that the blow that was determined to win was missed, there was a wave of fluctuation on the faces of the people who were originally calm. They were obviously very surprised by the speed Chen Luo showed. But they are also worthy of being elites who have undergone many years of training. After seeing that they missed a hit, they immediately surrounded each other tightly in a cylindrical shape back to back and looked around with a look of wariness, asking for flowers. Good reaction, Chen Luo's voice suddenly sounded in the air. Due to the high-speed movement all the time, Chen Luo's voice sounded a little fuzzy, but a smile could still be heard from it. But I don't want to play with you anymore. This game, it's time to end. As soon as the voice fell, the next moment, a long black afterimage emerged from midair and then rushed towards the camp composed of 10 dead walkers in front of him. A somewhat glaring white light lit up in front of everyone's eyes and then circled around a group of deathwalkers, finally forming a silver-white ring. After the light lasted for nearly a second in the air, it finally gradually dissipated. And as the light dissipated, the next moment, Chen Luo's figure reappeared, standing firmly in front of everyone. Gloves had already been put on his hands at some point, and the knuckles were surrounded by circles of thin silver-white threads. This was a weapon he specially asked Mr. Whistler to make some time ago. The whole body of this thin metal wire is made of a special alloy, which not only has super hardness, but also takes into account a certain degree of flexibility. The surface of the thin wire is coated with a silver coating, which is extremely strong for vampires. Coupled with Chen Luo's inhuman speed and strength, this special weapon suddenly exploded with extremely astonishing and terrifying lethality, as it is now. Seeing Chen Luo appearing in front of his eyes again, but before the crowd could make any movement the next moment, a sharp pain suddenly appeared in the neck, and then a tiny line of blood quietly emerged from the neck of the crowd. Traces of blood began to ooze slowly. The eyes couldn't stop showing panic. In the face of death, even the elite fighters with the title of Deathwalker couldn't restrain the fear in their hearts. They opened their mouths slightly and were about to ask for help, but it was already too late. Poof. One after another, heads broke from the necks and fell to the ground one after another. Under Craven's horrified gaze, his proud Deathwalker was held in Chen Luo's hands for less than 10 seconds before being crushed. Chen Luo counts all the slaughter scarves. Number, impossible, this must be an illusion. Craven's already pale face instantly turned pale, and his gaze towards Chen Luo couldn't help but began to tremble. Looking at the head that fell to the ground under his feet, an uncontrollable fear suddenly came from him. The bottom of his heart began to emerge. In just a few seconds, in such a short period of time, the Deathwalker, who is regarded as the top combat power in the whole of Europe, is like a baby who has just learned to walk without the slightest resistance and was instantly crushed by Chen Luo. Spike. With such strength, in his opinion, even the 3 elders who are the top vampires in Europe are far behind. And even if the 3 elders join forces with Song Fear, it is impossible to round Chen Luo's opponent. Seeing Chen Luo, who was slowly walking towards him, Craven's feet softened and he knelt down in front of Chen Luo, the 610 office. Don't come here, you don't come here. Coming in front of the opponent, Chen Luo frowned, seeing his frightened face, and didn't directly choose to kill the opponent. He stunned him with a hand knife and then threw him behind him. The opponent is still useful to him, so Chen Luo has no plans to kill him yet. After all, his next goal is Europe, and it would be good to know some relevant information in advance. After dealing with the opponent, Chen Luo walked forward slowly with strides. On the other hand, even though it had been expected that this battle would end in Chen Luo's victory, After seeing that the other party easily eliminated those Deathwalkers who were among the best in their family, everyone couldn't help it. My heart skipped a beat and I frowned. Okay, the warm-up activities are over, now it's your turn. After a pause, the murderous intent in Chen Luo's eyes finally no longer concealed. A horrible aura like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood came out through his body, spreading instantly, and the surrounding air seemed to be frozen. Breathing also became faintly difficult. Now let me send you on your way. As soon as the words fell at this moment, the people in front of Chen Luo finally couldn't bear the pressure and shouted with crazy faces, "Quick, hurry up, get rid of him." After saying this, the people in charge of the major families immediately turned and retreated without turning their heads. At the same time, at Chen Luo's feet, there was a crisp sound, followed by a violent explosion sounded. It turned out that after the coalition forces agreed to Chen Luo's challenge, although they didn't think that facing their tens of thousands of troops, the other side had any chance of winning, they still took some corresponding countermeasures just to be on the safe side. It's as if the ground around this small town has long been covered by dense remote-controlled mines. In this way, no matter which entrance Chen Luo enters from, they can give each other a big gift. Although they encountered a little twists and turns before this, the failure of Craven's side did not affect them, so when Chen Luo approached, the gift they had prepared for a long time arrived as scheduled. Bang. Accompanied by the violent explosion, Chen Luo's position was instantly covered by a thick layer of sand and dust, and at the same time, a group of huge amounts of flames loomed in the sand and dust. Like dominoes, as the first explosion sounded, the landmines walking around were also affected one after another, and exploded, and one after another explosion sounded within a radius of hundreds of meters. All of them were covered by violent flames and covered in dust. At the same time, the coalition forces did not intend to stop the attack. Accompanied by dense explosions, countless vampire elites raised their guns, and the ultraviolet bullets shot toward Chen Luo's direction like dense raindrops. In an instant, thick from time to time, layers of dazzling purple light appeared in the sand and dust, illuminating the nearby night sky as if it were daytime. The crowd unleashed their firepower frantically. At this moment, the high-level people who had already run to the back of the crowd finally regained their composure. Looking at the scene in the distance, they couldn't help but sneer and say, "Look, in the face of this great gift from us, can that Chen Luo survive?" "HMPH, then you think too highly of him," one person said with disdain. "So what if he is fast? I don't believe that he can survive such a large-scale explosion unscathed. Even if it's impossible to do it, even if your body is made of steel. Even if he can escape the dense explosion, how can he escape the ultraviolet bullets behind? Even if only a small part can hit, with the lethality of ultraviolet rays on vampires, I don't believe what will happen to him nor." "That's right." At this time, another person also echoed, "From beginning to end, Blade is the only one who can be immune to sunlight. Unless Chen Luo is also a Daywalker, there is absolutely no way he will be immune." Only a few people knew of Chen Luo's experience in the North Bear before, and they have all joined Chen Luo's command now. So it is even more impossible to pass on the news that Chen Luo is also immune to sunlight. So these people have not been clear until now. This so-called ultraviolet bullet is useless to him. However, although the bullets had no effect on Chen Luo, the mines they specially prepared for Chen Luo still caused a certain amount of damage to Chen Luo. With Chen Luo's current physique, after another wave of strengthening on Skull Island, it has been strengthened again. Although the damage to him from weapons such as mines has also been reduced, it is still not completely immune. Therefore, when the smoke cleared and Chen Luo's figure reappeared in front of everyone, his situation looked rather miserable at this moment. Most of the clothes on his body have been blown to pieces, and they are draped over Chen Luo's body like rags, revealing the tall and strong figure hidden in it just like in ancient Greek mythology, and on his perfect body at this moment the exposed injuries are somewhat shocking. One arm hangs down weakly at 5'4". A large piece of flesh and blood has been lost in the palm and forearm, exposing thick white bones, and in his waist back and 2 feet, that stepped on the ground, most of the flesh and blood have dissipated. And the skin, it was scorched black by the explosion just now, and it looked extremely miserable. Looking at Chen Luo's shaky body, although everyone was still shocked that he survived the horrible explosion just now, Chen Luo has been severely injured and has lost the threat to them. Therefore, everyone's originally tense hearts finally gradually relaxed. However, before they could relax for a long time, the next moment, when everyone saw Chen Luo's abnormal state at the moment, their pupils constricted instantly, their bodies froze, and their faces were full of disbelief. How is this possible? Under everyone's shocking gaze, Chen Luo's seemingly serious injury was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Numerous granulation sprouts emerged from the wound, intertwined rapidly, and then formed a brand new muscle tissue, covering the bones in the body again. As Chen Luo moved forward step by step, within less than 10 steps his scarred body had already healed again. The miserable appearance before had disappeared without a trace. Looking at Chen Luo's perfect body, which was as if cut by a knife, everyone present was overwhelmed by huge amounts of fear. Even if he suffered an injury that would be fatal to an ordinary person, for Chen Luo, who possesses super speed regeneration ability, this injury is completely insignificant, and it only took a few seconds. It was completely restored to its original state, and there was no trace of it anymore. It's a monster. Looking at the unimaginable scene in front of them, everyone present couldn't believe it. Seeing Chen Luo walking towards them step by step, everyone couldn't stop the fear in their hearts and kept stepping back. And far behind the crowd, the top leaders of the major forces also saw the abnormality happening to Chen Luo at this moment, and seeing that such a serious injury did not affect Chen Luo at all, they did not panic as soon as they expressed their hearts. This monster. Doesn't such an attack have any effect on him? Someone said with an extremely ugly face. I used to wonder where did he get his self-confidence, thinking that he could challenge all of us with his own strength, but now it seems that this butcher really has his own support. Someone shook his head and sighed. What are you talking about now? If you don't stop him at his speed, it will be difficult for us to leave today. As soon as these words came out, everyone who was at a loss immediately woke up. When they came back to their senses, a sharp light flashed in their eyes and they gritted their teeth and said ruthlessly, "Since this is the case, then use that to solve him. I don't believe that if her body is blown to pieces, he can still recover." Speaking of this, everyone immediately ordered to take out another big gift they had prepared for Chen Luo and attack him. This is another layer of protection prepared by everyone to deal with Chen Luo individual bazooka. This is a terrifying weapon that can easily penetrate armored vehicles and even tanks. Compared with the original mines, its lethality is several grades stronger. If it is hit by such a weapon, then even if Chen Luo can rely on his own ability to survive, but he couldn't escape a serious injury. Moreover, they have prepared more than one such weapon. The troops equipped with individual bazookas have 100 of them. If hundreds of shells are fired at Chen Luo's side at once, then even if his super speed regeneration tough, Chen Luo has no confidence to recover. Although there is the ability of the source of blood, which can be called a life-saving magic skill, as long as the source blood clan exists in the world, he can reappear in this world, but how long this process will last, he has no idea. Therefore, Chen Luo has no plans to try it. Just as the opponent sent troops equipped with individual rocket launchers to advance here, at the same time, the rest of the people also received orders to restrict Chen Luo's actions at all costs, in order to ensure that the artillery shells can accurately hit the opponent. The others also understood that at Chen Luo's speed, if there was no restriction, no matter how powerful the rockets were, they would not be able to cause any harm to Chen Luo if they failed to hit. And once Chen Luo is allowed to charge into the crowd, no one will be able to stop him at that time. Thinking of this, everyone forcibly suppressed the fear in their hearts, blood gradually appeared in their eyes, raised the guns in their hands, roared and pulled the trigger. Go to hell, you bloody monster. Hurry up and shoot, never let this monster come over. The next moment, dense gunshots sounded and countless bullets shot towards Chen Luo's direction, trying to block the opponent's progress. Duh. In just an instant, Chen Luo was covered by dense bullets, and the special bullets wrapped in ultraviolet rays hit his body directly. As the shells burst, Chen Zhai was instantly enveloped in a dazzling purple halo. However, when everyone was dumbfounded, this kind of attack had no effect on Chen Luo. Under the action of the steel body, the impact force brought by the bullet was like a breeze blowing on the face, which could not make Chen Luo's footsteps any less. There was a pause. And the ultraviolet rays, which are enough to cause great damage to vampires, are not a problem for Chen Luo, who has already eliminated all the weaknesses of vampires. Therefore, even in the face of a hail of bullets, Chen Luo was not affected at all and slowly approached the crowd in front of him 10 steps at a time. Looking at Chen Luo, who seemed to be fine, the murderous intent in everyone's eyes dissipated quickly and the fear in his heart regained the upper hand. His body began to tremble slightly and his movements gradually became stiff. How is this possible? This guy is immune to the effects of ultraviolet light. This monster, is he a Daywalker too? And what's the matter with his body? Bullets can't do any harm to him. Could it be that his body is made of steel? Behind the crowd, a group of senior executives looked at each other with fear in their eyes. With their eyesight, 43 can naturally see that the current situation has gradually changed in a direction that is unfavorable to them. But this is completely beyond everyone's expectations. But this can't be blamed on them. After all, they didn't know before that what they were about to face was such a monster. Not only did they have an indestructible body, but they also had extremely terrifying resilience. What's even more exaggerated was that the opponent was a Daywalker. Such an existence is completely beyond their comprehension. Since they couldn't stop the opponent's actions, whether the special force they had prepared could still play its due role, everyone had an answer to this point. Although they didn't want to believe it, they were more afraid of losing their own lives than of failure. So while ordering to stop Chen Luo desperately, the 10 high-ranking people all chose to retreat slowly. At the same time, Chen Luo seemed to have finally had enough of playing. The crazy murderous intent surged in his eyes, and the terrifying momentum like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood came out through his body, instantly covering everyone in front of him. Immediately afterwards, with the movement of Chen Luo's feet, the speed was already at full speed. At his terrifying speed beyond the speed of sound, Chen Luo rushed into the crowd in less than a blink of an eye and threw the butcher's knife at the crowd in front of him without any hesitation. In an instant, endless blood bloomed in the crowd. Following a thin silver-white line across, hundreds of figures at the front of the crowd froze suddenly. Under the horrified gaze of countless people behind, a trace of blood appeared on the necks of these people, and then their heads fell instantly. Seeing the companions whose bodies were gradually engulfed by the flames and gradually disappeared, these people finally couldn't stop the fear in their hearts and turned around to escape. With the actions of these people, the originally dense firepower instantly became much sparser. Knowing that the firearms could no longer cause damage to Chen Luo, many people simply discarded the firearms directly because they wanted to reduce the firepower when they escaped. Some burden. There are also some people whose hearts have been swallowed by fear, without any reason holding up the guns in their hands, shooting wildly towards the surroundings, shouting with unknown meanings from their mouths as if they have fallen into madness. Die, monster, die for me. Don't come near me, don't come here. Harlan, you be ****** D, where the hell are you shooting at? Stop it for me. Damn it, these people are crazy. Don't worry about other things, let me kill these people first. Affected by this group of people, some people turned their guns around one after another and launched an attack on the crowd who had fallen into madness. For a while, intensive gunshots rang out in the battlefield again. Definitely there are still a small number of people suppressing the fear in their hearts. Their eyes are constantly scanning the surroundings, holding the guns in their hands, ready to attack at any time. There is no doubt that these people are also the real elite troops in this coalition army. Even if the coalition army has tens of thousands of people, the total number of such elites is only about 300, which is extremely rare. Everyone in this elite team has skills comparable to those of the Deathwalkers, and they are well-deserved trump cards in the hands of the major forces, possessing extremely high tactical literacy. It is precisely because of this that even though their superiors had already fled first, they still faithfully carried out the order to block Chen Luo. Even though they also had fear in their hearts, they did not stagnate in their actions. And the performance of this army was also noticed by Chen Luo, who was not far away. Looking at their performance, Chen Luo couldn't help but move, and a different thought arose in his mind. The movements of his hands were still incessant. Looking at the chaotic crowd in front of him, Chen Luo didn't have the slightest thought of mercy. Brandishing the butcher knife in his hand, his body turned into a gust of wind and flashed across the crowd in an instant. Along with Chen Luo's work, nearly 100 lives died in Chen Luo's hands with just a flash, and his body turned into a series of torches, illuminating the night sky and looking extremely gorgeous. While slaughtering the collapsed coalition forces in front of him, Chen Luo didn't forget his business, and kept searching the crowd with his eyes as if he was looking for something. Those high-level executives have all shown their faces in front of Chen Luo before, so only by catching all these people can he gain greater benefits in this battle. In the battle some time ago, the Chen Luo family suffered heavy casualties, and now the only remaining family members are only about 400 to 500 people. Such a number is undoubtedly far from enough to occupy all the underground forces in New York. Therefore, when he decided to challenge himself only, Chen Luo made a good decision. This time, he will not kill all these people, but will select some people to join his family to make up for the losses suffered by the family. And in his opinion, the elite team whose combat power was comparable to that of the Deathwalkers was a good candidate. But to make such an elite choose to surrender, it is obviously not enough to use force alone. As an elite fighter who has been trained by the family for decades or even hundreds of years, it is difficult to impress the loyalty of the family with the threat of death. The possible way to get this army is to start from the top. As long as all the top leaders of the coalition army are captured, with their status in the family, there will be a great possibility to convince them to join the Chen Luo family power. With this in mind, Chen Luo put a considerable amount of energy into the search process, and after spending less than 10 minutes, several familiar figures finally came into view. Found it, tilde. In the air, Chen Luo's somewhat vague voice came, and after hearing this voice, all the high-level executives who were fleeing in a panic were frightened and their bodies trembled. Their hearts were instantly filled with fear, and they panicked towards the distant place. Run everywhere. However, in Chen Luo's view, their speed was as slow as a tortoise crawling, just a dodge. Chen Luo passed the crowd and stood in front of them. Turning around and looking at each other, Chen Luo said calmly, "Everyone, if you want to live, come with me." Hearing this, the people who thought they had lost hope, and their faces were ashen, suddenly cheered up, looked at each other, and then quickly nodded in agreement. Because it took a little time to find these people, most of the vampires have fled from the town, and the number is about 6,000. As for the other 4,000 people, cannibalism accounts for about 2,000 people. The 2,000 people were beheaded by Chen Luo one after another. And this kind of victory is only achieved by Chen Luo in less than 10 minutes. At his terrifying speed beyond the speed of sound, these vampires have no power to resist in front of him. Just a single encounter, hundreds of lives will be lost. Disappearing in his hands, such a terrifying killing efficiency is worthy of the name of a butcher. Chen Luo walked in front, leading the group of people behind him, and walked slowly towards the destination. After a while, when Chen Luo and his group came to the area where the original elite team was, Chen Luo stopped slowly and said without looking back, "Now it's time for you to play. As long as you can persuade them to surrender to me, I will let you live. But if you fail, then you don't have any need to stay in this world." Feeling the cold killing intent emanating from Chen Luo's body from time to time, everyone trembled in their hearts, and then piled up smiling faces, repeatedly assuring Chen Luo to complete the task. It has to be said that under the threat of death, the efficiency of these people can be said to be surprisingly fast. They just went up and talked with them for a few minutes, and then turned back to Chen Luo with a happy face. "My lord, everything has been dealt with. Starting today, these people will be loyal to you." At the same time, this elite army of about 300 people also came to Chen Luo, knelt down on one knee, lowered their heads, and swore allegiance to Chen Luo. As the last troop in the town declared its surrender, the battle has finally come to an end since then. It took no more than half an hour to add up. This battle, which was considered to be without any suspense by everyone, ended with Chen Luo's victory. A day later, a news that shocked the entire dark world came from New York. As early as a day ago, the legendary Butcher came to challenge the entire coalition army alone. With one enemy 10,000, he defeated the coalition army head-on and won the battle. As for the source of the news, there is no need to doubt it, because this news came from the mouths of the vampire coalition soldiers who escaped from the town, so there is no need to doubt its credibility. As soon as this news came out, the entire dark world suddenly boiled, and countless people's faces were full of disbelief. When Chen Luo announced that he would challenge tens of thousands of coalition forces by himself, it can be said that almost everyone did not have any expectations for him, and many people even sneered secretly in their hearts, thinking that Chen Luo was too much. Such a decision is due to arrogance. Therefore, although this battle has not yet started, the balance in everyone's hearts has already tilted, thinking that Chen Luo is likely to fall in this battle. Not only them, but even the members of the Chen Luo family are faintly desperate for this battle, especially Blade and Nisha, who are constantly dissuading Chen Luo from giving up this idea, which shows that everyone is concerned about Chen Luo's decision. How unfavorable is 54. However, when the battle was over and the final result was spread, everyone was speechless. While shocked in their hearts, many still couldn't believe it. After all, this is a confrontation with tens of thousands of people with one's own strength, and those tens of thousands of people are all well-trained, with several times the physical fitness of ordinary people, and a vampire coalition with a lot of firepower in their hands. This kind of force is enough to conquer a small country, but even so, facing the butcher Chen Luo, they still have no resistance at all. Seeing such a result, everyone refreshed their perception of Chen Luo's strength one after another. This kind of strength has made countless people terrified. I paid some attention. But Chen Luo had no time to take care of them. After subduing the most elite unit of the coalition army, Chen Luo also let go of the high-level coalition army as agreed, and then returned to New York with the 10 newly recruited subordinates. On the way back, Chen Luo was also surprised to find that he was left behind at random before. Although the Craven from the European vampire force was injured by a landmine, he still did not die. Chen Luo was very pleased with this. They caught him and brought him back together. After spending the day returning to base camp in New York, Chen Luo didn't have the slightest hesitation and immediately summoned everyone to launch a reaction against the territory previously occupied by the coalition forces. Now that the coalition forces have been defeated by Chen Luo, after the thousands of coalition forces fled the town, only a small number of them returned to New York, and everyone else ran towards the family's headquarters. As for the industries that took several months to occupy in New York after the previous battle, they already understood that those industries no longer belonged to them. I'm afraid it's Chen Luo's ruthless slaughter. Therefore, when there are only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens in New York, the Chen Luo family has successfully regained the property that Mr. Yuan left. After recapturing these properties, Chen Luo still did not stop, stepping out of New York for the first time and heading towards other cities. The meaning of Chen Luo's actions is self-evident. Obviously, after this coalition incident, he did not intend to endure it and planned to liquidate the other families involved in this incident. It took only a week for Chen Luo to arrive at the base camp of one of the 12 clans. Under Chen Luo's invincible power, the other party was powerless to resist. Thousands of clansmen were killed by Chen Luo, leaving only half of them less than. If it wasn't for the fact that the current head of the family, BJDH, decided to surrender and join the Chen Luo family, I'm afraid they would not be able to escape the fate of destruction. After learning what Chen Luo had done during this period of time, the other major forces were even more terrified, and they were even more worried about Chen Luo's next actions for fear that the other party would appear in front of their house in the next moment and kill them. Kill them all. Under such worries, the major families decided to contact Chen Luo after discussing secretly, offering compensation, hoping to get Chen Luo's forgiveness. In order to get Chen Luo to agree to a truce, they also paid a huge price this time, giving Chen Luo about 1/3 of their respective properties as compensation. You must know that this is the wealth that these families have accumulated for hundreds of years. Even if it is only 1/3, it is quite a terrifying figure. The combined value of large and small properties is 5 times that of Chen Luo's current property. Huge, if converted into money, it is a huge wealth of nearly 500 billion. Facing such a number, even Chen Luo couldn't help being tempted. After thinking for a while, Chen Luo finally agreed to the other party's request. In fact, according to Chen Luo's original plan, no matter what kind of compensation they make, if they dare to offend him, then there must be no reason to let the other party go. Only blood can vent his anger. However, although he thought so, he also had to face a reality, that is, their family's manpower is seriously insufficient now, even after supplementing thousands of people from one of the 12 clans. Today, the Chen Luo family has less than 3,000 members in total. With such a number, even the original Frost family would exceed this number, not to mention that at the moment is in his hands, but he has properties in 2 major cities. There are only about 3,000 vampires guarding an astonishing number of industries, which is undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. In addition, with the acquisition of another city, there are still many problems waiting for him to deal with. If he continues to attack other forces, even if he succeeds in destroying them and occupying the other party's property, he will not have enough strength to take care of them. Instead of this, it is better to give these properties to them for safekeeping, and when the time is ripe, he will find a reason to send troops to occupy them when he has enough manpower. Definitely the best for him. Thinking of this, Chen Luo finally nodded in agreement with the requests from the major forces. Seeing that Chen Luo finally nodded, the leaders of the major forces also breathed a sigh of relief, as if they were afraid that Chen Luo would repent, and hurriedly donated the properties they had prepared to the Chen Luo family. After receiving the corresponding compensation, Chen Luo didn't stay any longer and set off immediately to return. As Chen Luo's action came to an end, for a while, Chen Luo's name spread again, which aroused the amazement of countless people. Europe. The headquarters of the Vampire Council is also the sleeping place of the 3 elders, the interior of a castle with a somewhat classical atmosphere. As usual, a group of vampires gathered here, wearing gorgeous dresses, handsome men and beautiful women gathered together ear to ear, and the love was deep, and some people walked directly to the vacant room upstairs. After a long time, there were strange sounds coming from upstairs. In this regard, other people have long been surprised. Tillian and the others are really in a hurry. Among the crowd, a gorgeous woman with a fiery figure, fair skin, and a bit of amorous looks chuckled, then turned her head to look aside and said with a smile, "What, Erica, still worried about that craven guy?" Hearing this, Erica, who was sitting by the window, turned her head slowly. Her eyes were full of worry that couldn't be concealed, and she said with some worry, "Eva, I'm really worried. You said that craven won't be given by that butcher." After a pause, he opened his mouth several times to say, but he couldn't say the last few words no matter what. Ever since the news of Chen Luo's terrifying deed of 1 against 10,000 came back a week ago, Erica has never received any news about Craven. This involuntarily gave her a bad premonition. Butcher. Hearing this name, Eva's eyes flashed an inexplicable light, and then she calmed down quickly and comforted with a smile. "Don't worry, I have made a special divination before. Craven, the guy's life is not in danger. I think he should be back soon." "Really?" Hearing this, the worry in Erica's eyes disappeared, and her heart that had been tightly suspended finally relaxed, and a smile finally appeared on her face. "Since it's your prophecy, Eva, nothing will happen to Craven." Listening to her words, it is obvious that she trusts Eva's divination. And just after she finished saying this, she seemed to think of something suddenly. A trace of fear appeared on her face, and she said, "Eva, you should have heard about the butcher, right? Do you think he will? Will he come to Europe to seek revenge on us? If he does come here, can we stop him?" As soon as this remark came out, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Thinking back to the waves caused by Chen Luo's reappearance recently and the series of shocking achievements of the other party, the atmosphere in the room became stagnant in an instant. Stand up. If that's the case, then it's hard to say. Shaking the wine glass in her hand, Eva's mouth slowly evoked a mysterious smile, and she said slowly, "Butcher Chen Luo, what a fun." Recalling the result of divination on this legendary butcher on a whim before, Eva was not looking forward to it. America in a dense rainforest in the north. A small village is located here, and somewhere in this village, in an inconspicuous house, a tall, thin, gray-haired old man in a black robe was sitting on a seat, listening to the news Raven brought today. Butcher is that Chen Luo. He can be regarded as a real strong man. It's just a pity that he is not one of us. Eric, although he is not a mutant, that butcher is not human either. I think there should be a possibility of cooperation between us and him. And if we have him in our plan, the probability of success will be greatly improved." Mystique Raven's eyes flashed, and he spoke slowly. "Oh, Raven, is that why you like him so much?" Eric raised his head slightly, with a hint of curiosity flashing across his face. Yes, hearing this, Raven looked at him seriously and nodded solemnly. After hearing the news that Chen Luo was going to challenge the entire vampire coalition with one enemy 10,000, Raven also became very curious about it. With the idea of taking a look, she even used her mutant ability to incarnate the coalition. One of them took part in the battle. And in that battle, she finally saw the strength of the legendary butcher. And after seeing Chen Luo's true strength, to be honest, she was really shocked and full of heart. It was shocking. With a body made of steel, it was so fast that she had no time to react, coupled with the terrifying self-healing ability comparable to Sabretooth. And it didn't have the weakness that ordinary vampires have. Ask for flowers 0. It is no exaggeration to say that in her eyes, Chen Luo is a killing machine with no dead ends. Such terrifying strength, even in Mutant Brotherhood, exists only under Magneto Eric. A strong man of this strength with her strength is completely unable to compete with it. If she hadn't seen the opportunity and used ability to escape early, Chen Luo, who was massacred indiscriminately, would have unintentionally decapitated her. It is precisely because they understand the horror of Chen Luo's strength that they are more confident in completing what they are planning, only if a strong person like Chen Luo joins in. And after learning about Chen Luo's true strength from Raven, Eric's eyes became more dignified. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded slowly and said, 0, then give it a try. Raven, I will leave this matter to you. Don't worry. Raven nodded, then turned and left immediately. Meanwhile, New York's Edgewood Grand Penthouse, in the luxurious huge amounts of apartment. Chen Luo stood beside the swimming pool outside the apartment, looking up into the distance. After a moment of silence, he turned around slowly and saw that his body was trembling uncontrollably. When he was escorted by his subordinates behind him, Craven smiled, slightly waved his hand and said, "Go down first, I have something to do. I want to talk to Mr. Craven alone." After hearing this, the two let go of their hands, leaving Craven here alone, and exited the room one after another. Craven was trembling, keeping his head down all the time, not daring to look up at the other person at all, even though Chen Luo didn't make any movements. But as long as he recalled the original scene, he couldn't help but be filled with fear. Looking at each other, Chen Luo's calm voice sounded. Mr. Craven, I think it's time for us to have a good chat. I have some questions here that I want to ask you to understand. If you can give me a satisfactory answer, I can assure you that you can get out of here safely. Hearing this, Craven seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope, suppressed his fear, and hurriedly nodded in agreement. A trembling voice sounded. Willing to serve you. Master Chen Luo and...
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.